the DG, the Minister and Deputy Minister. I think the time is exactly 9 o'clock. We should be in a position to commence with our portfolio committee meeting. Shinaz, can you confirm the representation on the attendance, whether we do form quorum, so that we can be able to begin our meeting? Committee Secretary.
Morning, Chair. Good morning, everybody on the platform. Chair, not all our members are on yet, but we're sufficient to continue, Chair. I'm sure they'll join as we, move along. Not all of them are on yet. Thanks.
Committee Secretary, are you able to give us that information?
Chair?
Yes, Committee Secretary. I want to ascertain if we do have sufficient number of members of Parliament, if we are forming quorum, so that we can begin with our meeting.
Chair, as I said, we're sufficient to continue the meeting, but not all our members are on the platform yet, Chair.
Okay, do we form quorum?
We're sufficient to continue. So we do have 5 members present to continue the meeting, Chair.
Okay.
Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Committee Secretary. Honorable members, our Minister in DM, who are the executive of the portfolio that we are overseeing, science, technology and innovation, DIC, DM, Gina is on the platform. The Minister, if you are on the platform, greetings to your good self, Professor Nzimande, and the DM, Dr. Nomalungelo Gina, with the DG, Dr. Tele, and all the representatives of the entities who are the CEOs of the entities and the boards that are the governance structure of these entities that report before this portfolio. Honorable members, I am visible. I've put on my video to see that you are speaking to a human being. You are not speaking to a robot, but I request that I put the video off, since I see that my network is not stable. But as it becomes stable, I would switch on the video so that you see that throughout the meeting you are communicating with a human being. Allow me, on behalf of the Portfolio Committee on Science, Technology and Innovation, to welcome you all to this budget review process of Parliament. Honourable members and colleagues, this budget process is not merely a compliance exercise from our side. It is a constitutional responsibility grounded on oversight, accountability for the public resources that we appropriate to this portfolio, which is Budget 35, Vote 35. As this committee, we are mandated to ensure that every rand allocated to science, technology, and innovation institutions translate into measurable impact. The impact that must be seen in economic growth, in job creation, and in technological advancement, and in the improved quality of life of the citizens of the country. The institutions that are before us today are not just ordinary entities. They are strategic instruments for the state. The CSIR stands at the forefront of applied research and industrial innovation. Its work must continue to drive localization. It must support key sectors such as manufacturing, energy, and the digital technologies. It must strengthen South Africa's competitiveness in the global knowledge economy. TIA carries the critical responsibility of bridging the gap between innovation and commercialization. It must ensure that innovation does not remain confined to laboratories, but it is translated into valuable and viable enterprises that support SMMEs, that empowers young innovators, and expand participation in the innovation ecosystem, particularly among historically disadvantaged communities. And SANSA, on the other hand, must position South Africa within the global space economy. Its work in Earth observation, satellite technology, and space science has far-reaching implications, not only for scientific advancement, but for practical applications in agriculture, in disaster management, climate monitoring, and national security. As we engage these strategic plans and annual performance plan for 2026-2027, this committee must focus on several critical pillars. Firstly, alignment with national priorities. We must interrogate how these plans advance the goals of the National Development Plan, industrial policy, and the broader developmental state agenda. Secondly, we must look into the budget efficiency and impact. In a constrained fiscal environment, we must ensure that resources are allocated strategically, waste is eliminated, and programs deliver tangible outcomes. We must ask, what is the return on the investment for South African people? Thirdly, we must look into the transformation and inclusion. Science and innovation must be very inclusive. We expect clear strategies to support Black industrialists, women in science, youth innovation, and township and rural enterprises. Fourthly, collaboration and coordination. We cannot afford fragmentation and working in silos. We expect stronger partnerships between entities, with universities, with industries, and across government to maximize impact and avoid duplication. Fourthly, governance and accountability. Strong institutions require ethical leadership, sound financial management, and consequence management where necessary, so that we can be able to gain public trust. Honorable members, let us engage in robust, constructive, and forward-looking engagement with these entities and the department, because this will reflect our shared commitment to ensure that these institutions rise to the occasion and deliver on their mandate. Therefore, we look forward to your presentations as the entities, and importantly, we look forward to see evidence of impact, of innovation, and of meaningful transformation in these spaces that we are oversighting on. Honorable members and colleagues, these were welcoming words from the chairperson, and we will now move straight to apologies, Committee Secretary.
Yes, Chair, good morning once again. So the apologies that we have received was one from the Minister who's attending to STI engagements in Zambia and Zimbabwe respectively. And then Chair, from the member side, all our members are now online, with the exception of Honorable Mafagani from the EFF who submitted an apology. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Committee Secretary, can I move to the consideration of the adoption of this agenda? Can I note, honorable members? With a show of hands, members. I see Honorable Natasha Mazzoni. I note you.
Good morning, Chairperson, and good morning to everyone on the platform. Chairperson, I'd like to move for the adoption of the agenda.
The Honorable Mazzoni has moved. Honorable Honorable Mkunu.
Good morning,
I note
good morning, Chairperson and the members and everyone in the platform. I would like to second Honorable Mazzoni and Chair, and I want to register my apology. I don't have electricity at the moment. I don't know if it comes back, so my network is not okay. Thank you.
Duly noted, Honorable Mkunu. Our agenda has been duly adopted. We are going to move straight into our outstanding matters from the previous portfolio committee, which we had.
Chair, my hands is up.
Can I note you, Honorable Member? Honorable Judge.
Point of correction from Secretary. We don't have that person on under EFF. I think she must correct it.
Duly noted.
Carol.
Duly noted, Honorable Member. The support team
Shanaz, it's Natasha. I don't know if something's gone wrong with the platform. Can you confirm?
Okay, I thought it was me. Let me just check with the Chair, then maybe it's her.
Yeah, it seems to be the Chair because I thought it was me.
No, and also Mr. Dlamini's just indicated that he can't hear anything either.
Shanice?
Yes, I'm just going to give her a call and sort it out. I noted your, I made a mistake here. Sorry, apologies.
Mafagani is not under EFF. It's under MK Party, not under EFF. Let us correct that. Point of correction.
Well noted. Well noted. Okay, the chair is reconnecting, so let's just give it a few seconds.
My apologies, honorable members. It was my connection. I have now connected on all my gadgets so that I have a backup of the connection. I will invite the DG first to conclude in terms of the questions that were outstanding from our previous engagement, and then allow for the better part, let's say we say up until 9:30, and then so that we can allow honorable members to have their follow-ups in the remaining 30 minutes. DG?
No, thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I think we had covered most of the questions, maybe except two or three. The first one related to, it was asked by Honorable Mutambi about our understanding of exploitation. So we're exploitation of the energy, food, water nexus. In a sense, we're saying the chairperson that we do understand how critical these three domains on their own, but when they are brought together, it's critical for us to take advantage of the interfaces between these three critical areas with a view of making sure that we develop the necessary solutions that could help South Africa resolve the problems associated with energy security, food security, and water security. So that's what we are saying here, to take advantage of the interfaces, the interconnectedness between these three areas. And there was a question around pilots and space launching capabilities. I'm glad, Honorable Chairpersons, both SANSA and CSIR would elaborate on these questions, because the key issue we're saying is that the challenge facing our system is that of upscaling from pilots or demonstrators right through to the end of the value chain, which the chairperson referred to, the market, taking products right through the market. So our key focus as the department and the system in the next 3 years or so is to really find ways, working with our entities, to upscale some of these piloted initiatives into larger solutions, and make sure that eventually we introduce new economic products into the market. On the space launching capability, let me leave that chairperson to SANSA, because it's here. They will elaborate, but it remains the country's ambition. The key point we're making is that the 4 departments are collaboratively working together. We're working with Defense through Air Force. We're working with DSTI and the Department of Trade, Industry and Competition in making sure that South Africa's space capability is enhanced, and we are then able to have the space launching capabilities that will put South Africa in good stead. So again, SANSA will elaborate further on this question. So I think, Chairperson, those were the outstanding issues. Maybe the last one, it's about how we cooperate with other government departments. We do have a partnership, an instrument that we use to enter into memorandum of understanding with various government departments, but also we do have bilateral engagements, whether it's the National Department of Health, which we're working together in various health innovation activities, or it's DTIC, or energy and electricity. And again, we cooperate through various projects and formally through government cluster work. So there are various ways in which we are working with various government departments. So let me pause there, Chair, And we'll be happy if members maybe feel that there is a question that you might have not fully addressed. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Cele. I will note first, Honorable Mtambi, while I invite all members to have follow-ups in terms of the outstanding questions and outstanding matters that were not fully responded to by the department in our previous engagement. Honorable Mtambi will be followed by Honorable Mazoni, followed by Honorable Sapo in that sequence.
Thank you, Chair.
Honorable,
Thank you, Chair. I hope I'm audible.
you are very audible.
I just have difficulty, Chair, when I'm told SANSA will respond on issues that relate to the APP of the department. Because our questions were very direct and clear, Chair. That's the difficulty I find myself in. And the SANSA was not in the meeting last time, unless we are saying we need to then start from the scratch. That's number one. That's the issue that I wanted to talk to. And then I raised a question on the commercialization conundrum, as it was said. And then I asked a clear, specific question that remained unanswered, Chair. Maybe I need to repeat my question, and this time it will be responded to. I said, how do you move beyond demonstration and pilots to market uptake? That question was not responded. And then I even asked, what can be upscaled? And then I also asked whether the department have the right incentive scheme mix. And then also to ask what role do they as a department consider going beyond pilots and demonstration as part of their mandate or that of line departments. That question, Chair, was not clearly responded to. Then on that slide that talk about strategic priorities, Chair, we asked the question because they were talking about launching the vaccine innovation and manufacturing strategy phase 2. We asked whether is there indeed phase 1 of this strategy. Much as we know, these are matters that are subject of the SIU investigation. So then I wanted to ask whether phase 1 strategy is there. Then the other issue in relation to that, there was a slide that talk of exploitation of energy, water, food security. And then I asked a straight, direct question, whether is this exploitation or is it exploring? And then if indeed, if it's exploiting the energy, water, food nexus, I wanted to understand what is it? Chair, also with regard to the development of artificial intelligence RDI program, I ask because it was saying covering all. Where I'm seated, I've tried to go through the actual document to deal with this aspect. When they say covering all, what do they mean? What is it that is all? I asked that question. So maybe on this issue of space exploration, because I saw it is in your key strategic priority. That's why I'm saying I've got difficulty. They can add more now that they are here. That's why I'm repeating, because it's in your own bullet in the presentation that says accelerate space exploration, satellite launch capability. And then I wanted to understand, because you wouldn't put it if it's not part of you, to say, what role does SA play in space exploration? So those are the issues that I've asked, Chair, that I feel they were not adequately responded to. Chair, thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Honorable Mtambi, and I request that DG, in your division of labor, be precise in responding to the questions as they are direct questions. Honorable Mazoni, I also note you, Honorable Kunu, you will come after Honorable Sapo.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'm also going to keep my camera off if that's okay with you because of network problems. So I'd like not to have my input broken up. Chair, I was not in the meeting, but I have followed along very carefully and I read the documents. Chair, and I tend to agree with Honourable Mutambi in that she says that there seems to be a bit of a misunderstanding in the response that we are now getting from the department. I agree with Honourable Mutambi completely that the department should not, SANSA should not be answering for the department's questions. Chair, the reason I say this is because I read the documents thoroughly. And Chair, I think this committee knows that I have an exceptionally soft spot for the South African Space Agency. It's something that intrigues me greatly. And I think that I have never met quite such amazing people as I did when we went on oversight to SANSA. So it's particularly close to my heart. Chair, I'm also acutely aware of the lack of funding that the Department of Science, Technology and Innovation has, as well as all our entities, and that every single cent that we spend is absolutely critical, not only to DSTI, but to the functioning and the growth of South Africa's R&D. And it's such an essential department, Chair, that is so completely underfunded. I think that we all experience the same levels of frustration in that regard. Chair, therefore, I have to ask that perhaps in his division of labour, as you have indicated, Doctor allows the CFO to answer this committee the question that we've asked numerous times and that we've asked for a report on. In fact, in our oversight document, it states that within 3 months we expect answers, and we've asked that last year too, as to why the department is now burdened with these huge costs to state-owned entities rather than to the entities that we oversee ourselves, when it's blatantly obvious that our own entities could continue doing the work that failing state-owned entities are now requiring millions of rand to complete. And let's just be frank here, Chair, we're talking about the nil, given the fact that prior to this administration taking office, already 250 million rand has been spent on this said project. Now, Chair, I have been there. Members of this committee have been there. It was unexplainable then, and it's now being put to the department to explain to this committee why, how, and when this would be decided. And Chair, my last question, this was raised at a meeting, I think it was 4 meetings ago. Chair, you weren't the chairperson yet, but I raised the question as to when is this committee going to be taken into full honesty about the reasons for perceived tensions between board members and the Department of Science, Technology and Innovation. Chair, and I think that needs to be fully ventilated here today before we start talking to the CSIR, TIA or SANSA, because from my understanding, it now affects a broad range of these departments. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honourable Mazoni. Honourable Sapo.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good morning to you and everyone in the meeting. Please pardon me, Chair. I'm catching flu, so my voice is not nice. I think, Chair, 2 questions that were not answered. In fact, the first one was answered, but that is not what I was asking. I asked that there is a 5% target for people living with disabilities to be employed in the department. And that target was removed in the APP. My question was, what led to that? What is the reason? I even said, I understand that the department used not to meet this target in the previous quarters, but in this particular financial, it is removed completely. What is the reason for that removal? Now, when I was answered, both the CFO and DD, I think it was DDG's one, referred to the 5% that was in the slide that speaks to the procurement, and the 5% what was reserved for people living with disabilities. That is not what I was asking. I was asking the employment within the department. That's the first one, Chair. The second one that was not answered, I asked because there is an introduction of the new allocation of 12.1 million for the natural scientific profession. I asked what is the reason for the introduction of that allocation, and that question, Chair, was not answered because previously I don't remember it there, but this particular financial it is being introduced. I asked for the reason for that introduction and what actually would have led for that to necessitate that allocation. I need it, Chair, to the overlap of work within the entities. Those are the two questions that I think were not necessarily covered. Thank you very much.
Honorable
Thank you, Chair. And the follow-up question, Honorable Chair, that I have, it's on the budget, the department's budget and the NACI budget. During the response from the CFO, listed the assets, just made an example of their capital assets, which included the cars and what. Yes, I agree. But then went to the NACI NACI budget, where it says payment for financial assets, there is zero budget. And CFO said in response that they are responsible as a department for the assets of NACI. But now, my question still stands. That was not really answered to that. If you say you are budgeting for capital assets, yes, I agree, can be tangible or intangible, can be the buildings or whatever. Now you include also the financial assets. Now, when you are looking at these two, the entity NACI, do we say that NACI is not does not have assets that belongs to NACI as an entity? So all the assets, they are in the asset register of the department. What does that translate to NACI's financial standing? Because one of the things that makes the budget to be the budget that you can talk to and all those things will be those capital assets or financial assets that are allocated to an entity. Now, what does that translate to when it comes to the proper financial accounting? And also, is it allowed in terms of the law that you can only give what we refer to as those expenses, although just the term just slips my mind, where you talk about the employees, the goods and services only for an entity to survive, and you want that entity to be at least financially self-sufficient. And in terms of because the assets do something, or the capital budget, or it does do something to the financial stability of an organization. What is our plan moving forward? Are we happy with that? and are we able to really present what we are really what is going to be a good financial run or financial viable institution in it when it comes to NACI? And does that not put a burden, the way the system that we currently have does that not put a burden, financial burden on the fiscal of the department? Yeah, thank you, Chair. Let me end there.
Honorable Jadu.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, honorable members, and the department. I don't know whether Chairperson you must start and start afresh, because it seems like most of our questions were not answered, especially those ones from NACI. I don't know whether I must repeat them or I must. It seems like to me we are starting afresh to give them the question, because I don't know whether these people from NACI are present today or not to answer our questions. They are ready to answer our questions, so that so that I won't waste time to answer the same question again. I don't know, Chairperson, whether they are here to answer our question, especially NACI questions, because other ones were answered, but those question that was directed to NACI was not answered. I'm asking from you, Chairperson.
Honorable Member, can you pose the question or make a follow-up on the question that was not responded to? Go directly to the question that was not responded to and remind the meeting.
I think the one that the question that I remember, it's the performance. I've asked the NACI about the percentage of the identified target that are new versus the carried over the previous cycle, on how will be NACI ensure that at least 100% of its performance indicators are measurable and time bound to strengthen the accountability. And another one, it was, I think they mentioned on their report, on their slide, it was 6 key priorities, annual targets. I sent the question, I even sent it to the secretary, my questions. My question was, what proportions in the percentage term of the total budget and in institutional capacity is allocated to each of these 6 priorities, and how will this distribution impact the achievement of balanced institutional performance across all priorities areas? And this one, they didn't answer this one. And the other one, and I think I've asked about human resource. What is the current staff capacity versus the required capacity? And how does this gap affect NACI's ability to deliver on its 2026 and 2027 target at full 100% efficiency? And then the last one, I think, was about the challenges and the opportunities. And on that question, I've asked what measurable indicators in percentage or numerical terms will be used to assess improvement in NSI coordination, and what baseline statistics will be used to evaluate whether NACI interventions achievement quantifiable improvement in systems wide performance. Those questions, I think you can correct me, Chairperson. I didn't hear the department answer those questions. I thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, honorable members. I will now invite your good self, DG, to respond to the questions of honorable members and divide the labor amongst your DDGs and the CFO, and also the representative of NACI, the acting CEO and the board chairperson, to respond to the questions from the honorable members as were posed in our previous engagement. This is a continuation of the previous meeting, portfolio committee meeting. DG?
No, thank you very much, Chairperson. May I request the CFO to respond to all finance and procurement related questions? CFO, Robert.
Thanks, the DG. Morning, honorable members. Morning, Chair. Morning, DSI colleagues. Morning, executives from our entities. Thanks for the question. Maybe let me start with clarifying the question about the budget for NACI. In the last meeting, we did indicate that NACI at the moment is not a standalone institution. It still falls within the department. So they don't have a standalone budget. They don't have a vote, as we are now dealing with vote 35. They are not even listed, as we've indicated. The budget that they have is the allocation that was given to them by the department. And so the reason they don't have any budget under capital assets is because the budget is capital budget of the department is centralized. So NACI does not have its own budget as far as capital is concerned. As we have indicated in the last meeting, we said when NACI is listed, they will have their own budget where they will also have the budget for assets and all other admin functions. Currently, NACI does not have admin function. We did provide examples that they don't have their own IT, they don't have their own HR, they don't have their own finance. So they are still resorting within the department. So they don't, all the assets of NACI are procured by the department. They fall within the asset register of the department. So currently NACI is still, if I can put it, is a program within the department. It's not necessarily a standalone, but because it was established in terms of legislation, it has to report to Parliament like all other entities. And with regard to, there is a, Honorable Machadu talked about the distribution of budget. I hope my understanding is correct. The distribution of budget, he wanted to entities. We did share the distribution of budget to the entities. Maybe I can just quickly inform the members how the budget to the entities is distributed in terms of percentage.
CFO, maybe switch off the video and then reconnect. In the meantime, let me ask DDG Zwane to answer Honorable Swapo's questions. Please, Zwane.
Apologies, DG. Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, you are audible. We can hear you now.
May I not turn on my video, please, Chair?
Yes.
Yes.
Proceed. Yes, proceed. We understand the technicalities of connectivity.
Okay. Good morning, Chair. Good morning, DG, Deputy Minister. Good morning, DG, and all colleagues from entities and from DSTI. With regard to Honorable Sapo, yes, perhaps we misunderstood the question and concentrated on what is in the APP around the procurement numbers. However, we are currently in the process of the realignment. And that said, we have set our targets in terms of it still remains 5% even within the department in terms of people with disabilities. It may not be in the APP, but we've been quite intentional in making sure that we now have positions that we have earmarked for people with disabilities. Perhaps what we can do is to report to the portfolio committee when we do our quarterly updates. But what is the major thing that needs to happen right now is that we get approval of the structure from the DPSA and the budget thereof. However, there is a plan in terms of the department targeting certain positions for people with disabilities so that we meet the target of 5%. However, in the APP, like Honorable Sapo said, we have the procurement target, but the other one in terms of human resources within the department, it still exists, and we have been quite intentional about it in terms of targeting people with disabilities as well as women and youth. Thank you, DG.
So the question from Honorable Sapo was, you removed the 5% target, and in terms of the employment of persons with disabilities. So accordingly, so you once you see that you are not able to meet a target, you remove it from the APP. Can I understand? So you plan on it, and then if you see that you are not able to meet it, you remove it so that you don't respond or you don't report on your whether partially achieved, whether you have not achieved at all, but you simply remove it from the APP because you are not able to meet the target. Can I get an indication on why? Because the Honorable Sapo is asking, why did you remove the target and whether the target was met?
Chair, it's because we are currently not being able, the reason is because currently we are not able to fill in the positions. So because that is not something that is moving, we would not have an indicator that requires us to fulfill it, because we are not able to hire people up until the structure has been approved. However, we are also aware that at the approval of the structure, we may need to revise our APP, and perhaps then we would be able to measure these things, not necessarily because we are not able to meet it, because we are not able to get new people into the system through hiring them. We haven't been able to, hence our vacancy rate is so high currently. So that would be the reason, not because we were anticipating that we will not meet it just because we are not able to. But outside of that, we have targeted certain positions and been very intentional to say these ones will just be earmarked for youth, this one will be earmarked for people with disabilities. I'm not sure, Chair, if you can allow me, if Ms. Ngwenya can just add if there is anything else that she would like to clarify. Thank you, Chair. Ms. Ngwenya.
Honorable, before Ms. Ngwenya, you have responded in parables, and you've said a whole lot of things that I don't think you also understand yourself. You put a target of 5%. And because you are not able to meet the target, you remove it. And you are saying you are going to revise the APP and see how you work, but you remove it because you are not able to meet. And you are saying that you are not able to meet it because you are not able to bring, or you are not able to get people who meet that requirement to be employed. But instead of you reporting that on this target, we are at 0%, and you state the reasons of why you are not able to meet the target, instead you remove it, and then you say you think it's okay because you are now going to going to revise the APP, and then you perhaps maybe going to even put the percent on 3%. DG, can you come in and respond? Because I really don't understand how you put a target, and when you are not able to meet the target, you remove the target. And you're not reporting and saying on this target, we're not able to meet, we are at 0%. That's what we want as this portfolio. We don't want you to be creative and say you remove the target, we are going to revise and do this and respond to things that do not make any meaningful sense to some of us. DG?
Yeah, Chair, let me just apologize for this. And maybe, Chair, with your permission, because you had asked us to respond to other questions, that this one in particular, we will submit a written response and explain in detail to the portfolio committee, if
I
that's
think that
permissible.
I think that can be permissible. I think it requires a proper response. A written response will be sufficient for us, and I think the honourable members will be amenable to such a request from yourself, so that we are able to get factual information. And for the future, let us not play around the minds of honourable members. You know, if you are not able to respond, or you do not have sufficient information, there is nothing wrong with saying you want to go back, you want to go and give us or respond to the question factually. So, but we would not allow such a process where your members, DG, speak in parables and they respond to things that do not even make sense to them responding to. We can move to the next questions.
Okay, no, thank you. So let me ask Biwen, Bentaram, please respond to program 2 related questions.
Thank you, DG. Good morning to the Honourable Chair and Honourable members of the Portfolio Committee and colleagues, both from within DSTI and the entities. The key question really is, how do we move beyond demonstration to reach the market? And what are the incentives that we've got to assist with that transition from demonstration? So there are many models for commercializing products. Some of them relate to entrepreneurial companies that can actively develop the products and take them to market themselves. But there are other examples where a particular technology is developed and it requires to be demonstrated so that the private sector largely, but this can also apply to the public sector, has an opportunity to understand how well that particular technology functions in the context which it is designed for. There are a variety of incentives, including the tax incentives that can assist companies where they are requiring research development to expand and grow and advance their efficiencies. But to some extent, and I'm not the expert here, the fiscal climate is not only challenging to the public sector, it's also to the private sector. And so when you are demonstrating a particular technology, the private sector may not see that it is worthwhile they're investing in the technology to adopt it at this particular stage. That is one reason. I'm sure there are multiple other reasons that can the private sector in particular would apply to that. So demonstration is just one route to get a technology to market. What we do is, when we are supporting technology development, we are looking at the value chain to see how the proposed idea, technology, can actually reach the market. And as I said, there are multiple routes, one of which is demonstration, which requires the technology to be shown to be working at a pilot scale, at a small scale, that the industry or the public sector can analyze and engage with in order to see how it could be applied in their business. And to some extent, the fiscal climate at the moment is making things a lot more tricky for such investments. I can't comment on the space exploration DG. I'm afraid I don't feel competent to do that. For the portfolio committee's benefit, I'm acting for our Deputy Director General, who is currently ill in Belgium and is not able to participate. And unfortunately, I don't have the expertise to comment on the space issues. DG, I think that covers the key issues.
Okay, Ben. So let's ask DDG Patel. DDG Patel, if you want to make additions. Patel, please come in. Okay, so I'm not so sure if Patel is here, but Chair, in the meantime, let me. We thought on Friday last week we did respond to the question around VIMS, the phase 1 strategy. So we did indicate, Chair, that there is a phase 1 strategy, which is also now subject to the investigation by SIU. That strategy, Chair, as I said, it was subjected to independent reviews by a panel of international and local experts who provided feedback. And that feedback was then given to the service provider that helped us craft the phase 1 strategy. They did what they were supposed to do and submitted to the department. But what the department has subsequently done is to then revise. The process is underway to refine that phase 1 strategy with a view to then for the minister to go to cabinet chairperson, because this request for VIMS had come from the president at the height of COVID, and now the minister intends to take a revised or a refined phase 1 strategy to cabinet and thereafter release it to the public. But the minister had also committed to the portfolio committee, because he had been requested on few occasions before to come and brief the portfolio committee on this, that he will come, he will honor that once he has also have a final strategy. The minister remains committed to come and brief the portfolio committee on phase 1. So phase 2 will then happen once cabinet and of course parliament has been provided with a final version of the strategy. I hope this time around, Chair, we have clarified that question on VIMS. So the investigation is ongoing, as we did indicate. Then there was okay. So the issue around space, again, Honorable Chairperson, just to indicate that the department implements the National Space Program. And then, of course, as we did indicate, that we have entities that implement our policies and strategies. So a bulk of our space program work is implemented through SANSA, but some aspect of it is also implemented through UKZN, ASRI Center, that is helping us to develop the indigenous space launching program. So ASRI is actually helping us to develop the rocket engine. With an intention to build a port which will serve the economy, and we could host different partners through that port. So at this stage, ASRI has demonstrated some capability regarding that rocket launch. And we really encourage honorable members to visit that entity. It's one of its kind, but it requires lot of money for the state to be investing in that program. So there is also work, the space work that is being done at CSIR. But ultimately, what we want as South Africa is to be able to have our own space launching capability, to be able to have our own satellites that we would launch. But we're also working as part of the AU project. And that's why SANSA has been managing the EOSat-1 program, chairperson. So when we're saying that earlier on that SANSA will elaborate, is simply that because it's implementing some of our space program, they can then provide further details. But at a policy level, this is what we are doing, and which we have tried to clarify. That really we have this space program that the department is leading, implemented through SANSA, ASRI at UKZN and CSIR. And of course, we're working in partnership. These entities, they work with the private sector as well, and a range of other stakeholders. Chair, there was a question around from Honorable Mtambi. I think the issue around commercialization, indeed, Honorable Mtambi, that's exactly what we are saying, that our intention as a department is to make sure that our science, technology, and innovation system, or the national system of innovation, develops the necessary capabilities to be able to take research results right through patenting, which at this stage we're having NIPMO, which is under the department, the National Intellectual Property Management Office, which is working with different stakeholders, particularly universities, where we are working with universities that have been funded by the state to translate their research results into patents. We have set up offices of technology transfers, but we have also, the state has established the Technology Innovation Agency, which plays a critical role, which even the Honorable Chair tried to articulate. Again, it's part of helping us to move beyond piloting or demonstration phase, right through supporting those innovators with ideas that they can then take to the commercialization space. The commercialization space, that's where DTIC, small business, they play into. That's where we have to work closely with those departments. We do have incentives, Chair. I'm quite mindful of time. We have the Innovation Fund, which is a fund of funds, which we have previously presented fully to the Portfolio Committee. We have the tax incentives scheme. We have the sector innovation scheme. These are some of the incentives that we have in place, which are geared towards helping us to deal partly with this commercialization conundrum. But we are also working hard to develop a comprehensive funding strategy to engage the private sector, so that we can then improve and support CSIR, TIA, and others in their quest to make sure that we move beyond pilots and demonstrators. So, Chairperson, the Honorable Chair, let me pause there. And again, as you have requested last week, the department will provide full written responses to all questions that would have been asked. And I hope we will be able to answer all questions to the satisfaction of the Portfolio Committee. Thank you very much, Chair.
The CFO, you were cut.
Oh, sorry. Yes, Robert, please come back and finish your responses. Apologies, Chair.
No, thanks, DJ, and apologies for that. My computer just froze. No, okay, thanks. Let me respond on the question that was posed by Honorable Sapo about the funding that is showing under SAGNASP. SAGNASP, we used to pay them through a contract to implement some of the projects that the department wanted, and also to cater for some of their administrative functions where they lacked funding. So the decision was taken that rather than transferring it through a contract year after year, let's have a line item dedicated to SAGNASP. So from the current financial year, they will be having a line dedicated to, assist ASAF in achieving most of their objectives. And there was a question that posed by Honorable Mazoni about SANSA and the challenges it has with DINER. And then she wanted to know when will there be a decision on how this is going to be resolved. DG, maybe can we respond this maybe in writing, because some of the discussion are still taking place on how to resolve the SANSA issue, and we have not yet as a department finalized those discussions. Perhaps if we can provide a written response to that one. And the distribution of budget by Honorable Majadu. Honorable Majadu asked the question about how is the budget distributed. I said my understanding, I hope is correct. I hope he refers to the budget to the entities. Maybe if I can just indicate, for the current year, for example, our entities are going to be provided 3 billion in 26-27. And 27-28, they are going to receive 3.2 billion, and 28-29, they are going to receive 3.3 billion. In terms of distribution, a percentage, which I will share, CSIR, from the parliamentary grant funding, they are going to get 33.8%. NRF, National Research Foundation, CSIR, they are going to get 33.4%. Technology Innovation Agency, they are going to receive 15.1%. And Human Science Research Council, they are going to receive 10.5%. South African National Space Agency, they are going to receive 5.9%. And then Academy of Sciences of South Africa, they are going to receive 1.1%. This is in terms of parliamentary grant distribution. But we are also having a contract funding that we transfer to these entities where they are implementing some of the projects that they have with the department. And DG, I think as far as finances, I hope the response with regard to NACI, to Honorable Mutunu, when I was kicked out, was appropriately responded to, because my understanding was that I was kicked out when I wanted to respond on the issue of the budget distribution.
No, CFO, you respond to the Honorable Mtunu's question sufficiently. You were cut in the middle, you were breaking, so let's get back to that question on the immovable assets.
Immovable assets, yeah. Okay, thanks, Chair. As I've indicated, Chair and honorable members, in the last meeting, NACI is still falling within the department. It does not have its own standalone budget. It's not appropriated budget by Parliament, like the CSIR, NRF, and others. So the budget of NACI is still within the DSTI budget. So NACI, for example, they don't have the capital asset line item, because the capital asset line item is centralized in the department. And all the assets of NACI, they are falling within the asset register of the department. NACI will have its own admin function, as I've indicated, when they are listed and then removed out of the DSTI, and they become a standalone institution where they will have all the the support function, the IT, finance, HR, and others. At the moment, NACI is still within the DSTI, so they don't have their own capital assets, because the capital assets, as I've indicated, is centralized, and then NACI is still a sub-program, a program within the department. Thanks.
Thank you very much.
Yes, coming.
Yeah. Yes, thank you very much, Chair. I was going to ask, because the DM is here, because maybe I cannot respond on the tensions between the board and the minister. Maybe DM could address that question.
Thank you very much, DG. And thanks very much to you, Chair. Good morning to everyone in the platform. Chair, when it comes to the question that Honorable Mazoni has raised, the perceived tensions between the board members and, of SANSA and the department, I will always say there will always be tensions when we work, when we're at work, but with the program that the ministry has started with all the boards, where we have got sessions where we sit down with the boards just to discuss and have discussions as to what is happening in various entities and where they lead. Really, SANSA is part of that program. Now and again, the department is having those sessions with SANSA. For now, there is nothing much where we can say it's something that cannot be resolved, but we can even also write more to you as portfolio committee, or even share what we discussed with various boards. But it's a process that we're in, trying to iron out. I wouldn't even say the misunderstanding, but to understand each other is to say, how do we work? How do we make sure that being entities as they are, but they carry out the mandate of the DSTI and making sure that they build the NSI of our country. So I wouldn't say much really on the tensions, but I will say those are just the working tensions, as we are saying, as we move on. And it's not only peculiar to SANSA, but those are the discussions that we are having with all the boards of our entities. Thank you, Chair.
Honourable members, I think sufficiently the questions have been, all the questions that we have canvassed have been responded to. However, in our previous meeting, we did take the approach that says we are going to have a matrix and a tracking of questions that are asked before the portfolio. All those questions, with the support of our technical team behind the scenes, they will be capturing those questions, and those questions will be put up as written questions, and we will expect the department to then also give us written responses that assist us, all of us as members, because we'll be having this written responses coming from the department and the entities, so that in the future we are able to track down in terms of matters that were arising, or matters that needed the attention of the department, entity, or ourselves, or the ministry to be finalized. So that will assist us not to just ask questions for the sake of asking questions, but it will assist us to also have something written down, and something that we can be able to then make follow-up based on. And I would want to urge members for us to allow the department to step down, so that we can be able to take the presentations from the entities that are before us for this for the exercise of today. Can I get an indication if members are okay with that suggestion that I am putting forward? Thank you, honourable members. I see with a show of hands and that members are okay with the suggestion that I am putting forward. Let us allow the department with our support team to forward the written questions, and then allow them to sufficiently respond to this. And this will be a weekly process. We do not expect that when we, after a portfolio committee, when we send at the end of business day, when we send the written responses, the department must take a week or two to respond. It means within that week, we must be able to get the written responses. The time now is exactly 14 minutes past. I will allow, in terms of the agenda that is before us, is that the entities are presenting for an hour. They're giving us a presentation for an hour. And I would allow CSIR to begin their presentation as they are starting now at 11:15. By 11:15, we shall conclude with your presentation. So time, let us improve. I want us to improve on our time allocation for this meeting. Over to yourself, CSIR, to give us your presentation, and please stick to the hour that is allocated to yourself.
Good morning, Chairperson and honorable members. I was expecting the Chairperson of the board, Mr. Jahana, who I see is on call, to introduce the presentation. Maybe he's struggling with the technology.
Okay, let's allow the Chairperson.
Chair, thank you very much. I'm struggling with technology. I'm in Tolo in the Eastern Cape. The network is not great here, but I will. If I wanted to just register that I'm here with the management team of the CSIR, but then the CEO will lead the presentation. I'm struggling with the bandwidth where I am today. Thank you.
And it's understandable, Chairperson. Over to you, CEO.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jahana, Honorable Chairperson and members of the Portfolio Committee, Deputy Minister of Science, Technology and Innovation, DG, colleagues, good morning. My name is Tulani Dlamini. I am the Chief Executive Officer of the CSIR. And with the CSIR executive team, we will take you through the annual performance plan of the CSIR. So the outline of our presentation will speak on today's 8 points. The first one being a review, an overview of the CSR, talking to our mandate, our values, our strategic intent, and the like. We'll then share some of the key strategic initiatives that we intend to pursue in the coming year. We'll share some of our plans focusing on technology commercialization as executed by CSR C-Cubed, our special purpose vehicle, which is focusing on this issue for the organization. We'll reflect very briefly on some of our plans to extend our partnerships on the African continent. We'll share some of our plans in terms of human capital development, financial sustainability, and governance. And then we'll reflect on the key performance indicators for the next year, for the current year, for the CSIR. And then at the end, we'll conclude by sharing some of the risks that our organization is facing. So if I speak to the mandate and the overview first, now the CSIR is a national business enterprise which was established in 1945 through the CSIR Act. Section 3 of this Act speaks to the mandate of the organization, that we are expected to undertake directed research and technological innovation that fosters industrial development, that supports the creation of a capable state, and that addresses some of the socio-economic challenges that our country is facing. We're expected to do this in partnership with principals in the public and the private sector, and that ultimately everything that we do at the CSIR ought to contribute to improving the quality of life of the people of South Africa. I want to emphasize the fact that our mandate says that our work ought to be directed by the needs of the state and the needs of industry. That presupposes a very close working relationship between ourselves and the state in particular. It presupposes that that relationship is not transactional in nature, but strategic and long-term, and that the CSR is embedded in terms of the implementation of the priorities of the state. Our vision, which we take from our mandate, is that we see ourselves as accelerators of socio-economic prosperity in South Africa through leading innovation. And how we deliver on this vision is by collaboratively innovating and localizing technologies whilst providing knowledge solutions for the inclusive and sustainable advancement of industry and society. So issues of localization are very important to us. The chair spoke to this in her opening remarks, that we realize that we don't need to innovate for the sake of innovating, that if there are solutions that exist in other parts of the world, we must have the courage to bring those, to adapt them for the specific needs of our country. But also localization as the element of reducing our dependence on imported technologies by developing our own intellectual property and commercializing that. We are very mindful of this fact, and you would see later on when we talk about our key performance indicators, that it's something that receives a lot of attention in our organization. We also realize that our contribution is not only through technology, but also through knowledge. And hence later on, when we talk about our key performance indicators, we'll reflect on our contributions, for instance, to the development of standards, to the development of new policies, to enable the state and the private sector to be informed users and buyers of technology. Issues of sustainability are also top of mind in terms of what we do in the organization. We are a values-driven organization. We have 4 values that guide and drive the way that we do our business and that we conduct ourselves and that we interact with each other. We believe and we strive for excellence and quality in everything that we do. We are a people-centered organization that respects the diversity of each and every person that we encounter, either as people that work in the CSIR or business partners. We act with integrity in all our business engagements, and we respect the trust that our colleagues and our partners place in our organization. Collaboration is at the heart of what the CSR does. The chair also spoke to this issue of collaboration and coordination. The work that we do at the CSR is not for the CSIR, but is to serve the needs of government, of industry, and of the South African public. So we can only do that which we do in our organization if we collaborate. So hence, this is a very critical value for us as a CSIR. Our work contributes towards achieving these 4 high-level statements. One is that we contribute to the inclusive growth of the South African economy through the work that we do in the organization, but also we strive for the growth of the CSIR. Our work contributes towards improving the competitiveness and sustainability of South African businesses, but also contribute to the financial sustainability of the CSIR. Our work creates impact through the commercialization of the intellectual property that we generate at the CSIR with partners in the public and the private sector. But also we create impact through the transfer of both technology and knowledge to support the creation of a capable state. Through this, we demonstrate the relevance of science, technology, and innovation as a key driver and enabler of industrial development on the one hand, and secondly, as a key driver for the creation of a capable state. We have set ourselves these 5 strategic objectives. The first 3 speak to outputs, outcomes, and the impact that we need to create. And the last 2 are more internally focused, talking about the capabilities that we wish to develop in the organization, our governance, as well as issues of sustainability. The first strategic objective is that we conduct research and development of transformative technologies. But not only that, we also want to accelerate the diffusion of these technologies in areas where they can create impact, be it in government, in industry, or in society at large. We want to contribute towards improving the competitiveness of high-impact industries in South Africa, and by so doing, support the reindustrialization of our country. The third objective is the role that we do to drive socio-economic transformation through research, development, and innovation that supports the development of a capable state. We see ourselves as having this dual mandate of contributing to industrial development on the one hand, and on the other hand, supporting the creation of a capable state. The fourth objective is about building and transforming human capital and infrastructure. The chair spoke to the issue of transformation. That is also a topic which is top of mind for our organization. And then lastly, we want to diversify our income streams by attracting and growing our income from the private and international sectors. We want to maintain financial sustainability as well as good governance in the CSIR. We have set ourselves these 9 focus areas. 6 of them speak to specific industrial sectors that we wish to support. And the last 3 talk about cross-cutting capabilities that we are developing within the CSIR that supports government, that support industry and society in general. We focus on advanced agriculture and food, on chemicals, we focus on health, we focus on manufacturing, mining, as well as defense and security. And later on, when we speak to specifics of some of the strategic initiatives that we wish to pursue in the coming period, the members of the committee will get a sense of some of the work that we intend to do in these areas to drive industrial development and to drive the creation of a capable state. The last 3 areas of focus covers issues such as environmental sustainability, energy, water, smart infrastructure. We do work in the area of mobility to look at ensuring that our country has an efficient, effective, and integrated logistics sector. And then lastly, we do work that supports digital transformation of both industry and government, a topic again which was mentioned by the chairperson in her opening remarks. But this is in essence the work that the CSR does and the areas of focus that we pursue in our organization. If I look then at a very high level in terms of some of the priorities that we'll be pursuing in the MTF period, we'll continue our focus of supporting the chemicals and pharma industries by developing technologies that contribute towards sustainability of these industries through advanced materials and processes, IKS systems, as well as pursuing the goal of creating a circular economy in the different sectors of the South African economy. We'll contribute towards the development of a sovereign health sector through the work that we do that covers cancer treatment, point-of-care diagnostic tools, forensic analysis, an area that we have pursued in earnest, particularly in the previous year, and will continue with it in this year, working with the South African Police Service, continue to focus on vaccine manufacturing, skills development, and pandemic preparedness. We'll do work that will contribute towards the modernization of the agricultural sector within South Africa, building on the capabilities that we've developed in the past through the development of technologies and tools for primary production and secondary processing of agricultural produce, as well as supporting the development of the cannabis industry in South Africa. We will support the modernization of the mining sector through mining digital twins, automation systems, simulation tools, and advanced modeling capabilities that we have developed within the CSIR. And all of these will contribute towards improving productivity, safety, and data-driven decision-making in the mining sector. Will contribute to the modernization and growth and competitiveness of the manufacturing industry through localization and adaptation of cutting-edge technologies and facilities for different sectors, including rail, health, energy, space, and others. We'll continue our work in terms of supporting the Department of Defense and military veterans through the work that we do for the South African National Defence Force as the sovereign R&D capability of the state in this area. Through the work that we do will enable the SANDF to be a smart user and smart buyer of technology systems that are critical for their operations. We'll also support the development of a resilient natural and built environment to ensure sustainable housing, efficient and reliable basic services, and sustainable livelihoods. We'll enhance the functioning and performance of our logistics system in South Africa through the tools that we develop and the technology solutions that we deploy together with our partners. We'll continue to contribute towards improving the effectiveness and efficiency of government services by leveraging digital technologies as we've done in the past, focusing on health, security, and many others. We also want to position the CSIR as a key role player in the digital transformation and security of key sectors such as the financial services, mining, security, and others. We want to position the CSIR at the center of technology support to the public sector through a revised mandate. And I'm pleased to mention that we've already had some very positive engagements with various structures of government on this particular issue, and we're making significant progress in terms of achieving this objective. We will drive the commercialization of CSR intellectual property and other publicly funded research outcomes through collaboration with various players in our national system of innovation. We want to leverage partnerships in the African continent to expand business opportunities for the CSR, but also to create more opportunities for collaboration in addressing issues that affect the African continent as a whole. And then lastly, we want to use public-private partnerships to support investment in commercially viable fixed assets that are aligned to the CSR business. If I can move on now and invite my colleagues, starting with Dr. Rachel Chikwamba, followed by Dr. Mudodi Maseremola, and lastly, Dr. Sandile Malinga, to speak to some of the specific initiatives that we wish to pursue in the different focus areas of the CSR. Dr. Chikwamba, if I can hand over to you, please.
Thank you very much, CEO. Good morning to our honorable members of the Portfolio Committee, to the DM, to the DG, and to all executives of the entities present and our chair of the CSIR board and others. Let me start by focusing on our interventions in the agricultural sector, where there are many challenges as well as opportunities that we seek to take advantages of. The challenges, I think, are well known, and they span climate change, impacting lower productivity, food shortages, and higher prices. And here we are deploying climate smart innovations that will help our farmers, in particular emerging farmers, to make the most of what it is that is possible in agriculture. In biosecurity and trade, we have all seen the ravages of animal disease, in particular, and more recently, the issue of FMD. We need better biosecurity, better tracking of these epidemics, better vaccines and digital tools to enable us to deal with these epidemics, but as well as to prevent disease through effective vaccination. And we're doing a lot of work in local vaccine production and the development of digital surveillance and diagnostics tools. In technology adoption, we must expand technology and innovation for competitiveness in primary production and in agro-processing. And here you find us proposing and putting forward innovations that deal with expanding the opportunities presented by agro-processing and food innovations so that we expand the types of value-added offerings that our country, our farmers, and our processors can put onto local and international markets. Market transformation is got issues of barriers to entry for SMMEs. This mostly because of challenges in terms of access to cutting-edge innovations, but importantly, being able to make their products safe enough to be able to enter new markets. We propose innovations using metabolomics and other technologies to provide advanced analytics to ensure that the food that they produce can be guaranteed safe and can be acceptable in local and global markets. On emerging industries, cannabis is a sector that has got a lot of promise. It's a sector that has operated perhaps under the radars for many years. And what we try to do here is to support, through technology and innovation, the mainstreaming of this industry, focusing very specifically on enabling SMMEs and startups to participate in this market with value-added products, to include health and food products that are value-adding and that can bring value to the farmers beyond the creative uses of cannabis. On food innovation and safety, there is a very clear demand for alternative protein sources, alternative foods, and better analytics around food safety. And there is an opportunity here, not necessarily aligned, but to present indigenous foods as alternative, healthy food options for our growing population locally and abroad. Livestock and aquaculture faces a lot of health and cost pressures that require modern opportunities. And we have a whole capability that we've invested in, focusing on advanced diagnostics, vaccines, and therapeutics for our fish and aquaculture industries. And the circular economy aims to reduce emissions, to valorize food waste, and to circularize food chains. And we provide solutions to this end. If I can have the next slide ever so quickly, CEO. Next. Our innovations respond to a number of strategies that are outlined there, to include alignment to the agriculture and agro-processing master plan, the revised strategic plan of the DSTI, the Agenda 2063 when we look to the African continent, looking at the previous bioeconomy strategy, the white paper on science and innovation, among many others. Next. Next slide. Key priorities in agriculture and food for the next year include our smart agriculture, where our 4IR technology platforms are being developed to increase the efficiency of crop production in this era of climate unpredictability, to increase the contribution of small to medium farmers to primary production, and to really help in understanding the movements in price of crops with implications for profitability and logistics. We take also pride in helping those that predict yields and overall productivity of each season through the support of this platform. In agro-processing, we're developing, as pictures reflect here, products that are value-added, some from cannabis, some from indigenous food sources, to ensure that we introduce IKS-based food products into the market, and we help and support the development of the rural economy. We establish the value chains for hemp as well, over and above the cannabis food and health uses that I have explained. We also support the enhancement of food product quality, safety, and authenticity, leading to customer trust in market access locally and abroad. And I also want to place emphasis on the SABR platform. The SABR platform stands for the System for Agricultural Biosafety and Epidemiology Research, which is a platform that we're developing, which integrates biosecurity, biosafety, and disease surveillance across the agricultural value chain to facilitate real-time reporting of biosecurity biosafety and surveillance of pests and diseases across the agricultural value chain, and to assist farmers with disease outbreak intelligence, and thereby positively impact agricultural production and proactively control disease before it really causes economic damage. Next slide. In the chemicals and health space, I'm going to be very quick. Health and pharmaceuticals development. We face here a dual-tiered health system where the bulk of the spend is on 16% of the population. 84% of the spend is on leaving only 16% for the bulk of the population. Our interventions here are very focused on local production of the pharmaceuticals that are imported to address health sovereignty and pandemic preparedness, but also to ensure that when you manufacture locally these things, we can address issues of equity. The high burden of disease shows that this health system is under pressure, in particular with growing chronic disease, where we're focusing our work on precision medicine to also beyond the work that we do in infectious disease solutions to provide solutions for cancer and for other emerging chronic diseases through precision medicine. We are focusing, as I indicated, on localization, not just of the pharmaceuticals and vaccines as indicated, but also on diagnostics. Diagnostics is a huge component of the capability to identify disease and to bring it under control. We focus on continental health priorities, where we work lock in step with the African Union and their intentions associated with the 2030 roadmap on improving access to medicines and local manufacturing, and their idea to increase local production on the continent of vaccines by up to 60% by 2040. We're working on artificial intelligence to help us to revolutionize drug discovery, clinical trial optimization, and enhanced diagnostics. On translational research, we're looking at infrastructure, and this is huge for us, infrastructure that enables the movement of the discovery outputs from early stages of research to market-ready products that go through the clinic, and I will talk to this. And in health, we speak to the policy misalignment, perhaps, where industrial policy that seeks to drive the local manufacturing of health products must align perhaps with procurement of medicines by the departments of health, so that we favor local production instead of focusing solely on the least cost production and imports. Next slide, kindly. We align with the national health imperatives of the National Health Insurance, of the Medium-Term Development Plan, with the National Strategic Plan, the SAI goals, and I've already spoken to our intentions to align with the African Union intentions. Next slide. And the huge, the most critical interventions that I would like to highlight here is our work in pharmaceutical interventions. Chair, one of the things that is lacking in our country is the ability to make from innovation end-to-end drug substance and then put that through to clinical development, over to finish fill and a thriving pharmaceuticals sector. We offer here our multi-capability platform called Future Pharma. Future Pharma is a capability that allows us to move the outputs of research, and South Africa is really very good at research and development, but we are not so good at translating that research and development into clinical grade products on the market that are homegrown. This facility enables the CSIR to do this work, but not just for its own innovations, but for the innovations that come out of the South African Health Innovation System, the NACI. This capability is well poised to drive the intentions of the vaccine innovation and manufacturing strategy that is under finalization. And it focuses as well on driving workforce development to ensure that as this pharmaceutical industry emerges, we are in a good position to have a workforce that can work in it. We're driving diagnostics on the next platform, a diagnostics platform that allows us to make diagnostics technologies and gadgets locally. But importantly, I want to highlight the work that we want to do. We are already starting to do with SAPS, forensics laboratories, by extending their own capabilities through a forensic satellite lab at the CSIR to expand the country's abilities for DNA testing capacity, to address backlog issues, and to lay a foundation to ensure that we will always have cutting-edge solutions to help with the delivery of justice in a timeless manner through DNA and other forensics, molecular forensics capabilities. In drug development, I've already spoken to the work that we're doing in personalized medicines and pharmacovigilance, where we've got cutting-edge tools for precision cancer treatment, for tracing how drugs approved in our markets are performing, and dealing with issues of adverse drug reactions. We are putting in place the hub for our South African synthetic biology roadmap to deal with all these issues. And these are the interventions, Chair, in agriculture, agro-processing, in pharmaceuticals, in health. And I would like to leave it here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Chikwamba. Dr. Maling. So, Dr. Masermal, please.
Thank you, CEO. Honorable members of the Portfolio Committee, Honorable Deputy Minister, CEOs, board chairs, colleagues. So one of the long-standing sectors of the South African economy is mining. For this particular sector, the challenges that are on us include global commodity volatility. This year, you will have seen in the recent past commodity price fluctuations that are affected in part by geopolitical tensions that impact several sectors, infrastructure bottlenecks, constraints in electricity, rail, and ports, limit efficiency of moving products, regulatory complexity, slow approvals, and unclear policies deter investment and foreign direct investment, low exploration, minimal new discoveries, and limited pipeline for greenfields projects in mining. In other words, very few new mining operations in the country. Disinvestment trend, major players exiting or reducing exposure to South Africa due to operational and policy risks. So the strategic opportunities on the horizon include critical minerals demand. We've seen the repositioning of global powers in terms of their access to critical minerals. So strategic partnerships are an answer to drive regional expertise and rebuilding research, development, and innovation in mining ecosystem. Economic growth from beneficiation of energy transition minerals, strategic investment in growing value chains spanning exploration, mining, manufacturing, and exports, mine modernization and digital transformation. This becomes very important as trade will be driven in the main by proper modernization and increase safety and increase rewards from trade in these minerals. The circular economy, waste valorization, closed loop systems, water stewardship, post-mine closure solutions, so that we don't see the nightmares that occur in post-mining towns and cities. Workforce development, including digital skills, 4IR training, VR-based, virtual reality-based learning, transparent reporting on sustainable finance and stakeholder engagement. Next slide, please. So in terms of alignment to national priorities, as I said, the mining is one of the mainstays in the national economy. NDP, National Development Plan goals, as they are very congruent with the Sustainable Development Goals, there is a strong a strong look that we always take to make sure that we are relevant to the issues that face the country and the globe. In this regard, critical minerals and metal strategy for the country, infrastructure, digital technology, and skills in mining. South Africa remains one of the most reliable sources of mining skills globally, as one can check by looking at some of the leaders globally. They always will have several South Africans in their mix. So in that regard, the opportunities that arise out of our history and our desire to improve the economy, we believe mining will play a critical role. Next slide, please. Next slide, CEO.
Yeah,
So
it's taking a bit of time. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. CSIR strategic initiatives for the mining sector include supporting the mining industry, zero harm safety initiative, delivering advanced testing and training services. We continue to support the sector in terms of making sure that there is safety in the operations in mines, enabled by data-driven decision support tools, strengthening performance and safety across the mining value chain, enhancing operational decision-making through data-driven insights, supporting the mining industry's zero harm objectives. Along these lines, we do testing for ropes that are used to take miners down the shafts and to take the products, the ore up out of the shaft, to make sure that there is safety, and we're striving towards zero harm. In other words, that we come to expect that every miner returns home after their shift. Optimizing mining extraction processes for improved efficiency and productivity, developing innovative technologies and processes that promote safer and healthier working environments. So automation and digital technologies. Here we're looking at technologies that support job creation and job retention, while at the same time improving the mining processes across the value chain. Accelerating people-centered digital transformation by deploying smart mining technology solutions. Scale mining digital twin technologies and simulation tools to improve planning, operations, and risk management. Strengthening digital infrastructure and data governance frameworks, ensuring secure, reliable, and interoperable systems across the mining value chain, and accelerating the shift to intelligent, data-driven mining operations, enabling automation, remote operations, and real-time decision-making. Advanced next-generation digital solutions. Among these, we're looking at being able to have communications underground, so that the miners will have much better situational awareness underground, while at the same time retaining as many jobs as possible. At globally competitive critical minerals mining value chain, here we're hoping to have a stake for the country in terms of beneficiation of minerals as we take them out of the ground, to make sure that there is we increase high-paying jobs, while at the same time benefiting the country and the national economy. So building technology, skills, and mining innovation ecosystems for global competitive and responsible critical minerals value chain. Identifying future research, development, innovation gaps to strengthen long-term competitiveness. developing the resource development zones, concept to enable critical mineral growth. By this resource development zones, we're seeking to have an innovation where mining, beneficiation, and manufacturing are co-located in such a manner that a lot of value is created before the products leave the mining zone. Building specialized research development, innovation skills and expertise to close competitiveness gaps, supporting mining decarbonization through sustainable technology and innovation. Next slide,
We need
please.
to speed it up a bit, Dr. Masaramuri. We're going to run out of
All
time.
All right. Challenges and opportunities in the mining in the manufacturing sector. Structural inefficiencies, outdated processes, aging equipment, and uncoordinated modernization subverts local industry global competitiveness. Energy instability, unreliable and insufficient power supply impedes mineral beneficiation. So these are some of the things that we require. Strategic opportunities include medical equipment, supporting development of industrial policies and innovation to boost local manufacturing and positioning the country for the NHI, industrial modernization, adopting 4IR, AI, digital and smart factory technologies, green transition, developing the value chain that involves mining, beneficiation and manufacturing of systems will boost economic growth. Next slide, Chair. Next slide. Okay. So for manufacturing, again, there is a strong alignment with national policies and United and UN development goals. Next slide, please. So for manufacturing, we're looking at industrial machinery and equipment, developing globally competitive technologies through reverse engineering, system design, multidisciplinary optimization, and life cycle product development, supporting the medical devices and manufacturing, health sector strategy, and rail industry development initiatives. Let me stop here, Chair.
Thank you very much, Dr. Malinga. If you can also please try and speed up. We are running behind.
Thank you. The challenges that were addressed.
Before you begin, Doctor, CEO, you have up to 15:15, which will be 11:15, which was an hour. Can you work within that time frame?
Yes, we'll try and do that, Chair. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Dr. Malinga, please.
Yes, thanks. The challenges that we're addressing include rapid urbanization, looking at climate risk, water scarcity, and the transition in terms of energy, and in particular to capacitate municipalities in a number of resources as well as training. Let's move on to the next slide. The work that we do is aligned with the number of policies as indicated here. I'm not going to go through this. Let's move to the key areas that we focus on. There are 3 areas that we're going to focus on: human settlements, utilization, and services. Here, we're looking at developing tools and materials that will improve planning. And the main issue is to ensure that there's sustainable living, looking at issues of energy, water, waste management, and better planning, as well as buildings that are resilient to climate change. We'll be looking at industrial revitalization. How can we move towards a low carbon economy that's competitive? Issues of just energy transition, circular economy in terms of our industry, and then empowering our ports and our coast, looking at how they are efficient, as well as the communities around. These have now been exposed to severe climate instances, and making sure that they are protected and more resilient are some of the things that we're going to focus on. Moving on to the next one. The challenges in terms of our digital economy include the fragmented digital framework that we have as a country and lack of access in communities that are not provided in terms of digital resources, as well as accessibility in terms of broadband, are some of the things that we will be looking at as the CSIR. Looking at, let's move to the next slide. And in responding to the policies, in particular, we're going to be contributing to the South African digital roadmap that has now been launched by the presidency and ensuring that we contribute to that. And in particular, we'll look at three things in this regard. Smart government services, ensuring that our government services are digital and more efficient. The work that we're doing in health, as well as supporting home affairs, looking at digital identity, the exchange systems, the payment systems that we'll be working on as the CSIR are some of the things that we'll be doing. We'll continue with the financial inclusion. We did support our country in terms of getting out of the grey listing, and we'll be looking at how we can ensure that the transactions that are there are credible, and we control illicit transfers of finances in our country. We'll also be looking at the digital economy, improving access, making sure that communities in the rural areas have better access, looking at more cost-effective ways of ensuring connectivity for marginalized communities are some of the things that we're focusing on. Thank you.
Very much, Dr. Malinga Steyn. Can you take a minute on the CSRC cubed work? Steyn.
Thank you. Sorry. Thank you, CEO. Honorable Chair, honorable members. I'll be very brief about the slide. CSIR C-Cubed is a 100% subsidiary of a CSIR that was created to commercialize specifically intellectual property emanating from the CSIR. We basically have one objective, and that is to accelerate the commercialization of CSIR IP, and we do that through two channels. First, basically, direct investments into pre-revenue and early-stage startups that is built on CSIR technology. And where venturing is not the appropriate route, we will enter into strategic IP licensing arrangements with our partners. In terms of our process, our technology actually typically goes through four stages before reaching the market. The first one is what we will call pipeline scouting. This is where we identify the CSIR innovations that have commercial application within the CSIR divisions. We would then evaluate those opportunities, and in terms of pipeline building, we will invest in those opportunities to de-risk them. It's important to note that this investment really takes the form of focusing on commercial activities such as prototyping, certification, sorting out regulatory pathways, market validation, etc. Should the opportunity then be ready for commercialization through venturing, we partner with venture capital and corporate investors to scale the venture beyond what the CSIR can do alone. Typically, CSIR inventions are not of a gadget nature, but more of a deep tech nature, which requires deeper pockets and longer periods of investment. It is also important that we are an active investor, and we do active licensing management. We take board positions on the companies that we have invested in, and where appropriate, we also provide them with strategic advisors. In terms of our targets, financially, we aim for a 3x return or a 25% IRR. We want to do 3 to 5 deals a year, and in that process, we will most probably screen roughly about 15 technologies to get to 3 or 5 opportunities. Developmentally, every deal carries an embedded transformation requirement, and our focus at the moment is really on job creation and local manufacturing. In short, Chairperson, we are just not a generic venture fund. We are a deep tech vehicle drawing from unique sovereign research base. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Steyn. The next slide speaks to some of the initiatives that we're trying to drive on the African continent. Dr. Naidu, can you speak to this in a minute, please?
Good morning, Honorable Chair, Honorable Members, Deputy Minister, DG, and officials of the department. For our Large Africa initiative, we will expand our work on the continent through the establishment of an African Research Technology Organization network that will serve as a united voice for science, technology, and innovation on the continent. And we seek to do this in order to leverage continental capabilities across RTOs on the continent so that we can implement continental strategies like STISA 2034, which prioritizes agriculture, health, ICT, the environment and climate, as well as AU 2063 vision. We intend to position this platform as the mandated AU advisory on STI, and in so doing, provide the much needed support for policy development, decision-making, development of standards, regulations, SMME development, industrial development, and commercialization. Priorities for this year will include securing support of anchor RTOs, launching this initiative sometime this year with CSIR as the founding secretariat, and adopt a founding charter and adopt catalytic initiatives. Thank you, CEO.
Thank you. In terms of human capital development, there are various initiatives that we are driving in the organization, and they are contained in this slide, and there's a lot more detail in the document that has been submitted as well. So I'll skip this slide and go straight to financial sustainability, and I'll invite the CFO to speak to this next two slides, please. Ms. Opperman.
Good morning, Honourable Chair, Honourable Members of the Portfolio Committee, Deputy Minister, Director General, officials of the Department, Chair of the CSIR Board, and colleagues of the entities. The CSIR continues to operate within both a challenging national and international economic environment. For the 2026-27 financial year, we have, however, been allocated a baseline PG allocation of 735.1 million, representing an increase of 33 million from the previous financial year, as well as a ring-fenced PG allocation set aside for defined programs and subject to the achievement of specific milestones of 495.1 million, representing an increase of 5.7% from the previous financial year. Despite this overall increase of 5.12% in our PG allocation, the CSIR's PG has been declining in real terms due to the previous cuts implemented. This decline, coupled with a contracting economy, rising legislative demands, above inflation increases in categories such as utilities and insurance costs, and intensified competition for skilled talent, makes it increasingly challenging to sustain operations and to achieve our strategic objectives. This necessitates a strong focus on growing our contract R&D income for financial sustainability. Next slide, please. Our 2026-27 budget is conservative. The budget reflects a small net loss of 9.8 million, mainly because the operating environment remains constrained and volatile. As mentioned, we are seeing continued upward pressure on fixed and operating costs such as utilities, fuel, security, ICT, and facilities. While our contract income growth is modest in a difficult economic climate where both public and private clients are delaying decisions, scaling back scope, or stretching our payment cycles. The budget is thus intentionally cautious and reflects the cost base we must carry to sustain our critical capability. We are budgeting total operating revenue growth of 2.3% on a comparable basis with our forecast. With regard to our cost discipline, our total spend is budgeted to rise by 1.6%, staying below this revenue growth. Investment income is projected to remain stable, reflecting deliberate actions taken to effectively manage our cash resources, and it is also important to note that this outcome represents an improvement on the past year's loss projection. Finally, we uphold conservative balance sheet practices and sustain a current ratio of 1.3 in our industry standards. Thank you.
Thank you very much, CFO. If we now come to the last section of the presentation, which is the key performance indicators, I'll also not go through these line by line, except to mention that we are planning for growth in most of our key performance indicators. I think this is driven by the opportunities that we see in the horizon, what is currently in the pipeline, and what is continuing in terms of the work that we have done in the past. If you look at our publication equivalents, we plan for this to grow by 19%. Priority patent applications remain flat. Patents granted will grow by 22%. new technology demonstrators, we expect this to grow by 17%, and technology license agreements will remain flat compared to the previous year. The number of localized technologies will expect a significant growth in this of over 100%. Joint technology development agreements that are implemented for industry will grow by 15%, and the work that we do to support small and medium enterprises will see a slight drop of 5%. Again, these figures are informed by the types of projects that we see in the horizon and those that might be continuing from the previous year. If we go to the third strategic objective, our work in terms of supporting the development of a capable state, in terms of our contribution to policy development, this will grow by 41%. Our contribution to standards will grow by 22%. And projects that we implement to increase the capability of the state is expected to grow by 15%. If we go to the fourth strategic objective in terms of human capital and infrastructure transformation, our set base will remain flat, but this in fact represents a growth of about 7% compared to where we ended in the previous financial year. But if you compare to the target of the previous year, this is expected to remain flat. We intend to maintain our transformation profile in terms of Black and female set staff, as well as in terms of the percentage of PhDs. The number of researchers will remain the same, and so will be the transformation profile of the chief researcher cohort. The number of principal researchers will show a slight decline compared to the target of the previous year, and this is driven by the resignations that occurred in the previous year, including the retirements that also happened in the previous year. Despite that, we intend to maintain the transformation profile of our principal researchers. There's a slight growth in terms of the exchange programs with industry and a slight increase with regard to our investment in property, plant, and equipment. The CFO has already spoken to the financial sustainability of the organization. I can only add that we intend to maintain the diversity of our income streams between public, private, and international sector, with the growth of about 2.6% in terms of the total income. We intend to maintain our BBBEE rating of 1. Our recordable incident rate, we plan to reduce this from 0.3 in the previous year to 0.2 this year, as well as to retain our unqualified audit opinion from the Auditor General. Some of the risks that we face, and these are not exhaustive, I think the issue of our access to skills, the ability to attract and retain critical skills in the organization remain a critical risk for us. Our infrastructure is aging, and we therefore need to continuously invest in the renewal and maintenance of our facilities. And this, of course, adds to the cost of doing business for the CSIR. Financial sustainability remains a critical issue for us, and the CFO has already spoken to the issue of the low level of parliamentary grant, which sits at about 19% of our total income. Our inability to contract directly with the state, which we're very pleased is receiving a lot of attention, as well as delays in international contracts. These all have an impact in terms of the future financial sustainability of the organization. The geopolitical risks that currently exist also have the potential to impact our international business. And it's something that is to a large extent outside of our control. A number of the projects, in fact, that we're planning to execute were delayed as a result of the war in the Ukraine and now recently the war in the Middle East. Chairperson, this is the totality of our presentation. I'll stop here and hand over to Mr. Chahana if he has any concluding remarks. Thank you very much for the opportunity to present the annual performance plan of the CSIR.
Thank you, CEO. Chairperson of the board, perhaps also as you give your concluding remarks in terms of CSIR, can you also introduce some of the board members that you have with you to this meeting? Chairperson of the board. In the absence of the chairperson of the board, I wish for us to proceed, we will then invite TIA, Technology Innovation Agency, to give us their presentation. We'll invite the board first to introduce the board to us, the chairperson and those that are present of the board members, and then introduce the CEO who will be taking us through, or the team from TIA will be taking us through the presentation. And you are also afforded an hour's presentation, meaning we start now at 11:15. You will conclude at 12:15. The board of TIA.
Good morning, Honorable Chair and members of the Portfolio Committee, the DM, DG and the officials from the department, my fellow chairpersons from the other entities, and our teams from the different entities. I'm with, I think, two board members that we have selected to be part of the presentation, and they will also be making contributions. Mr. Lwazi Koyana, who is the chair of the ARC, and Ms. Koliwe Makhohliso, who is the chair of the Investment and Finance Committee. Chairperson, I will therefore kill my video. I think I am visible, as I have shown. We also have the CEO, who's the new CEO, Dr. Titus Mate, who will be leading the operational part of the...
You have not introduced yourself. You have not introduced yourself.
Sorry, Chairperson. My name is Loiso Kika. I'm the board chairperson of TIA. Thank you, Chairperson. Can we then move to the first slide? Thank you. So, Chair and the members of the committee, simply put, the mandate of TIA, as we understand it, is to support the state in stimulating and intensifying technological innovation in a manner that contributes to inclusive economic growth, job creation, and an improved quality of life for all South Africans. And to do that, we really need a national innovation system that works. Hence the TIA 2.0 following the reviews that were done. TIA is a Schedule 3A entity, something that the previous board has taken a resolution that with the assistance of the department, we need to change so that TIA is at least a 3B together with the appropriate exemption exemptions from returning surpluses where legally permissible. And that would give TIA the flexibility to reinvest its recovered funds and investments and surpluses back to the innovation system to support the growth that we're talking about and job creation. And I think we can move. Next slide, please. Members, the board, especially the previous board, set to last year to change the values of TIA. And really the one thing that I would want to say coming out of this slide is that given TIA 2.0, there is a lot, there needs to be a cultural change at TIA because TIA 2.0 is not a step improvement in terms of what we plan to do and that we have started doing, but rather a systematic shift. And that needs a shift in the thinking, in the culture, and not just at TIA. And it's something that we have seen in the ecosystem that supports. So really what comes out of that is that we have done this together with the staff at TIA, where we had explained where the organization ought to be going, and we've developed these values that would then assist us to carry on the mission, but really to change the culture, the thinking, and the way we do things. Next slide, please. the one thing I would want to say here, Chair, and which is something that we've sort of internalized at the leadership level of the board, is that South Africa is not lacking when it comes to policy development, and certainly the policies that we have from NDP all the way to the decadal plan, they're actually good policies, but and not just limited to us. But what often happens in South Africa is that there is a gap between policy and praxis, and hence, as part of Tier 2.0, given the reviews, was that we needed a Tier to intervene at a systematic level in ensuring that we bridge that gap, and what is intended in policy and what actually happens in practice, they should talk to each other. And if you look at the way we've put things in Tier 2.0, it's really to bridge that gap within the national innovation system, and our curation role, policy advocacy, innovation curation, thought leadership, and including the models that we have adopted, including the quadruple helix model of innovation, is exactly to address that, to ensure that what comes out of policy, of the policy environment, whether it's strategies like the critical mineral strategy that CSIR is talking about, we are able to convert that into what actually happens in practice. Next slide, please. You can pass that one. Chair, I think all of this talks to what I was just talking about, in that we've gotten to a point where we are at a stagnant economic growth, and given the what is happening in the global environment as well, where certain countries like the US have moved into what is referred to as the technological nationalism, where they really moving technology development locally, even the big economies, and sanctioning, using sanctions as a tool to basically deal with those that they don't agree with. It has then become important that as South Africa, we really drive the agenda that we call sovereign tech development, and that's really what TIA is meant to do. And we truly believe that sovereign tech development is really key to this inclusive economic growth and job creation. And hence, TIA is positioning itself to ensure that it really drives that at a systematic level, including ensuring that we can start growing the not just the economy, but even the investment into our R&D. So that's really the context that we see it, is that it's going to be key for all the entities within the DSTI to work together in a coordinated fashion to ensure we can be able to drive this agenda of innovation-led economic growth, which is what we call sovereign tech development agenda. I will hand over to the CEO. We will skip the next slide. CEO, can you please take it from here?
Thank you very much. I'm just rearranging the slides here. Chair, if it's in order, I will be switching off my camera so I can focus on the slides. My name is Titus Mate, as indicated by the board chair. I'm the new CEO of TIA. This is my 4th week at work, chair and the committee members. So I'm still finding my way around TIA. Let me just share from my side.
Yes, you can, Dr. Mate, switch off your video so that you can have stable connectivity.
Okay, let me just do that.
And as you proceed, you must also introduce your team members so that we are able to familiarize ourselves with yourselves We are also fairly new here. I'm a chairperson. I'm just also about 3 weeks into the position of chairperson. We also have an honorable member amongst ourselves, Honorable Faith Mutambi, who's also fairly new. She's also 3 weeks into the portfolio. So as we move along, introduction will assist us so that when we engage, we are able to direct the questions accordingly.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I hope I'm audible now, Chair. If you can just
You
confirm.
are very audible. You are very audible, Dr. Titus.
All right. Joining me, it's my EXCO members, the CFO, Mr. Ishmael, and the corporate services, Ms. Valentine. And I also have Patrick joining me, the executive in charge of enablement at the TIA. And then I've got two acting executives, Mr. Mohotlo, who's looking after bioeconomy, as well as Rashulu, looking after commercialization. And the supporting team, Mr. Gath is also online. The company secretary, Kobas, is also online. I hope I've not missed anyone, Chair, but if I do, I'll introduce them as we present. Chair, the board chair has covered the macro level, which informed our thinking around the APP 2026-2027 financial year. I'm going to talk to the macro level. At the system level, what we did consider as part of formulating what we put in our APP for the financial year 2026-2027. The first one, the startups are facing global threats. We all know about the latest developments around the geopolitics, so we took that into account. The underfunding as a result of the fiscal budget constraints, we're all aware of that, and it's continuing, and we are not anticipating that is going to be better. Instead, it may get worse. We fully understand the situation that the state is find itself under. Declining expenditure on experimental development. This is obviously affecting the competitiveness of the country. We also took that into account. The declining gross expenditure on R&D, which leads to less patents and less innovations being developed in the country. And then, of course, the low proportion of local inventors compared to other nations. So we took this, Chair and members of the honorable members of the committee into account when we're crafting the APP for the 26-2027 financial year. We also took into account our institutional situation from a financial point of view, as I indicated in the previous slide. Fiscal budget constraints, so we don't have unlimited funding from the state. We also took into account the drive to leverage external funding. We were very successful in the year 2024-2025, managing to achieve 518 million against a target of 320 in terms of external funding leveraging. For the year that has just ended, 2025-2026, that has increased significantly, and we will continue with that strategy of leveraging the MTF funding from external funding. Then we also took into account the capacity to deliver. As you can see, the performance in 2025-2026, of course, this is subject to auditing processes that we're currently busy with, but it will definitely be better than what we reported in the year 2024-2025, a significant increase from 79% to 86%, which is an indication that there is a turnaround strategy that is working at TIA. Of course, we need to address issues of capacity so that we can manage the workload accordingly. We also took into account the need to invest in local universities and science councils. In the year 2024-2025, about 60% of TIA's investment went towards universities, local universities, and science councils, and then the balance went to the non-public or private beneficiaries. We took into account our capacity to support SMMEs in the year 2024-2025. We managed to support 3,755 SMMEs. And then, of course, you'll see in the numbers that we're proposing for the financial year 2026-2027 that we're increasing that number. We also took into account our internal business situation. We have a very good track record of unqualified audit for the 14th year. We're hoping we will still achieve this in the year that has just ended, which is soon to be audited. We have maintained our ISO 9001 certification, which is an assurance that we are adhering to best practices. However, we have got challenges that we also took into account when we formulated the APP 2026-2027, and we'll speak about this later on, Chair and members. What are we doing around this? The approval turnaround time is not where it should be. The integration amongst the portfolios and the systems is not where it should be. And as I indicated earlier, also the work balance, making sure that our people are not overloaded with work, which may lead to other undesirable outcomes. We are also a learning organization where we have reflected on how we have performed in the last 5 years and also in the last previous financial year, 2024-2025, before the one that has just ended now, to learn from what went wrong and what we need to tweak going forward. Going forward, we are establishing a new function called the Monitoring, Evaluation and Learning. Even though we were doing monitoring and evaluation, but we are now adding the leg of learning so that we can improve from what we have done in the past. So at an institutional level, Chairperson and the committee members, this is what we took into account when we were formulating the APP for the 26-27 financial year. We also took into account the Tier 2.0 strategy that was approved by the board recently. Just to recap, the Tier 2.0 has got 3 phases. We are currently in phase 1, the consolidation phase, which will end in the current financial year. And then next year we move into the growth phase, and 2030 to 2035, we will be scaling up significantly. Let me just also point out that it does not mean that we will wait for 2030, 2035 before we scale up. Where there are opportunities for growth and scaling up, we will take full advantage of those opportunities. And we'll speak about some of those opportunities towards the end of the presentation, Chairperson. This is just unpacking what we are focusing on under phase 1 of the Tier 2.0 strategy. The governance aspect, we're focusing on the development and approval of expanded fund manager investor financial policies. We're focusing on external funding mobilization. We're focusing on new governance and investment structures. We want to optimize the existing investment committee to bring in external experts where it's necessary. We're also focusing on the investor role by enabling the legal structure and financial policies for the new equity fund instruments that we are busy developing. And then lastly, we're also focusing on the new hosted program, contracts and related non-MTF funding. And then from a people and culture dimension, we have contracted a service provider to assist us with the org design. We do have a macro structure for Tier 2.0 that was approved at the board level. We now need to cascade that down at a micro level, and we have contracted a service provider to assist us with that. They will also do a gap analysis to see the capacity that we have, the skills that we have at Tier to support the implementation of our TIA 2.0 strategy. And of course, once we've done all of that, we will be able to then, where there are gaps, attract resources externally to come and assist. And we may also do optimization of existing resources internally to move people to the right boxes where they can add value. And where there is opportunities for reskilling, we will also reskill some of our people so that they can support the TIA 2.0 strategy in a more productive manner. We're also focusing on processes and systems, optimizing where we can, digitalizing where we can, looking at the entire value chain. Earlier on, I spoke about the turnaround time. So we are looking at our investment processes. In fact, in the next couple of days, we will be hosting a workshop with the board to look at this aspect of the business and see where we need to improve so that we can increase our turnaround time, and also where there are inefficiencies, we can then address such inefficiencies. We will also look externally. We do support tech stations at various institutions as well as tech platforms, and the clean energy innovation program. We'll also look at where there are quick wins, low-hanging fruits that we can derive from those platforms that we are supporting as here. And then lastly, at the National System of Innovation Coordination, we want to zoom into at least 5 to 6 thematic areas that we want to focus on going forward so we can add value. We also want to move away from managing at a project level and start managing at a programmatic level, and then also curate, as we indicate in our TIA 2.0 strategy. We want to be part of the curation and provide thought leadership in the NSI ecosystem going forward. So that's what we are focusing on, Chair and honorable members. Over and above this, of course, we are focusing on housekeeping matters. The complaints that we've been receiving, they are receiving a lot of attention. The vacancies that we have, that is receiving a lot of attention, and then also the turnaround times that I spoke about, as well as positioning TIA to play a meaningful role in the NSI ecosystem that will require a lot of partnerships, working with others as indicated earlier by the CSIR. We are fully behind that vision that we need to work together to be able to make an impact. In crafting the APP 2026, we also took into account the DSTI decadal plan in terms of the grand challenges, focus areas, and as TIA, we've also come up with thematic areas that we believe will make an impact, which are very much aligned with the decadal plan 2022 to 2032. So the areas that we are going to be focusing on, it's advanced manufacturing and industrialization. We're going to be focusing on agricultural innovation and food security. We're going to be focusing on health innovation and well-being. We're going to be focusing on energy sustainability and environmental innovation. And we're also going to be focusing on digital economy and inclusive innovation. There may well be thematic areas that are outside these focus areas that as and when we implement the APP 2026, 2027, if there's a need to tweak certain things, we will do that. And then, of course, adjust the 2027, 2028 APP accordingly to take into account those new areas that may have popped up during the 2026, 2027 financial year. So, Chair, we also reflected on how we have performed in the last cycle of the 6th administration, so that we tweak the APP 2026 accordingly. So we looked at the last 5 years, how TIA has performed in various areas. you'll see from this table that in the last 5 years, ending up to 2025, 2026, 2020, 2024, 2025, TIA has done very well in terms of commercialization of technologies. Overall, the target for 5 years was 175, and the TIA ended up and TIA ended up at 306 versus a target of 175. And then, of course, when it came to demonstrated bio-based technologies, the target was 75 over a 5-year period, and TIA achieved 220 over that period. And then when it came to bio-based entrepreneurs or organizations accessing the SET services, the target was 600, and the TIA achieved 614. And then when it came to SMMEs accessing science, engineering, and technology services, the target was 15,750, and TIA achieved just below 14,000. And there's various reasons for this. And one of them, of course, Honorable Chair, you'll remember during COVID, there was a lot of disruptions. The SMMEs support, it's mainly based at tech stations, based at various universities, so physical interaction was not possible during that period when we were experiencing COVID. There were also during that period budget cuts that were experienced, which affected the mobilization of to support the SMMEs at various tech stations at various universities. And then there's also issues of delayed release of funding to support the technology stations. And we gathered this information from the recent Innovation Week experience that we hosted as TIA. And we interacted with some of these technology stations, and they shared their experiences and areas of improvement that they would like TIA to consider going forward. But nevertheless, Chair, we do still focus on SMME support, and you'll see in our APP that we're proposing for 2026, 2027. I think I've spoken to this one. You'll see that TIA has turned the corner. Of course, these numbers still have to be audited. You'll see that in 2025, 2026, we are now projecting a performance of 86%, which is an improvement from what TIA achieved in 2024, 2025. And of significance is that in a number of areas, TIA overachieved in areas where I think these areas are of strategic importance to the DSTI as well as the country. So it's a good sign that TIA is beginning to make a contribution, not just to meet the target, but also to go beyond what was set as the target. This is another area that we reflected upon in crafting the APP 2026. We've achieved all the targets in terms of investing in underserved provinces. These are provinces like Limpopo, KZN, Mpumalanga, etc. In all the years, in the last 5 years, TIA has overachieved in terms of investing in underserved provinces. Another area that we reflected on, Chair, is the designated groups. This is women, youth, people living with disability, etc. Again, TIA has overachieved over the last 5 years in the interventions associated with designated groups. But of course, we still consider this in crafting the APP for 2026 and 2027, of course, taking into account the financial resources that TIA has going forward. So I'm now going to move into the APP 2026-2027, what we are proposing as KPIs and how we intend to measure those going forward. So the first one, it's outcome 1, the commercialization of innovations. And of course, this is mainly targeted at increasing the rate of supporting locally developed technologies and exploiting the locally developed IP, especially from publicly funded institutions and science councils, ensuring that we eliminate or reduce the leakages where the country invests a lot of resources in developing technologies and generating knowledge and know-how, and then we don't take it to the last mile, which is commercialization. This outcome also, Chair and honorable members, it's in support of the 7th administration, priority number 1, which is inclusive growth and job creation. And it's also in support of priority number 2, reducing poverty and tackling the high cost of living. So what are we going to be measuring under outcome 1? KPI 1.1, we are still going to be measuring the number of projects involving the industry being executed. Just to give some perspective, in the last financial year, the target was 58, and we're now proposing an increase in this target from 58 to 65. The second KPI, the number of successfully diffused technologies, we're proposing a target of 40. In the last financial year, the target was 28. So that's almost doubling the target. So we're stretching ourselves so that we can make an impact going forward. KPI 3, the number of products launched, we're proposing 60. In the last financial year, this was 48. So again, it's a significant increase from what we had set as a target in the last financial year. KPI 4, the number of successfully demonstrated bio-based technologies, we're proposing 45. In the last financial year, this was 40. So it's an increase of 4 or 5. Then KPI 5, the IP and knowledge-based prototypes developed, we are proposing 255. In the last financial year, this was 250. And then the last KPI 1.6, the allocation of funds to underserved provinces. You'll recall, Chair and honorable members, that we reflected on this in the previous slides. So in this financial year, we are proposing a minimum of 30% of available investment funds being devoted towards supporting underserved provinces. And then in the last financial year, this was at 30%, and we are proposing to keep it at the same level. Then the last one, KPI 1.7, allocation of funds to designated groups. We are proposing a minimum of 55% of available investment funds to be dedicated towards supporting designated groups. In the last financial year, the target was at 50%. So it's an increase of 5% from the last financial year. And then, of course, these are just the focus areas. I'm not going to go through all of them, but let me just highlight the ones that are topical, that are also of interest to the country. The energy transition, you'll see we're investing in e-mobility, we're investing in hydrogen. We're also investing going forward in critical minerals and beneficiation. Some of the beneficiaries are actually part of the NSI ecosystem. We're investing in digital economy, particularly AI, to make sure that we position South Africa to be independent and not heavily dependent on what's happening in other countries, especially given the current geopolitical situation that we're faced with. This is just unpacking what we believe is very significant. We've also now allocated the funds that we have received from just before the end of the previous financial year. We received funds from our previous investments, referred to as the CAPA, investment, and this is how some of those funds are now deployed to assist in areas that are of strategic importance for the country. Critical minerals, as I indicated earlier, we are investing 60 million over 3 years to position South Africa in a much better position so we can participate meaningfully in the green economy revolution. Climate change program, we're assisting the country to meet its climate change targets. We're investing 60 million. This is 20 million over a 3-year period per year. We're also investing in, it's not flour, it's fluorochemicals. I think it's a typo, Chair. We're investing in fluorochemicals. This is really to tap into the fluorspar beneficiation. We've got large reserves of fluorspar, so beneficiating it and producing chemicals that can be applied in various sectors, I think is of strategic importance to South Africa. And I spoke about hydrogen to position South Africa as a key player in the hydrogen space. And then the last one, it's the digital economy investment. We're investing in this platform so that South Africa does not heavily depend on foreign technologies in this space. The last one that we're investing in, it's in the green transport space. We're investing in Uyilo. It's 100 million over 5 years. And again, the current situation that we are faced with the fuel shortages, I think e-mobility, electric vehicles, and the associated infrastructure will make a big difference going forward. I'm now going to move on to outcome 2, Chairperson and members of the committee. Outcome 2, it's enablement. Thank you. Outcome 2, enabling and strengthening the innovation ecosystem. This is mainly focusing on strengthening the partnerships and creating jobs and opportunities by creating an enabling environment.
Your slide is gone.
Let me just do it again. I thought we were. Okay, is it back? I just want to confirm. Is it back?
Yes, you're fine.
All right, no, thank you. Yeah, outcome 2, enabling and strengthening innovation. This is in support of priority number 1 for the 7th administration, which is inclusive growth and job creation. I'm going to pick up a pace, Board Chair, in the interest of time. So outcome 2, again, 2.1, KPI 2.1, we are targeting to achieve externally leveraged funding of 325 million. The target for the last financial year was 320 million. So it's an increase of 5 million. And we believe that this is well within our capabilities and capacity to achieve. Then 2.2, the strategic innovation programs, we are proposing to develop 2. In the previous financial year, the target was 1. So there is an increase of an additional program that we want to pursue. KPI 2.3, the number of government departments and SOEs participating in locally developed tech initiatives. We are proposing 8 initiatives. In the previous financial year, the target was 5. So this is an increase of 3. KPI 2.4, the number of partnerships established, we're proposing 3. In the previous financial year, this was 2. So it's an increase of 1. Then we want to continue hosting the annual SA Innovation Week. This year, this was a very successful event, well received by the key players in the market. We also, on the sidelines of the Innovation Week, we hosted a breakfast with the science councils to engage We also engage with the TVET colleges, principals of the TVET colleges. We also engage with private sector, and it was well received, and it's something that we want to pursue going forward. Publications on innovation topics, KPI 2.6. The target we're proposing is 4. In the previous financial year, it was 3. And then KPI 2.7, the number of new tech and innovation support centers providing science, engineering, and technology support in targeted regions. We are proposing 4. The previous financial year target was 2. So that's an increase again. The next one, KPI 2.8, the number of SMMEs and cooperatives receiving science, engineering, technology, and enterprise development support. You'll recall, Chair, earlier on I spoke to this, and when I was reflecting on the 5-year history of how TIA has performed, and also referring to COVID and budget cuts and delayed release of funds affecting how the technology stations are operating. So we're proposing 4,000 for the current financial year, and in the previous financial year, this was 3,000. The target was 3,600. So it is an increase. KPI 2.9, number of grassroots innovators supported. We're proposing 150. In the previous financial year, the target was 100. So we're increasing by 50. KPI 2.10, the number of beneficiaries accessing support from partnerships established with the SITAs and private sector, government and civil society, which speaks directly to TIA 2.0 from a quadruple helix model point of view. We are proposing 2,200 number of beneficiaries, and in the previous financial year, the target was 2,000. So it's an increase of 200. Then KPI 2.11, number of Black and women fund managers established. We are proposing 3. In the previous financial year, the target was 2. And then KPI 2.12, number of startups and spinouts established through fund managers. We are proposing 6, and in the previous financial year, the target was 5. This is just reflecting on some of the focus areas in terms of this outcome 2. The innovations, investment support, and then establishing the venture builder program, supporting the partnership for skills, and then as well as supporting female and Black fund managers, and developing startups and spin-outs through the fund of funds instruments. These are pictures just reflecting on what transpired at the Innovation Week that I spoke about earlier, engaging with government, engaging with the private sector, engaging with science councils, as well as civil society and the youth. And it was well received by our constituencies. And then we also, on the sidelines, co-hosted a competition with Take a Lot, to promote entrepreneurs in manufacturing in townships. We've since signed an MOU, an MOA with Take a Lot to pursue scaling up on that initiative to support Black entrepreneurs in the townships who wants to venture into manufacturing and supporting the tech sector. This is just some of the beneficiaries of the investments that we recently approved as TIA, supporting the Black owned, women-owned venture capital entities, and again, very much in line with our strategic objectives as a TIA. And we want to scale up on this going forward, and we've included it already in our targets for the current financial year. I think at this point, through you, Honorable Chair, may I request Member Koliwe, one of the board members, maybe to speak to the last outcome number 3, through you, Board Chair. I'm not sure that she's here.
Yes, I'm here, CEO.
All right.
Thank you.
Over
Thank
to
you.
you.
May I continue, Chair? Thanks. I will also switch off the video just as way of introduction, just to show my face. Good day, Chair, the honorable members, and greetings to our Minister, DG, and all executives of the department and the entities in attendance. As introduced, my name is Koliwa Makotliso, not so new board member. I think I'm in the 5th month in the role and also the chair of the IFC. I will quickly run through the outcome tree, which talks to a more capable, scaled up and agile and sustainable tier supporting a capable state. And this talks to the MTDP priority 1, which also talks to a capable, ethical and developmental state. This outcome, Chair, aims to foster an effective and efficient enabling environment for TIA to achieve its strategy and through our execution of TIA 2.0 strategy through the provision of systems, processes, and people, as well as the prioritization of the appropriate resources, both financial and human, in accordance with good corporate governance, legislative requirements, and risk management practices. I'm now going to take you through the output indicators. I must just highlight that some of these technical indicator descriptions have been described and highlighted in detail in the Part D of the signed APP. On these output indicators, if I may highlight that most of these indicators, as I read through the APP, have been new indicators in the 2024-2025. I think with an estimated measurement set in 2025-2026 period that the CEO has highlighted. Turnaround strategy 1 timeline on 3.2, I think new in 2025-2026. I must just point out the progress and the efforts to achieve and even strive to overachieve visible in this context. If I look at 3.1, percentage of approved funding positions filled annually, in the previous financial year, we were talking about 85%. And the executives and the board has been bullish in the target of increasing this at 90% over the period of the MTF targets and period. The investment turnaround decision time for funding, we are talking about 70% of applications that are assessed within this targeted time. This was a new indicator in the previous fiscal year. 3.3, we are talking about the total value of royalties, sales and exits from commercialized innovations. We have set a target of 25 mil from the previous year of 20 mil. And going into the next financial periods, 35 and 40 million. On 3.4, the total managed value managed from partnerships, we're looking at 400 million also in the next period, financial period, and increasing it to 450. And we are moving from 300 mil from 2025-2026 period. Number of new business processes optimized. We have set a target of 4 right through staying stagnant through the period. And we had a lower number in the 2025. I think we had set 1. Number of innovation, also in the previous financial period, there was no target. And we have set in operation a target of 1 with an increase to 2 and 3 in the next period. A number of innovations that improve service delivery. We have a set target of 10, moving from, of 15, moving from a target of 10 from previous year, as well as 20 in the next financial year and in the 28-29 period, 25. As increased tier brand equity, and I must say, as a new board member, I've seen increased, awareness in our brand and also in communicating and articulating our strategy with our entities, with our department, as well as the public. So we hope the engagements and the collaborations will help to stimulate brand awareness, as well as engagements with our potential partners out there. I will touch briefly on the focus areas. If you can go to the next slide. The first one talks to comprehensively addressing limiting factors to shorten investment approval turnaround timelines. CEO also touched on his presentation on this. And, there are various initiatives and actions that we have the executives have put in place that they will measure around the improved accountability through their tighter performance management, strengthening of the leadership, and with this appointment of the CEO, streamlining of approval workflows, digitalization of processes, close monitoring of funding applications that will have to ensure that they moved faster between those technical reviews, investment committees, legal contracting and disbursements through shared systems rather than the separate units working independently. And Tier 2.0 focuses exactly on this as their operating model to be more agile. And we're also talking to integrating, as I've mentioned, these policies, alignment, with the strategy. And I think aspect of change and culture become imperative as we embark on the execution, as well as the external database of external expertise that the CEO also highlighted previously. The other focus area is improved institutional capacitation towards supporting the delivery of Tier 2.0. And in this area, also CEO, I think he touched briefly on this one. With Tier 2.0 now fully underway, the macro structure has been improved with some of the key leadership roles filled. And this is an area that is prioritized, managed, and driven from the office of the CEO with some clear timelines. And the chair and the board, have been clear in driving this mandate to ensure the successful execution of our strategy. As well, the next one is on supporting innovations that improve state capability. I think some of the key points that are coming out of outcome 2 in terms of partnerships is something that needs to be also, fostered and looked into. Raising of income to release reliance on the MTF through collaborations. The tier in this aspect, we aim to pursue leveraging of this funding through intentional, curated, and strategic partnerships with both public and private sector. Chair also touched on this, and in this regard, as aligned to the output, the output in the table, an expected 400 million is planned to be raised through these partnerships. Additionally, TIA continues to use diversified funding instruments that include equity-related instruments to ensure that those returns are realized from investments and may be used towards supplementing the mandate of TIA. And additionally, TIA will intensify these efforts towards collection of the royalty returns from the projects that have been commercialized. And I've seen some of the partnerships that have been signed, and I think I'm sure maybe Chair will talk to that. The last one is on innovations and deployment of locally developed technologies to improve public sector service delivery. An example of that is the small business research and innovation. I'll just highlight an example of the Lodox machine. And I think members and the chair, you may know that the forensic pathology in South Africa has been really experiencing some backlogs in processing deceased bodies for autopsy purposes. Germiston, Sebokeng, Carltonville, Diepsloot Forensic Pathology Services procured the Lodox machine to cap this backlog. And this machine with the new phantom counting detector helps to scan and process a body within 13 seconds. I'm not an expert in this, but I think this is a great result, thereby helping to clear the backlog. And to date, honorable members, Lodox have sold 108 million worth of TIA-funded machines at an average cost of 7.1 million. And these machines have been deployed in 5 South African facilities and hospitals, being Sebokeng, I've highlighted, Carltonville, Germiston, Diepsloot, and also a private hospital in the Life Velgehoewel Hospital. And I think the CSIR had highlighted some of the challenges that have been highlighted in the adoption of the technologies within the South African Health Department. And I think in this aspect is a question of prioritization of local inventions on government-funded and supported innovation, and how our procurement system talks to that. I think that's a debate that is broader that can be highlighted. And I think on my slide that is on the slide on the presentation is on the Kappa Bio settlement. This was discussed in the last portfolio meeting, and I think the update here is following an extended legal process. TIA was successfully awarded a total of USD 72 mil, which is approximately 1.2 billion, as a settlement on the claim, which includes the interest. And ladies and gentlemen, I think this stands as a landmark achievement for the focus and our strategy for TIA and the public innovation system. These will be deployed strategically to advance TIA's efforts, and I think also the CEO did highlight on this, which talks to scaling priority. I won't talk into the detail on the body of the contents, but mainly scaling priority innovation and platforms, expanding innovation, infrastructure and capabilities, driving inclusive and grassroots innovation, and sustaining the innovation pipeline. Mainly also what Chair has highlighted, advancing sovereign AI and digital innovation, and as also deepening the early stage venture development. Those are the key focus areas that the funds will be focused on in support of this STI to make a greater impact in South Africa. I will stop here, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you.
Thanks, Member Koliwe. Through you, Chair, I'm now going to invite the CFO, Mr. Ishmael Abdullah, to take us through the budget and the financial aspects, and then the board chair will just come back and close. We're mindful that we are only left about 10 minutes there, Chair.
No, you're not left with 10 minutes. Your time was to expire at 12:15.
Oh,
but however, we'll give you 5 more minutes to conclude. So it means you'll go up until 12:20.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Ishmael, you can proceed.
Thank you very much, CEO, and good afternoon to the Honorable Chairperson, Deputy Minister, Portfolio Committee members, the TIA Board Chairperson, CEO and fellow executives, and other members of the Portfolio Committee. Chair, in terms of the TIA budget for the financial year, we receive our allocation from the fiscus, and the current year's allocation for the 26-27 year amounts to an amount of 458 million. This allocation consists of a ring-fence portion in relation to the bioeconomy as well as the technology stations, which cumulatively amount to approximately 54% of our allocation, with the remaining portion of 210 million that is in relation to our baseline funding. Based on the discussions and based on the presentation that had preceded, one of the significant efforts for the current year is to look at opportunities of leveraging funding. And in outcome 3, we highlighted a particular target around looking to raise externally, call it approximately 400 million in terms of additional funding from the market through other public sector as well as the private sector, and that will supplement TIA's additional income. In addition to that, TIA manages a number of programs on behalf of the Department of Science and Technology as well. In order, we also record additional income that we receive and that we expect to receive from various projects that receive and that will be commercialized through certain royalty returns. And we've budgeted for an additional 25 odd million, including some management fees. In line with our investment philosophy, we also invest surplus funds to earn an investment return, and we approximate approximately 14 million. If we move to the next slide, very summarily in terms of the projected expenditure, in addition to our management or managing our normal, call it day-to-day running costs, which is our administrative costs, which includes our salary costs, we also then direct a significant portion of the funding towards the core investment activities in relation to bioeconomy, and some of the presentation that preceded in the spaces of health, agriculture, indigenous knowledge, industrial biotechnology. In addition, we manage and we supplement additional funding through to the technology stations. We have approximately 18 of these technology stations situated across the country, as well as then supporting individual projects within various sectors like natural resources, ICT, advanced manufacturing, and energy within our commercialization division. In addition, within the innovation enabling, we continue to support a number of areas, including our seed fund, grassroots innovators. As we reflected on earlier, we have a cumulative target of approximately 450 innovators over the NTF period, for which we're expecting or that we're looking to support, as well as then specifically funding towards supplementing or funding towards our various transformational quality programs within the spaces of youth, persons with a disability, women and persons with a disability. Chair, in closing, at least on the finance slide, at an overall perspective, we try to manage our efficiency ratio, which is really the percentage at which we direct to non-core activities at a percentage of, call it 10%, while the majority, 90%, is then directed towards our core business in terms of the investment direct and indirect expenditure. Thank you. Over to the Audit and Risk Committee Chairperson, through you, CEO.
Mr. Kuyana, please, in 2 minutes.
Chair, thank you very much. Let me just say, all protocol observed. I just want to make just quickly 3 comments, and basically to say, with us adopting as TIA, the TIA 2.0 strategy, we're pretty much aware of new emerging risks that might come out of that. EY has been mandated to assist us with the implementation of the TIA 2.0 strategy, and our internal audit team, as well as the risk management team, have been asked to identify new and emerging risks that might be coming from this new strategy that we are adopting. So we'll perform our oversight risk as the Audit and Risk Committee to make sure that all of those new and emerging risks are mitigated. Secondly, Chair, our approach as TIA to adopt the fund of funds approach will also lead to new risks. And we've also instructed to this effect our internal audit division to make sure that over the next 3 years, in terms of the 3-year plan, this new approach is also audited, so that if there are any weaknesses that are coming out of here, we must be able to make sure that new mitigation strategies are actually implemented, so that this also works perfectly going forward. And my last comment, Chair, really relates to combined assurance. I think this is an area of focus from an audit and risk perspective. This is just really to make sure that all 3 levels of defense work together to manage the identified strategic as well as operational risks within TIA going forward. Those really are my 3 comments that I wish to make as far as the governance and controls area is concerned. Thank you very much, Chair. Back to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cohen. I think Chair and the members of the portfolio committee, our message is that the challenges that have been raised by the portfolio committee in the previous year are resolvable, and I hope we are demonstrating that we are resolving them. We have a new board which is not just only capable, but a board that's really engaged to make sure that the Tier 2.0 strategy is implemented. And taking to the comments from the previous year in the briefing to the CEO, as you would have heard a lot, we've spoken a lot about dealing with the issues of turnaround times, and the CEO has been mandated by the board to deal with that, including consequence management on areas where controls have not been observed, including the issue of turnaround time. The CEO has been mandated to deal with that decisively. So all the things that have been raised in this portfolio committee in the previous year, we are working diligently to make sure that they are resolved, and you should be seeing an improvement in all the areas in this financial year. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Tia. We will now invite SANSA, the South African National Space Agency, led by the board chairperson, who would do the introduction of board members who are present, and also then introduce the CEO. You are afforded an hour for the presentation. Your time starts now at 20 past 12. You will conclude at 20 past 1. SANSA, over to you.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good afternoon to the members of the Portfolio Committee and your Chair, to the Deputy Minister, Minister Jeno, the DG, the members of the officials of the Department of Science and Technology, board members and executive from the other sister entities. My name is Patrick Ndlovu. I'm the chairperson of the board of SANSA. Accompanying me is Mr. Ngwichane. He's the chairperson of the Strategy, Technology and Investment Committee. Advocate Lindelo Nziba, who's the chairperson of the Human Resources, Social and Ethics Committee. And then I have Ms. Tumili Baka, who's a board member, Ms. Jacinda Aba, who's also a board member, Mr. Francois Dena, board member, Joseph Omape is a board member, Ms. Advocate Lufuno Nevonde, board member, and Mr. Kangweni Ramba, who's also a board member. The CEO is amongst us. He will also introduce the executive when he actually makes his presentation. CEO, if I can have the first slide, please. Thank you. CEO, are you able to share the first slide of our presentation? Okay. If you can go to our mandate, please. Chairperson, the mandate of SANSA is provided for in the SANSA Act, and the mandate is to provide for the promotion and use of space and cooperation in space-related activities, to foster research in space science, advanced scientific engineering through human capital development, and to support the creation of an environment conducive to industrial development in space technologies within the framework of the national government policy. This is our mandate, Chair. To make sure that this mandate is effected, SANSA has actually developed a strategy, and it's presented in the SANSA Strategic Plan 2025-2028. The gist of the strategic plan is for we plan to move South Africa from being an emerging space nation, where currently we are a net importer of space technologies and services, to an intermediate space nation that is capable of meeting its own space technology and services requirements, as well as being a net exporter of those. It is quite an ambitious objective, but we believe that unless we commit to this, the country will never move out of being a net importer of space technologies and services. We drive this strategy through 5 strategic interventions. We call them 5 pillars. The CEO will present much more about those pillars, Chairperson. I think we are in the second year of the strategic plan. The first year has passed, and we're actually concluding it now. We are assessing the progress in terms of the implementation of the strategic plan, and we hope to actually present the progress at the September meeting when we present the annual report. With these opening words, I'll hand over to the CEO to present the APP. Thank you, Chair. CEO.
Thank you, Chair. Committee Chairperson, the Deputy Minister, the DG and the DDGs, board chairs, my fellow CEOs, as well as the executives of our entities. Good afternoon. We will be sharing with you today the 2026-2027 annual performance plan. We've also made an effort to look at where we are in terms of our 5-year strategic plan, which we would also share with you the work that has commenced. So with your permission, Chair, I'd like to proceed with the presentation, but if I could, again, in the interest of the bandwidth, if I could switch off the video. Thank you, Chair.
You are permitted.
Thank you. Chair, our presentation is in 3 parts. The first part, as presented by the Chair, would not again repeat on our mandate. And then we would look at part B, which is a strategic focus, and part C, which is measuring our performance. As we look at the measurement of our performance, we would look at output indicators and the midterm targets, and then the financial overview, as well as the road ahead. Next slide. The SANSA mandate, as stated by the Chair and honorable members, what we would like to really emphasize here is the strategic positioning of SANSA as an entity that's created or established to look at the coordinated approach when we look at all space-related activities in the country. This is very important, Chair and honorable members, particularly looking at the issues of satellite imagery acquisition, which our mandate, it's very clear that we, as SANSA, must acquire and assimilate, as well as disseminate to all organs of state. And that mandate for SANSA, Chair and honorable members, it's so critical in ensuring that we do build an integrated space program in the country. Let's move to the next slide. We've set ourselves a big vision, Chair, and we did so. You would see from the new set of indicators as well that we've worked on, looking at ensuring that we do indeed move the country from an emerging. We're celebrating our 15th year anniversary this year, and as the space agency and as a country, we cannot remain an emerging space nation, particularly looking at the importance of space science and technology in building the sovereign and the strategic capabilities that this country requires. We've heard, Chair, there's been from TIA, from CSIR, and the mention of the shift in geopolitics. And we've seen a huge, significant investment in space because of its strategic nature and the dual use nature that it plays. So we've set ourselves a vision to accelerate space innovation for the advancements of all South Africans, as well as enabling global impact, where, of course, Africa and the Global South are quite strategic partners for us. And we've put a lot of effort in ensuring that we do that. And you would see this also in our mission, where we want to advance South Africa's national interest by leading and pioneering in space science, technology, and innovation. And this requires agile leadership. The nature of implementing space agency and the speed at which it's required would really require that SANSA get all full support so that we can lead, but also move swiftly, implement programs in a speed in which we can compete and build these capabilities as well as products and services that are globally competitive. And therefore, it is important that that agile leadership is there for SANSA to fulfill its mandate. We also, in our mission, focus on transforming and supporting the growth of the space industry. This, we're very deliberate. We've put in place the industry and transformation frameworks that we're implementing. We're finalizing our transformation policy, which we believe is critical in ensuring that we build a space program that's inclusive, a space program that is responding to the requirements and the challenges that we're facing in the country. Of course, we would be able to do this and accelerate this vision by collaborating with strategic partnership partners. We have built over the years very strong partnerships within the BRICS formation, and we're continuing. Of course, we still have partners with the West, as well as our main focus on the African continent. But we're doing so to ensure that we drive an inclusive socioeconomic development and a capable state. Our impact statement is contributing to inclusive economic growth and industrialization. We want to create high-tech jobs. We want to ensure that we do respond to the call of building a capable state, of course, through the advancement of space science, engineering, and technology. What's critical for us and the move that we've seen in the last 2-3 years by the minister on focusing on placing science, technology, innovation at the center of government, education, society, and industry, where Honorable Minister said this is the DSTI's mantra. And as SANSA, we have looked at that and looked at the role that space science and technology can play as we begin to embed science, technology, and innovation as a key enabler of all national development and societal advancement initiatives. And the role of space in in ensuring that we do respond to this mantra is by integrating the use of space science, technologies, capabilities, and infrastructures, as well as the expertise that we have, bringing in industry and other key government entities. And we do so to support government priorities through space-based solutions that enhance government decision-making, planning, and service delivery. We have seen over the years the role of space in designing as well as developing policies that are evidence-based through the provision of space-based applications, products, and services. We also contribute to transforming scientific insight into practical and real-world solutions. Ambitions, as well as our focus in the next 5 years, is to ensure that we operationalize some of these products and services that we're building within the Space Agency to contribute in providing solutions and addressing societal challenges that we're facing in the country. We also would, through our programs, we have a space education strategy that we believe with TVETs, colleges that exist, as well as communities and universities, begin to look at really building programs that create opportunities for youth and women. We are currently implementing the National Resource and Management Program, which is really focusing on empowering communities through Earth observation as well as space applications, but also creating business opportunities for these youth and young people to contribute and become active in our economic development. We also want to contribute to economic growth by positioning South Africa as a competitive and a reliable provider of space-based services, applications, operations, and ground segment services. Contribution to the National System of Innovation. We will do so through research and knowledge generation. We've seen in the latest statistics, we are a leading country in the African continent when it comes to research as well as knowledge generation in the area of space science, and we would like to maintain that. We want to contribute to, of course, innovation, but also enabling decision-making based on evidence that we provide from space. It is critical to build human capital and skills development, which I will share some of the programs that we are putting in place. Transformation and industry, as I said, is critical for us, as well as collaborative partnerships, both locally, regionally, continentally, and internationally. Our brand equity, as well as exposing the work that we do through our space education strategy, is critical. And we have programs in place that ensure that we do space awareness across the country. Next slide. Chair and honorable members, we'll move now to our strategic focus, which is part B of our presentation. The chair did touch on the strategic pillars. These are 5 pillars that we have been bold as the Space Agency when we're looking at the last 10 years of our existence, as well as the institutional review that was conducted, that as the executive, as well as the board, we agreed on a 5-year strategic plan based on these 5 pillars. These pillars would enable us to move from an emerging space nation and go beyond just an intermediate spacefaring nation, but with the focus in the next 5-10 years to become an advanced spacefaring nation. And it is going to be important that for us to do that, we need to move from where we're building one satellite every 5 or 10 years or so, where we need to begin to look at a production line of space sensors as well as future satellite mission in this country. And this pillar is so critical in building the sovereign capability and ensuring that we do have this capacity to not only build for South Africa, but build for the region, build for the continent, and create more opportunities for our local industry. We did earlier on touched on indigenous launch capability and infrastructure. This is so critical for us as a country to have our own access to space. And with the leadership of the DSTI, we've seen a steady investment in this area. And we are looking at strategic partnerships as well to fast track and speed up this program. As the DG indicated, it is going to be very critical, given our geographic advantage, to really pursue building a spaceport in this country that would create and offer opportunities for the Global South, for our BRICS partners, but also the global space economy. The third pillar is to look at space exploration and discovery. It is important that we inspire a young South African sitting at the periphery, the far-flung areas of this country, by really building capacity in this area of space exploration. And we have ambitions. We have offers from our partners to begin to look at that. We're hosting facilities that are already contributing to space exploration. We're building new ground stations to look at these, but ultimately we want to contribute to a global network of space situational awareness, but as well as space traffic management. When we look at where the world is going today with space, deep space missions, the lunar and Mars missions that are the advanced space faring nations are working on. We want to contribute. We are being given opportunities to contribute to this. We hope that we will have a payload or an experiment to the moon by 2029 from the work that we're doing with the Chinese National Space Agency, where Chang'e 8, the mission that's going to the southern part of the moon, that as South Africa will also contribute this experiment. We are seeing an opportunity of getting to train astronauts in this country, but also not just to inspire South Africans, but the broader African continent on space exploration. And it's an area where we've seen now, with a much broader developments that are happening globally, that countries are now building space stations, when in the past it was just the International Space Station that offered an opportunity, but which of course ensured that most of other emerging countries do not get access to conducting experiments in the International Space Station. Now, with the advancement of the Taigong in China, the Russian orbital space station, the Indians working on their missions, the Americans looking at private sector investment in building future space stations that will offer developing space nations an opportunity to also contribute in this area. The fourth pillar is on space science, Earth observation, research development and innovation, as well as Earth intelligence. We're moving away from just building static maps to begin to provide intelligence based on integration of the fourth industrial revolution technologies, such as artificial intelligence, Internet of Things, big data analytics, deep machine learning, as well as ensuring that we integrate these with space-based information, but also the work that we're doing with the Human Sciences Research Council on bringing in the social sciences and humanities, understanding the population dynamics, to ensure that we build products and services that are addressing some of the societal challenges that we're facing. The last one is space operations. Chair, as you indicated that you knew, we would like to invite you to our space operations in Hartebeespoort. This is the largest space operations ground station in the Southern Hemisphere. And we're so proud of the quality and the global competitive services that we provide in the Southern Hemisphere, but also to the global space economy, where we generate quite significant amount of money that is currently, of course, sustaining the operations of the South African National Space Agency. We want to continue using these as part of our space economic diplomacy because of our geographic advantage in the Southern Hemisphere, and ensure that we do attract foreign direct investment in the new sites that we're building. But all of these, Chair, we're doing so that we can contribute to inclusive economic growth, industrialization, job creation, and of course responding to our and building the capable state. This is also, as you may have seen, that is included in our impact statement. And what we need to be focusing and investing on, of course, it's on enabling the local space industry to grow and transform, leveraging on our strategic partnerships that we have, and building human capital, but most importantly, to invest and ensure that we have a capable and a sustainable space agency that would implement a viable space program. Next slide.
Yeah, can I request that to move a little bit faster? Looking at time, thanks.
The next one, Chair, it's on the SANSA values. We have implement new values, which we're currently running a value activation campaign, starting with extending trust, that we need to act with integrity, but also we want to be an entity that cares for our people. We need to understand what the requirements of government are, so that we deliver on products and services that are responding, that are innovative and driving impact. And we'll do so by collaborating with our partners, both locally and internationally. Next slide. This is the board of SANSA. It's been introduced. Let's move. Chair, as you said, this is the executive leadership with the CFO, Mr. Jenner, the executive director responsible for enterprise services, Ms. Mazibuko, the executive director for space engineering, Ms. Takalani, the executive director responsible for space operations, Mr. Hodges, as well as the executive director responsible for Earth observation, Professor Ramiro. We'll quickly get into our performance assessment. Let's move to the next slide, which is part C. We have 5 strategic outcomes: enhancing national capability in space science, technology, and satellite infrastructure, increase space relevant knowledge and decision support tools that support the developmental agenda, increase share of the global space market and economy. The 4th one is a vibrant, competitive, and transformed South African space industry. And the 5th one is increased human capacity in space science, technology, and engineering. And the last one being building a capable, sustainable, and high-performing national space agency. Outcome indicators for the 5-year targets. As I indicated, we have 8 new indicators as we implement this bold 5-year strategic plan. The first one, which is a new indicator, is to look at the National Space Capability Index, where by year 5, we hope that I would have achieved some of the set 5-year targets. But most importantly, what we've been working on is to ensure that we establish the baseline on that. The second one is on public awareness of the socio-economic benefits of the National Space Program. It's a new indicator. We're looking at developing the methodology to do so and hope that in year 5, we would have 5% improvement on that baseline that we're building on public awareness of socio-economic benefits. The third one is percentage increase in the number of research publications, space science and technology by South African researchers. As I said, we have been very successful, particularly looking at the Earth observation as well as the engineering programs on doing that. And we're hoping that our set 5-year target would be, it's a new indicator as well. The next indicators on National Space Markets Share Index. It's a new indicator. We want to capture a certain global niche market in the area of space. And the next one is percentage share of international mission launch support, where we have a baseline of 30%. We want to maintain that. As I indicated, that we host a world-class facility in Hartebeespoort. The next one is on the percentage increase in revenue generated from sale of space-related products and services. Even though Chair and honorable members, we are a public entity, 3A schedule, we want to ensure that we do develop products and services that could generate income that can be invested in building further capabilities. The number of intellectual property IP recognized in this coming 5 years, now being in the 2nd year, would like to see IP being generated or recognized or filed from the research as well as the innovation that's coming from SANSA. Percentage of supported small, medium, micro enterprise. This is important for us. It's a new indicator. We have and National Frontiers Earth Observation Program that we're working with NRF, University of Pretoria, looking at building the downstream industries, and we want to see the 30% survival of these companies that we're developing. The percentage increase in professional graduates and space-related provision is a new indicator. We're setting up the baseline. We hope that the set target will be achieved in the next 5 years. External audit outcome, unqualified audit opinion with no material findings. It's critical for us to maintain this. We've done this in the last 3 years or so. Percentage break even on revenue from products and services sold. It's a new indicator. We want to see an 80% penetration, particularly the diffusion of these in government departments for them to be able to realize their mandates. Percentage brand awareness, we've seen an increase of this, but we want to get to 35% target by year 5 of our strategic plan. Next slide. Now I would quickly share with you the 2026-27 APP outcome indicators and medium targets. The first outcome, which is enhanced national capability, we have quite a number of initiatives, starting from the partnership contributing to the national space capability, where you see an increase over the years. By 2029, we would want to have 25 of those. The break-even for our Space Weather Center, which is our regional center, we want to get to 64% of its sustainability in generating products for the aviation industry and other economic areas. The number of public awareness initiatives implemented, we want to see this increasing to 43 by year 2029. The percentage achievement of MTJ project, this is the new deep space station that I've referred to in Markiesfontein that we're building. And this is so critical for the deep space missions, but also again, using our geographic advantage to attract foreign direct investment. We're hoping that we would have finished this by 2028, 2029. We have some of the countries that have already expressed interest in hosting their facilities there. The same business model as a Hartebees Hoek will be applied here in ensuring that we do grow the business of SANSA, but also generating income that we can reinvest in building these strategic capabilities that we require as the country. The EOSAT project, it's so critical for our satellite build program. We've had challenges with Denel that you're aware of. We have worked very hard in putting recovery plans, and in those plans that we've put in place, still we found ourselves still struggling because of the challenges that Denel is facing. And we've reached a point where, of course, we have recommended to the board, and the board will be making a submission to the DSTI on the direction that we're taking on the satellite build program. As I said, South Africa cannot afford to just focus on building one satellite. We should be thinking about constellations. We have proposals that we're putting in place that will be engaging with the DSTI in ensuring that we do scale up on our satellite build program to ensure that indeed our sovereignty is guaranteed given this shift in geopolitics that we're seeing. Percentage achievement of the AIT facility, this is critical for transforming the industry, but also creating opportunities for new entrants, for startup companies. We are working with the National Empowerment Fund, where we have raised 60 million to ensure that we do build engineers, or a pipeline of engineers that would create startups and create more opportunities to grow and create the high-tech jobs that I referred to. Our National Research Productivity Score, we want to see that growing to 1,550 by end of 2028, 2029. The number of decision support tools, we want to develop 8 of those by the end of the strategic plan. Here we have already deployed 3 decision support tools for air quality, disaster risk reduction, looking at flooding. We also have developed a decision support tools on water quality as a water scarce country. This is critical for us. The rent value of revenue generated on space operations, we want to see this increasing so that we can maintain our facilities, but also reinvest in building further capabilities for the country. Next slide. The number of missions, we've seen the growth and want to continue as we provide these world-class services to the countries and industries or companies or commercial companies that are launching. Number of exploration missions, we see a steady growth in these as we begin to roll out or operationalize our deep space ground station in Markiesfontein. Number of new hosted facilities, we want to see this increasing not just in Hartebees Hoek, but also in Markiesfontein. The number of commercial agreements signed, we are very intentional. We want to see this growing so that we can also grow the business of SANSA, but also beginning to look at the PP public partnerships in growing the space industry. The percentage of contract operational expenditure and SMEs, we want to get to 50% of these. The percentage total expenditure spent on Black-owned businesses, would like to see this also increasing to get to 50%. The number of youth directly engaged on space-related sciences, we want to get to 75,000, these by the end of 2028, 2029. The number of students and interns supported, we want to maintain these given the capacity that we have in hosting these students and interns. But we would, of course, as we maintain these, begin to look at other models on how we can partner with universities. Number of students and interns supported on technical training. We want to grow these technicians to ensure that the new facilities that we have as we look at HOTEC as well as MTJ, that we do build internal capacity. Number of initiatives to transform SANSA into a high-performing agency. We'll continue in doing this to ensure that we empower our young engineers and scientists within the organization. Number of major brand awareness initiatives implemented. We want to see this increasing to 16. The ISO certification or accreditation in our facilities, we want to maintain these, as well as development and implementation of ISO standards to be at 100% by the end of 2027, 2028. Next slide. We have 5 programs, and I will move first, given that I think we have 20 minutes. Next slide on the 5 programs. Administration, we want to provide strategic leadership, governance, financial management, human resources, legal services, ICT, and corporate support to ensure the effective and accountable operations and good governance, strategic coordination, efficient resource management, as well as institutional sustainability are critical for us to realize this. Next slide. We have within Program 1, of course, stakeholders and partnerships, and these are the number of local partners, multilateral relations, the membership that we have, and the bilateral relations that we have globally. And we want to see this growing, particularly in the African continent, so that we can also create opportunities. But the BRICS partnership is so critical for us. We've seen the investment that is happening in most of the BRICS countries. Next slide. Next slide. Earth observation. We can build all these satellites, Chair and honorable members, if we can't translate this into data that can provide the intelligence or the insight that I've referred to, we would have failed in our mandate as the space agents. And therefore, this becomes core to SANSA and in ensuring that, of course, through the single license and the mandate that says we must acquire and process and archive and disseminate, that we need to do so to empower evidence-based decision-making, disaster management, environmental resource management, and decision support tools. Next. We are finalizing the multi-user agreement. We've engaged with National Treasury, as well as thanks to the support by the DSTI, that as country, we should, with the limited resources, we should be having one single point of satellite imagery acquisition, which is SANSA, so to avoid duplication and really save on this tight fiscus that we face as the country. And we are pushing for satellite imagery as an infrastructure, but also as a strategic procurement for the country, in ensuring that we do empower government and other entities in using space-based applications to improve service delivery, as well as addressing socioeconomic challenges that we face. We're building the decision support tools, as I've said. And of course, we'll continue in the acquisition of other imagery such as synthetic aperture radar data, but we need to be deliberate as a country to begin to build these future satellite missions for us to be able to develop our products and services in a number of areas, including defense and intelligence. Next slide. Space sciences, space weather applications is critical, but we still do fundamental and applied research, provision of magnetic technology products and services, as well as global scientific research and global cooperation. It's critical for us as SANSA. But again, we are looking at innovation in space science so that we can also sell services and generate income. Next slide. And these are some of the products that we're working on at our space weather. And as I said, space sciences and Earth observation has performed very well in the continent as well as globally in research and innovation, and we'll continue in doing that. But ultimately, we want to also see applied research and developing products and services that we can sell. Next slide. Space operations, I've touched on these. We want to ensure that, of course, we continue supporting global missions, but also ensure that South Africa is an operational space infrastructure for global participation in space missions. Next. And this, of course, we want to look at the entire satellite value chain, coming to low Earth orbit phase to get to also IoT or in-orbit support and hosting, as well as end-of-life deorbiting support that we should provide as the entities. And we're seeing new opportunities coming in this area. Next slide. Space engineering, we want to build the capability for the country. We want to see us strengthening the national technological capability as well as competitiveness in the global space economy. The global space economy is forecasted to reach almost $2 trillion by 2035, and we think we have a huge opportunity there to capture a certain niche market as South Africa. Next slide. As we continue with the satellite build program, but also the upgrading of this facility to ensure that we support our human capital development as well as transformation programs through assembly, integration, and testing facility in Rabo. Next slide. With your permission, Chair, I'll hand over to the CFO to take us through the financial overview. Thank you, Chair. Mr. Jenner.
Good afternoon, Chair, PPC members, the Deputy Minister, board members, DSTI officials, SANSA board and executives. I'll be taking you through the financial section of our presentation. And with your permission, Chair, I'll now switch off my camera just to allow for more bandwidth. Chair, we have on screen our financial performance. We're showing 5 years on screen. I'll be reading from left to right, years ending March 2025 with the blue shading, up to 2029 on the right. The first 2 years are historical, audited 2025. Our revised budget follows for the year recently ended in March 2026. And the focus of this presentation is the 3 years, 27, 28, 29, which forms the 2026 MTF. Looking at the grant income, you can see there in our revised budget, the figure of 570 million, which will decrease down to 188 million by the end of March 2029. If I look at the components there, you can see parliamentary grant, 150 million in 26, increasing by an average of 5% per annum to 175 million by the end of 2029. That parliamentary grant will constitute 28% of the 2026 MTF budget. Second line is the SIH, which is a significant contributor to the grant income and overall income and expenditure. You can see there'll be peak spending in 2 years, 358 to 385 million, with the project expected to conclude by 2028. And to a large extent, this is the reason why the grant income shows a decrease over the MTF period. Our revenue from other transactions, starting in 2026, year recently ended 159 billion. That's expected to grow by an average of 17.2% over the 2026 MTF period to 255 million. Key area of growth there would be the public sector revenue anchored by the Earth Observations Program, where we have decision support tools and the provision of satellite imagery to organs of state coming into play. Our contract revenue from foreign sources, that's also expected to show good growth from 125 million to 179 million. But partly as the SIH project products come to market and we generate revenue from them. On our total revenue basis, the total receipts you can see there for 2026, 811 million, decreasing down to 452 million in 2029. Just bear in mind again that decrease is usually due to the SIH, which is with us for 2 years and then tapers down. On the employment cost side, we're looking at actual of 230 million in the revised budget. In the year, let me rather say we're looking at a revised budget of 230 million for the year ending March 2026, increasing to 267 by the end of March 2029. We're working actively to manage that cost line and keep it as low as possible due to limited funding. The other operating expenses, those are expected to reduce from 284 million to 171 million. That's really two things. Firstly, SIH components relating to AIT upgrades, Neo Frontiers, as well as the acquisition of SAR data, which are present in the first 2 years that you see there, will not be present in the outer years. In addition, we're actively managing the other operating expenses, again, due to limited funding. The last aspect I'll cover, Chair, is on the capital expenditure. You can see there's a peak in spending over 2 years as we implement the SIH project. As we get to 2028 and 2029, the capital expenditure of a maintenance nature comes down to 41 million in 2028, and then 13 million, much lower in 2029. That is really due to funding constraints, and that level of spending is inadequate for a balance sheet of between 1.2 and 1.4 billion in the period that we're looking at. That again is due to funding constraints, and it really reflects that we will have challenges in maintaining the expenditure. Sorry, the infrastructure that we are developing under SIH. Next slide, please. CEO, thank you. That will be the end of my section.
Thank you, CFO. The last slide, it's if we can go to the last slide. It's just to re-emphasize, Chair and honorable members, that we are focused in this year and the coming 3 years in ensuring that we have built space engineering capacity, and we ensure that all the facilities that has taken many years for SANSA to upgrade or to build that we should complete this in the next financial year and ensure that it's operational. Of course, it's going to be very important for us to look at a business model that will ensure that it attracts other African countries and other private sectors to use the facility so that it becomes sustainable. But also, what's important is on growing the industry using this facility in space engineering. We want to further develop this Earth intelligence, as I said, but also looking at other new sources of growth or emerging areas in energy, mining, as well as financial services, where we're engaging with a number of financial institutions to look at the role of space in providing support and building these applications they require. Space operations, and this year we want to get to 65%, but preferably to see this by the next financial year operational. We want to see an increase in other areas across the space operations value chain to look at new areas as well as grow that business in space operations. The Space Weather Center, and thanks to the DSTI, we're working very hard. We have young weather forecasters, 90% young women that are running that, but we also want to see new products and innovation coming out of that. On space exploration, our ambitions to go to space and as inspiring young South Africans and Africans are key focus, and also increase our partnerships with the BRICS plus nations by also participating in some of the missions. What's critical is to also ensure that the overall SANSA mandate, looking at the SANSA Act, to begin to look at the SANSA growth and investment and sustainability strategy by looking at PPP, as I said. But we also want to explore and look at what other model, business model that we should be looking at as SANSA in ensuring that we generate more revenue by building new innovations, also increasing the growth and transformation of the space industry. And we believe that if we do this, Chair and honorable members, we will move this country from an emerging space nation to an advanced space faring nation, but also ensuring that our sovereignty and our independence is guaranteed. Thank you very much, Chair, and back to board Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, Chair.
Yeah, you can continue.
If I can conclude, Chair. Okay, thank you, Chair. That is our APP and our ambitious strategic plan that we've presented to the committee. You know, Chair, if you allow me to lament a bit, you know, it's a pity, and I really, it's a pity that we find ourselves in here. And I'm going to say, as the leaders of this country, struggling with connectivity. And yet we're talking high tech and talking space and satellites and that. I think we can do better as a country. I really think we can do better, Chair. All I'm emphasizing is that I think the issue of that SATCOM project needs to be taken seriously. And if I may be bold, it's actually a bit embarrassing that we have to make excuses for connectivity. And that's my input, Chair. Thanks a lot. Bye-bye.
Honorable members, these are the presentations that we've received from the three entities. I would suggest we take a comfort break for 30 minutes so that we can be able to stretch ourselves and grab something to eat. And we resume our meeting at exactly 20 past 2. Just a 30 minutes comfort break, and we resume at 20 past 2 so that we can be able to. No, it can't be 2:20. If we take yes, my apologies. Let's just add 20 minutes to this time. It means it will be 13:40. 13:40 we reconvene. 13:40 exactly. Honorable members, we reconvene. For now, let's just take this 20 minutes as a comfort break, and we shall gather again on this platform at exactly 13:40. Thank you. so that we avoid a situation where an entity does not sufficiently respond to questions. In that fashion, honorable members, may I invite you to engage with the presentation from CSIR. I will start with the Honorable Tumi Ramukhalo, my apologies, Honorable Ramukhalo, followed by the Honorable Mazoni, Natasha, followed by the Honorable Nkosi, followed by the Honorable Mjadu, followed by the Honorable Sapo, followed by the Honorable Dr. Tembegwayo, followed by the Honorable Mutambi, and lastly, the Honorable Mkunu. In that sequence, honorable members, may we start with Honorable Ramukhalo.
Thank you, Chair, for the opportunity, and I welcome the presentation. Greetings to you and greetings to all the colleagues. Okay, I will go according to the sequence as you suggested, Chair. For CSIR, while the first one is while most KPI targets have increased, why is it that human capital development targets have remained static for the 2026-2027 period? Does the stagnation in human capital targets reflect a strategic deprioritization of skills development, or are there capacity constraints limiting expansion? What will the impact be on the alignment with national priorities that aim to grow the workforce in the ambit of science? Secondly, we also see in the report the reduction in the target for principal researchers from 195 to 175. My question is, will this not have an impact in the entity's ability to deliver on its expanded KPI targets? Also, CSIR has, for me, mastered, the art of ensuring that you are able to get external funding. However, how sustainable is this funding model? Especially because, the parliamentary grant is a fraction compared to what you get from contract R&D. In other words, Chair, would you still be able to sustain your funding in the event that there is a downturn in the private sector or some kind of global economic shock? But, furthermore, what safeguards are there in place to ensure, core public interest research is not compromised by the need to secure contract income? Lastly, Chair, the 175% international income growth over 6 years is highly welcome. What are the key drivers for this growth? Have you put measures in place to ensure that international collaborations result in local capacity building as opposed to, just merely exporting expertise? And also, have you looked at the risks of intellectual property leakage or unequal benefit sharing in international partnerships? Basically, what I would like to know is, are you protecting yourselves during these negotiations? Is there nothing for us to worry about? Are you not selling your soul to secure these fundings and, compromising yourselves a bit too much in the process? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Ramukhalo. Honorable members, I had my apologies for coming in. I had omitted in timing yourself. You have maximum 3 minutes, so you should time yourself so that we adequately share the time allocation for all members. Honorable Natasha.
Thank you, Chairperson. I will be within my time. Chair, I think we first need to acknowledge what a strategic asset the CSIR is. Chair, we were there last year, and I think we were all incredibly impressed with what the CSIR has to offer the country. And we realized of just the importance of looking after the CSIR and making sure that it continues to be a commercial success while executing the public mandate. Chair, I think that how we need to look at the CSIR is that it will never be a failing entity, but it will always be an entity at risk, simply because of underfunding and the fact that we as Parliament place almost unrealistic expectations on the CSIR. Chair, having said that, we take our jobs very seriously, but we need the department to also always be honest and open with us. There seems to be the possibility of the long-term erosion of core scientific capability as well as infrastructure, because we saw it with our own eyes, Chair. As we moved around the CSIR, we didn't know if there would be enough funding for these projects that we were seeing. Chair, can the CSIR just give us a brief outline of what interventions are in place right now to ensure that they maintain their infrastructure and their core scientific capability? Thank you.
Honorable Nkosi.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Greetings to all honorable members in the meeting and all the entities that we have just presented today. I'll just go straight to the questions, Chair, due to time limit. On CSIR, there is CSIR C3 initiative. When I look at it in the report, Honorable Chair, its target, it's only 3 to 5 commercial deals per annum, while screening 15 technologies. So I just want to check, given the dual mandate of direct investment and licensing, what specific criteria are being used to select these few deals? And how does the CSIR plan to address the remaining technologies in the pipeline to prevent a bottleneck in a commercialization? And secondly, Honorable Chair, the report highlights a partnership with SAPS to establish a forensic satellite lab to reduce the DNA testing backlogs. I just want to check with CSIR, what are the specific operational milestones for the 2026-2027 year, and what is the projected impact on the national backlog within its first 12 months? Also, Chair, in the light of the risk of the heavy reliance on the foreign providers and high ICT capital flight, I just want to check with CSIR, what specific milestones has the CSIR set for the development of the sovereign artificial intelligence cloud infrastructure for South Africa? And Chair, on the issue of the cannabis industry, I see in the report the CSIR mentions that it supports the cannabis industry and establishing value chains for the industrialization. What I want to check, Chair, is what is the current status of these initiatives and how is the CSIR navigating the regulatory complexity mentioned as a sector challenge? Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Mjadu.
Thank you, Chairperson. Honorable members and the department, board members, I just want to welcome the presentation. Let me go straight to my questions. Chairperson?
We are listening.
Hello?
We are listening.
Sorry, I don't know what is this computer doing. I think there is a problem, network problem. Okay, let me go straight to my question, Chairperson. According to this report, the CSIR projects a total income of 3.28 billion for 2026 and 2027. Yet it budgeting for a net loss of 9.8 million, despite revenue increased by 73.9 million and expenditure rising by 52.7 million. What specific expenditure containment and revenue optimization measures are being implemented to eliminate this deficit? And how will this organization ensure it meets its projected turnaround to a 15.89 million profit in 2027 and 2028? And another one, while black set staff constitute 72% of the workforce, only 30% of chief researchers are black, and the proportion of staff with PhDs has stagnated at 19% over several years. What has been the measurable time-bound interventions being implemented to close this transformation gap at senior level and increase the PhD pipeline to align with global research institution benchmarks? And last one, Chairperson, the CSIR has identified an infrastructure investment requirement of 1.4 billion over 10 years, yet current allocation reflect only 151 million in its in self-funded capital and 230 million from a national treasurer, alongside maintenance backlog exceed 300 million projected to grow to 1.5 billion. How does this CSIR plan to bridge this significant funding gap, and what are the quantified risk to research quality, safety, and operation continuity if this under investment persists? I thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Mchatu. Honorable Sapo.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good afternoon. Just few things, Chair, from my side. I think I'm comfortable with the presentation of the CSIR a little bit, but just 3 questions. One, on the issue of the SMMEs to be supported, which there is a slight drop as from the previous financial year. I just want to check what led to that. For me, Chair, support to MSMEs also speak to the issue of job creation. So I got worried every time when support to be given to them is reduced. I just want to check what led to that slight drop, and linked to it, Chair, is also the slight drop on the support of the principal researchers as compared to the previous year. I just wanted to check what also led to that. Yes, I understand, Chair, the issue of funding and all of that, but when we are then speak of the lack of just 30% of chief researchers, which is not necessarily moving. When we then reduce the support to be given to the researchers, I also get worried. But the last thing, Chair, is on the issue of bridging the gaps of the funding gaps. What is then the plan of the entity to ensure that, yes, of course, there are funding challenges. There is now a reduction. What then the entity plans to do to make sure that at least R&D is not compromised and the support that is given to communities is not compromised? Other than that, Chair, I think I'm quite comfortable with the target sets and the progress that has been reported to us in the previous academic year or in the previous financial year. Thank you very much, Chair.
Things of being a student is very important. You bring academic year. However, that was on a lighter note. Can I then invite Honorable Tembegwayo, Dr. Tembegwayo?
Thank you, Chairperson. The following are the questions. The first one is on strategic alignment and mandate with specific reference to commercialization. What concrete targets exist for IP commercialization and tech transfer to South Africa industry this year? On financial and performance target with specific reference to revenue mix, what is the targeted ratio of parliamentary grant versus contract R&D income, and how does it compare to 2025-2026? Still on the same issue of financial and performance targets, on deficit risk, what provisions are in place if baseline funding is cut or contract income underperforms? On arrears and collections, how is CSIR managing outstanding debts from the public sector clients? And what is the 90-day debt target? On governance and risk, with specific reference to cyber and IP risk, what risk mitigation is in place for protection of sensitive IP and national research data? On transformation and human capital, with specific reference to retention, what strategy is in place to retain scarce skills against the private sector competition? On stakeholder and public value, provincial footprint, how will CSIR ensure RDI benefits are distributed beyond Gauteng and Western Cape? And lastly, with a specific reference to conflict of interest, what controls ensure research independence when doing paid work for industry players? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Tembebayo. Honorable Mutambi.
Thank you, Chairperson, for the opportunity. I'm looking at slide 45 of the presentation, Chair. It's around the strategic objective of building and transform human resource capital and infrastructure. And then when you look at that, you see the percentage of the SET staff with PhD for the financial year 2025-2026, it remains stagnant. And then I just want to understand what specific pipeline development measures are being taken to increase this to the levels required for a top-tier global research institution. And then also maybe they need to share with us what would be an ideal percentage of staff with PhDs. Then looking at their strategic focus on an area that has to deal with building resilient defense and security capabilities to strengthen national security. Then I have a question to that effect. I want to understand to what extent is the CSIR signal intelligence and defense research, as they've indicated in Target 8, reliant on the international components that may be subject to global supply chain disruption or trade protectionism. The other issue that I felt you need to be taken on board on, Chair, reading the shareholders compact, there's a suggestion that there should be designated entity to support the science and technology innovation requirements for the government. And then I should think maybe for the DDG responsible for this entity, including also for me to get an understanding from the board itself. What legislative or policy changes are required to formalize this role? Thank you for the opportunity, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Mutambi. Honorable Mkhulu.
Thank you very much, Chair. Firstly, appreciate the presentation by the CSIR. My question, Chair, on Although I can't, slide, I think it's the slide, but it's the slide that talks to the the benefits, benefiting the bursaries and graduates in training. I appreciate the numbers. Slide 37, that is presented there. They indicate the youth, but my only question, Chair, on that one is how are we going to know the women, the number of women that are benefiting out of this out of this slide 37? And the next one, Chair, first let me commend CSIR for that budget, for budgeting for the net loss of 9.8 million. It's a prudent way of budgeting, but also my three questions, and my other comment is on the expenditure growth, in that is reflected there, which remains below the revenue. It means the revenue collection. It's a concern. It's a concern, Honorable Chair. But I want to check if we would get some concrete plans to increase the international income, and looking at the current global occurrences, are we going to be able to get to these international engagements that we have with different entities that are able to give us to give the CSIR income, and the plans to deal with the net loss in the outer years. It's good that we were seeing it in the financial year, but what about the outer years, the coming outer years? Are we able to to budget for it? And maybe we will need to look at also the issue of that parliamentary grant, which remains negative, with negative 26. How do we mitigate on that one, and the total expenditure, which is also at a negative, at flagged red, because it means it's below the revenue collection. How do we mitigate to correct those parts? But it's very good that they budgeted for the net loss. And how then can we go in particular focusing on the outer years? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, honorable members. Can I also? I think it's just two questions. One, the first question will be on the withdrawal of the US aid. Is CSR able to perhaps maybe you have a study or you are still in a process of quantifying how this withdrawal of the US aid, especially on the R&D funds, how has this impacted, research and development for the country? And then the second question is on provincial government and municipalities. How or which municipalities are you collaborating or working with in their technical and infrastructure capacity, where you are able to say, are you able to say these are the municipalities across the country that we are collaborating with or that we are working with in terms of giving them technical capacity and infrastructure capacity in terms of innovation? Can you zoom straight to the municipalities and just share with us how has the work been, and whether you are able to record successes in that regard. And then I will hand over to your good self, CSIR, as led by your chairperson and the CEO, to respond to the questions of honorable members. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson and members. I see that the chair is not saying anything. I thought he would lead the response. But in the absence of that and in the interest of time, we
Okay,
will then...
before the absence of that, yourself, CSIR, is the person that can alert the chairperson that for as long as he's in the meeting, we expect him to engage with us. Even if he is in an area where there is low connectivity, as a responsible person, you move to an area where you have sufficient cover. We are all in villages. I'm in a village. I'm in my own village here. The connectivity is challenged, but I had to move to a better place where I'll be able to connect to engage in the meeting. And I do not think we take kindly to that aspect that the chair would just indicate that he's in a meeting, but he's where there's low connectivity and then switch off. DM, if you are still on the platform, and the DG, and our support team, after this meeting, I think we have to write to the chairperson of the board of CSIR. I, for one, I think the committee also share the same sentiment. It's unacceptable. But continue, see, Dr. CEO.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, and we take note of the comment, and on our side we will convey the message to the chair as well. So thank you very much for all the questions that have been raised by the members of the Portfolio Committee. I will deal with some of them, and for others, I will invite members of the CSIR executive to speak to the questions that I leave out. So maybe at the outset, let me just outline how we'll do this. Mr. Mabindisa, if you can speak to all the questions related to human capital development, targets, and so forth, and where we cannot give clear answers today, we can supplement our responses in writing. I would like to ask the CFO to tackle all the questions related to the CSR financial income statement, CSR financial position, and all the detailed questions that have been asked in that regard. I would invite Mr. Du Plessis to speak to the question around CSR C-Cubed, and Dr. Rachel Chikwamba, if you can answer the two questions around our partnership with the SAPS on forensic analysis, as well as the work that we are doing to support the development of the cannabis industry in South Africa. Then Dr. Malinga, if you can speak to the question around whether we are doing anything as a CSIR to support development of an AI cloud for South Africa. If you can just speak to that, please. And then Dr. Maseramula, there was a question around the work that we are doing to support defense and security in our cluster, in our country, and if there is any risk of exposure from international supply chains with regards to the work that we are doing in that regard. So if we can deal with those questions, but before I hand over to you, I'll try and respond to some of the questions myself directly. There was a question around international collaborations and the fact that this has grown over the past number of years. I think that has been a very deliberate strategy of the organization to diversify our income streams. Because prior to this, and even so today, we are heavily dependent on public sector funding, be it in the form of the parliamentary grant, which makes up about 19% of our total revenue, and public sector income, which sits at just under 60% of our total revenue in the recent counting, in the recent past. So we were very deliberate about growing our international income streams, as well as growing our private sector income over the past 10 years at least. And we've been quite successful in doing this. Of course, I think the concern that has been raised around the issues of IP leakage and so forth is a concern. But we manage this very well, in my view, because in most instances, the work that we do for international partners is based on intellectual property that is owned by us, and it's done on a contract basis. And there are very clear provisions that we make in terms of the ownership of the intellectual property that we generate. In fact, our biggest risk is not so much in terms of the loss of IP through the contract work that we do. It's more around the loss of skill that leaves the country to other parts of the world, because IP walks on two legs. The people that leave South Africa, whether it's from CSIR, from DNL, from anywhere else, live with IP. That is just the reality of the situation, because they live with the knowledge that they have, and where they go, they then do work which might create a competition for our country. But in terms of the risk of IP leakage from these international contracts, I think that is fairly well managed within the organization. The issue around the erosion of the core R&D capabilities, I think this maybe the department can also respond to this, because it also referred to the department. But I think from our point of view, the fact that we are heavily dependent on contract research to do the work that we do, what this means is that we don't have enough money that is available, or enough capital, enough investment that is available for us to invest in the development of core capabilities in the organization, except for the 19% parliamentary grant that we receive. Now that is split between supporting the operations of the CSIR, the IT systems and so forth that we need, and supporting research and development. And that amount is fairly low, and one understands the pressures that we are facing. But what it means that in the long term, one runs the risk of eroding the capabilities that we have in the organization if we don't continuously invest in the renewal of that capability. I think to this point, we are able to invest, but we are investing at a very low level. And therefore, we are not able to do all the things that we would like to do in terms of strengthening our R&D capabilities. I must also mention that our ability to attract contract research, whether it is with the public sector, with the private sector, or the international sector, is dependent on the capabilities that we develop with the parliamentary grant that we have within the organization. So the parliamentary grant is a very critical strategic lever for the long-term sustainability of the CSIR. I think when we sit at 19%, that is on the low end. Most research and technology organizations like ourselves, you will find sit at anything from 30 to 40%, all the way up to 100% in some instances. And one is not arguing that we must get 100% parliamentary grant, but I think 19% is now on the low side. Of course, the contributing factor to this is that we have grown our revenue over this period, and the growth that we've been able to achieve in terms of the other income streams other than parliamentary grant have outpaced the growth of parliamentary grant. But as the CFO indicated, in real terms, our parliamentary grant has decreased because in most years it has grown at a level that is below inflation. But one understands fully the situation that we find ourselves. But we're fortunate that up to now, despite this reduction in real terms in terms of our parliamentary grant, we've been able to grow the other income streams sufficiently to allow the organization to cover all its costs. I think utilities, for instance, electricity and water and so forth, have grown significantly over this period, way above the 4% that we've seen in terms of parliamentary growth. Then if I can move on to the questions on the funding gap for infrastructure. I think this point perhaps I've spoken to now in terms of the impact of this. We can only fund infrastructure through a few mechanisms. One is if we get a direct allocation from National Treasury. We've been very fortunate that over the past few years, we've had a direct allocation from National Treasury, which has really helped us a lot in terms of investing in the renewal of our infrastructure. That's a first income source. The second one is if we get a grant directly from the department for some of the infrastructure-related facilities that we've invested in. The third is if we use our own reserves to invest in capital in infrastructure. Now, the third component depends on us being profitable as an organization, because we only create a reserve through the profits that we make as a CSIR. And our profit margins are very thin. If you go back to the income statement of the CSIR over the past number of years, you'll be able to see this. We make very, very low profits from the work that we do, because we charge at a rate that needs to ensure that we remain competitive in the market. So we make very, very small profits, and hence our reserves are not growing in any significant way, which means then that the amount that we have to invest in capital from our reserves is also quite limited. Those are the only levers that are available to us in terms of investing in the renewal of infrastructure. So it remains a very significant risk for us. And it's a major headache in terms of how we can manage this as an organization. I think we do the best with the level that we have in terms of ensuring that we continue to maintain our infrastructure at an acceptable level, and that we invest in the renewal of our infrastructure where this is possible. I think up to now, we have managed, I think, to weather this situation in the manner in which we've managed this, but it remains a significant risk for the organization. There was a question around the number of SMMEs supported, the slight drop that we mentioned earlier in our presentation as well. I think, as I indicated in the introductory remarks around our key performance indicators, the KPIs that we set for ourselves are to a large extent dictated by the type of work that we envisage will undertake within the organization. In most instances, except for SO4, when we start the new year, we start with 0 in terms of the KPIs. So when we say we're going to support so many SMMEs, it's linked to the projects that we've planned, some of them that we have secured, and others that we still have to go and secure in the market. And hence, when you see a decline, it's based on a projection that we have created in the organization in terms of the type of work that we see doing in that year. And most of the work that we do in terms of supporting small and medium enterprises is externally funded. So if those contracts don't materialize, we are likely not to meet that target. So we spend a lot of work in terms of business development, engaging government departments, private sector companies, international partners, in terms of doing business development to get them to contract us to do work for them. It's a huge effort that goes into the organization in terms of trying to do this. So those KPIs that you see, which are declining, are an indication that we don't see any prospect in terms of exceeding the target or the target that we had set for ourselves in the previous year, based on what is in the pipeline, the engagement we've had, and the delta in terms of what still needs to be secured for this year. So it remains a huge risk for us in terms of delivering on those KPI targets. And I think also the issue around the funding gap, I think I've spoken to this. We only have 4 income sources in the organization. It's the parliamentary grant, which we receive from the Department of Science, Technology and Innovation, that is secured. Then it's contract income, which can come from international contracts, private sector contracts, and public sector contracts. Often when we start the year, the situation is such that the parliamentary grant is fully secured, but for the remainder, we could be sitting at anything between 40 and 50% in terms of the income that is secured for that year. So during the year, we do a lot of work to ensure that we can secure the remainder. In some cases, you may find it's contracts that we started negotiating 2 or 3 years before that now materialize. In other instances, it could be work that is starting in terms of discussion and negotiations in that year. So we put a lot of effort in terms of business development.
Dr. Tulan, can you also be cognizant of the time and also allow for the division of labor in terms of the questions to your team?
Thank you, Chair. I will do that. So let me maybe stop here and invite my colleagues. I'll start with Mr. Mabindis, if you can speak to the human capital development related questions. And then after you, the CFO, followed by Dr. Chikwamba, Dr. Malinga, and Dr. Maserumul, and lastly, Mr. Sten du Plessis. Over to you, colleagues. Thank you very much.
Thank you, CEO. Right. So I will address the first question, right, with regards to the total set. Just to put the context to this, that we grew the total set, right, from 2020, that was sitting at 13, right, 67, right, and it grew, right, to at the end, right, of the last financial year, right, to 16, 17. So it was a huge growth, right? So in terms of investing, right, in set. However, right, so there were challenges in the business in that there were areas, right, that did not perform, right? And then it required that we then embark, right, on the reorganization process. And that has led, right, to where we are, right? So currently, right, where we lost, right, a number of set staff, right? One, due to the reorganization process. Secondly, through resignations. So it's obviously the competition, right, from the market, right, and then thirdly, right, through retirements, right. So and in terms of the principal researchers, right. So again, there was a growth, right, of principal researchers, right, from 171, right, to 204. However, right, as I said, the reasons that I have shared, right, where we had to let go, right, of some of the principal researchers, right, in the areas that were not performing, right, and therefore, right, we are sitting where we are. However, right, as an organization, we've got a strong pipeline, right, in terms of ensuring that one, we claw back, right, and we then move from where we are to 1642 and even beyond. So in terms of the pipeline, the program that we have, right, for instance, is the Accelerated Researcher Development Program, the Accelerated Principal Researcher Development Program, right, the Graduate in Training Program. We've got a very strong bursary program, right, so where it's part of our the pipeline, but also, right, we grow those bursars from the GIT program where they join as researchers, right, through to chief researchers through what we call a robust career ladder program, right. So that has helped us, right, in terms of growing the numbers, right, within the CSIR. And as part of this year's program, right, is to ensure that, again, in terms of supporting these pipeline programs that I've just stated, that we've got a robust recruitment plan as well, right? So to increase the total set numbers, and also in terms of focusing, right, on the principal researchers. And then the other program that we've just introduced, where we're partnering, right, with the universities, right, is we call it the RPL project, right, where we looking at growing, right, the pipeline, right, of PhDs. And we are working currently with two universities, the University of South Africa and University of KwaZulu-Natal. So it's the RPL process to help us with that. So if I look at the chief researchers, and again, just to put the context where we come from, we had 11 chief researchers. We grew that to 22, chief researchers. Of those, when we started, in 2020, we had only two, chief researchers, and we grew those two black chief researchers, and grew those to 6 black researchers. And these were the researchers that we put through the accelerated research and development program, where there is a big investment that's made by the business to grow those chief researchers. So what we are seeing now, in terms of the decrease, in terms of the chief researchers, is due to retirements. So we've had 2 retirements, and hence the numbers. However, the pipeline again is strong, where we've through the accelerated research and development program, we are confident, that we will exceed, the number, of or the target that we have, through the program, that we had in terms of growing, our own pipeline, within the CSIR. In terms of the retention strategies, so yes, there is a huge challenge from the private sector, and we cannot compete, with the private sector, in terms of what they offer. However, as the CSIR, we've put a very strong employee value proposition, so to ensure that we keep, our scarce and critical skills within the CSIR. And these, they talk about our environment, they talk to the market competitive salaries, the short-term incentive scheme, the staff development. We've seen where as a CSIR, we invest bursaries, as we speak, I mean, this month only, from that bursary program, we had 4, of our staff, who qualified and completed, their PhDs. And there is a strong pipeline, of PhD students, who are in that staff development program, and there are other, programs that we're putting in place, to ensure, that we compete, with the private sector. So, so in terms of the strategies, just from Honorable Mutambi, so I've touched on those. So in terms of how we ensuring, that we grow our own pipeline, going to the market, and also in terms of the bursaries, the graduate in training programs, so in terms of developing, our own staff, so yes, indeed, the PhDs currently, they are not where we want to be. So as I said, we grew those from 2020 from 171, to 204. However, because of the reorg process, we are where we are, but we are putting programs in place to ensure, that we grow back and claw back, and then in terms of Honorable Mtunu, so in terms of the number of women, who are beneficiaries in our bursary program, so it's 52%, of the female pipeline. So, CEO, I'm going to hand over back to you. Thank you.
Can I also just request that you do not repeat the slides? You don't give us a mini presentation again. You get straight to the question and answer. The slides and the presentation, we have it. Be concise, straight to the answer, and do not give us a presentation again on your slide. CEO?
Thank you, Chair. CFO, if you can please answer the finance-related questions.
Thank you very much. And I will also try not to repeat what the CEO has already said. I think the current CSR funding model remains viable, but increasingly exposed. And one cannot really emphasize enough the decline in the parliamentary grant, and particularly in real terms. And I think, as been pointed out, we have become more dependent on contract R&D, and we have been successful. Over the past 5 to 6 years, we have grown our external income base. And our local private sector income increased, I think, on actuals, with approximately 40%, and our international income increased by approximately 175%. So despite all the challenges that we see currently in the economy, I think we have been successful. And I think this does demonstrate that we have been progressively successful in diversifying away from our reliance on parliamentary grant. That being said, we do need parliamentary grant to actually support our mandate. And if you look at our parliamentary grant allocation, and if this had kept pace with the cumulative inflation of 119% between 2010 and 2025, our allocation actually should have been substantially higher. We only got 37% over this period, and it actually results in a shortfall of approximately 81%, which results to an approximate number of 416 million. So we have invested in a lot of capabilities, specifically in precision agriculture, personalized medical projects, digital mining safety, localized drug manufacturing, logistics and biomanufacturing. And to invest in these capabilities, you need parliamentary grant to support in that basic infrastructure and in the basic capabilities of the people. And it also detracts from the people in looking for funding. As the CEO has mentioned, we start the year with about 20% of our funding secured in this allocation, and the rest of that we have to go and look for funding and compete with other industries to look for the funding. So part of the things that would help is if we could actually stop competing with the rest of the industry and actually be contracted for our mandated services. Other safeguards that we have in place is our business development and commercialization teams that help to work on active pipeline monitoring so that we try to get more longer term contracts in place, that we don't have this chasing of contracts the whole year round. But it is increasingly difficult. And all we have is the cash that we have in hand. And we have to do numerous things with that. We have to invest in our people. We have to invest in the infrastructure. The cost containment initiatives, we really try very hard to maintain costs as best as we can. And I think we've also been relatively successful in that. The increases that you see in the budget is largely driven by things outside of our control. And we have license fees that are driven by exchange rates. We have utility costs, we have insurance costs, and those things are the main reason for the higher than inflation figures that you see there. But where we can, I think we have very strict cost containment controls within the CSIR, and annually that is why we are able then to actually get in better than our budgeted results. As I've mentioned, we do deliberately budget conservatively to try and best manage, given all the uncertainty in the economy that we have to try and manage. With regards to the deficit or that decline in initiative PG funding, that is just an internal allocation, how we do the PG. Our overall increase is 4.7%. So there isn't a decrease in a specific item, and that is how we do an internal allocation. I think with regards to our PG mix, the percentage in the budget comes out to 22%. As the CEO mentioned, we would like to have much more, and we have to manage with what we are allocated, and it varies in the different industries and different countries. With regards to our debt management, the CSIR payment terms are 30 days. Our debtors book doesn't reflect that necessarily, and we do struggle with some of the clients in the public sector. Last year, 11% of our debtors book were over 90 days. This year, it has increased to 15%. We do have active management. We do follow up. We do have interest that we charge on certain debtors. It is an ongoing battle, and so not always that easy. And then with regards to the international income, as I said, we have a dedicated business development team and a lot of dedicated efforts to really try and manage a long-term pipeline so that we can build up active management in that, and as well as ongoing negotiations with National Treasury and Minister of Finance for us to be able to issue guarantees in that area to do business in that vicinity. I think I've covered all the questions. I hope I leave me put there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Opperman. Dr. Chikwamba.
Thank you very much, CEO. Thank you very much, Chair. I will be responding firstly to the question on SAPS and the impact that we hope, the milestones for this year and the impact that we hope to attain. So this is a brand new initiative where we hope to finish the establishment of the laboratories to validate workflows and then the standard operating procedures. And we will validate all these on a limited set of samples. This we will do in the first 6 months of the year. In the remaining 6 months of the year, depending on the capability established, we'll be focusing on scale-up, expansion of labs, automation, and increased throughput. So I'm sorry I'm not at this time in a position to say we will deal with X amount of samples because we are in the establishment phase of the particular laboratory. So that's the SAPS question. There was also a question to dealing with how we are working in the cannabis space and the challenges that we are finding. So the CSIR is working in providing its facilities, technical capabilities to small and medium scale enterprises that are participating in the cannabis industry. We have a license to do this, and we work with SMMEs that have a license to do this. The challenges that the SMMEs are facing are that they want to be able to put onto the market products that have got some low levels of THC. The regulations as they stand now are heavily supportive and enabling of the hemp family of the cannabis industry. So we are working with DSTI and the Department of Health to try and get these regulations reviewed so that the bottlenecks around putting low THC, high value products onto the market can be addressed. Thank you very much, CEO. I hope this is adequate.
Thank you, Dr. Chikwamba. Dr. Masermo.
No, thank you. Thank you, Chair. So regarding the work we do with the Department of Defense, most notably South African National Defence Force, we support just about all arms of service in terms of capability management but the work we do, I think we're the biggest grouping that supports is a sovereign R&D grouping that supports SNDF within the country. So the work that we do internationally, on the other hand, is subject to review by an export body for which the Department of Defense has a seat on that. So it's a highly regulated space, so we don't do defense work with anyone that is not approved by the state, where the Department of Defense is represented. So again, we are highly trained to support the sovereign capability of the state. So we're quite sensitive in terms of the sort of technologies that can be exported and the ones that cannot be exported. So but it's subject to a lot of regulation, and a big part of our international business, a significant part, is defense-related work. That again is actively approved on a project-by-project basis by the state, and hopefully I've addressed that. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Masermo. First, I can just mention that I think the NACI approvals pose a risk for us if there are delays in terms of those approvals, not because of anything that we've done, because of the NACI perhaps not meeting regularly. And then we've experienced some of these challenges also in terms of some of our work. Dr. Malinga, please, on the AI cloud.
Yes, thanks very much, CEO and Chair. Yes, the CSIR recognizing the dangers of not having localized capability in terms of our cloud services, is established as funded by the DSTI, a localized cloud called Sibua. And this localized cloud allows the country to have its own resources that are not exposed to foreign actors and foreign countries. It has, in terms of what it offers computing power for our country. It also offers OpenStack cloud storage, which is scalable and is used quite extensively by our research community. And this is part of what is called Foundational Digital Research Capability that's funded by the DSTI, FDCR. As part of that funding, we conduct AI-related research within the CSIR, but part of that funding goes to the Center for AI Research, which includes at least 9 universities from our country, from University of Limpopo, Sol Plaatje, your VETS, UCT, and so on and so forth. And these are covering a wide array of AI, from ethics all the way to agentic AI capabilities that the country is working on. So with regards to that, there is work that's being done. And a most recent conversation with the presidency was to move the current MIME-ZANSI solution from the private providers, foreign private providers, to Sibua. And so we're continually engaging with the presidency with that, together with the Department of Science on that. And then there was another question that was posed regarding the work that we do with municipalities. We work very, very closely with municipalities. I can point a few. For instance, the work that we've done with the Vembe District Municipality in Limpopo. That work focused mainly on the improvement of water access, trying to separate the use of spring water by animals and people, and then bringing closer the water from the springs to the communities, and allowing for businesses as well, small businesses, people who want to bottle spring water, as an example, are some of the things that we've done. We've also worked with the under Alfred Nzo District Municipality, the work that we've done there in the Winnie Matikizela Mandela Local Municipality. We've worked with them on their roads infrastructure, looking at the asset management, the quality, and as well as the condition of their roads and how those can be monitored and improved. We also work with the provinces as well, the different cooperative government provinces, Gauteng as an example, KwaZulu-Natal as well as the Eastern Cape. And the areas that we cover are varied, related to water, energy, waste, human settlements, climate change, response and mitigation are some of the things that we do, working with various municipalities. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Malinga. On this question, Chair, that you ask around the work with municipalities, we would prefer to submit a full, more comprehensive response in addition to what has been outlined by Dr. Malinga in terms of the work we are doing at the provincial level in municipalities. Stein, can you take the question on CSRC cubed?
Thank you, Dr. Dlamini. Yes, there was a question raised around the target of 3 to 5 startups per annum in the light of 15 technologies being screened, and also then a view on some of the screening criteria that we actually use in determining where we're going to invest. So in terms of a 3 to 5 opportunities, it is really guided by our past experience in this space, but more so about the type of technologies and the stage at which we commercialize. In the CSIR context, we typically commercialize what we would call deep tech technologies. These are technologies that require significant funding, timelines to commercialize, and quite deep pockets in terms of investments into capital infrastructure to make these technologies work. Our typical investment size, therefore, goes from 10 to 20 million for pre-revenue investment, And if one compares that to what you typically see in the VC market today, with an average size of investment of 5 million rand into pre-revenue, that just puts it in perspective. Also, the fact that these opportunities are pre-revenue, very early stage, it also requires our office to get involved much deeper in these technologies. As I've previously mentioned, we're actively involved in the board. We take an active position on the board of a company itself. Excuse me, but we also assist these companies with linking them with people within the CSIR or outside of a CSIR that can assist them with technology challenges that they have. So purely just the management of that investment takes much more time than it would normally take, and we have got quite a small team. So our biggest constraints in terms of why only 3 to 5 is literally capital, the money it takes to get these things commercialized, and then secondly, the involvement of an office where we have a small team of 3 people. Then in terms of looking at the 15 opportunities that we evaluate to dwindle them down to 3 opportunities, in that area, in terms of our criteria, we would look at technology and IP strength. Here we would typically look at the technology readiness levels. We typically want to invest in TRL level 6 and higher. We also look at manufacturing readiness levels. Can we actually produce and manufacture the end product? We also look at IP position, ownership of IP, freedom to operate, patent strength, trade secret protection, etc. I think importantly, we also compare the technology with what's the current state of the art in the market, but also where we believe the current state of the market is going to be in the next 5 to 10 years. And we look at the scalability of underlying technology. Then in terms of a criteria, we also look at the market opportunity, the size of the market, the go-to-market complexity, how difficult is it, what growth point, or what's the growth rate in the market, what customer pain points are we addressing, etc. We also look at team and execution capability. Here we look at transformation specifically. We look at the founders' past experience and domain expertise, their track record in this space, have they done this before, etc. We also then obviously look at the financial viability of these products. Does it make financial sense? Does it meet our finance criteria? Is there revenue model clarity, etc.? And then we would look at the overall risk profile in terms of technical, commercial, regulatory, execution, and capital risks. We would also pay attention to ESG and governance. What's the environmental and climate impact that we're doing, the ethical considerations, especially around AI, biotech, defense, and dual use technologies. And there are many other factors that we take into account. I just would like also to point that should we evaluate an opportunity and it falls short on 1 or 2 of these criteria metrics, but it's still a valuable opportunity, we don't just dismiss the opportunity. We work with the team within the CSIR to resolve that. In the case of, for instance, there's issues around the team and their past experience, should the opportunity go ahead and move forward to investment, we will provide an investment advisor. The target of 3 to 5 opportunities, I also have to state, is purely in relation to startups. I think we have a target of about 14 licenses per annum. So certain technologies obviously don't lead themselves or is better commercialized through licensing to address a larger market. And that we also have in as a target of 14 per annum. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. du Plessis. Chair, there's maybe 1 or 2 points I would like to make before we close. One is on the question around the ideal percentage of staff with PhDs. That is about 30%. We did a benchmarking some time ago in terms of other RTOs, and most of them are at about 30%. We are below that, and over the past number of years, then we spend a lot of energy in terms of investing in growing the percentage of PhDs in the organization. It's a moving target for us because as we develop people, unfortunately, we also lose them to the private sector and to the academic sector. The private sector is a very difficult environment for us to compete with because of the incentives that they offer. With regards to any legislative changes to enable the CSR to be the designated entity for government, I think the Public Procurement Bill and the recently released regulations around that would certainly help a lot in terms of moving this forward. We are studying this very carefully and we'll be providing our input in terms of the regulations. But also we are looking at the CSR Act itself in terms of ensuring that it enables us to fulfill this particular role. With regards to the withdrawal of US aid, Chair, the question that you raised, the department did a study, I think it was last year, on this particular issue, and there's a comprehensive report that has been prepared in this regard. It has also impacted the CSIR. There are some projects that were in the pipeline that we lost. There's work that we are doing, for instance, which is funded by the CDC, that is now at risk in support of the digitization of the health system within South Africa. So this is something that is impacting the organization as well. If there are any questions that we have not answered, we will try and respond to this in writing, Chairperson. In the interest of time, we'll stop our input here. Thank you very much for the questions.
Thank you, Dr. Tulan. Can we then invite the next entity, which is TIA? Honorable members, the presentation of TIA, can I invite you to pose your questions? And can I also request you to stick to the time allocation of at least 3 minutes so that we are able to cover the responses adequately, and let's work. We'll see. Our meeting was supposed to conclude at 3, but I see that we are not going to be concluding at 3, but let's push the meeting up until 4 o'clock and see where we are in terms of the work at 4 o'clock. I'll then invite first the Honorable Mjadu, followed by Honorable Mutambi, followed by Honorable Nkosi, followed by Dr. Tembekwayo, followed by Honorable Sapo, followed by Honorable Tumi, and then the last will be the Honorable Mkunu in that sequence. Number one is Jadu.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, honorable members, department, board members. Without wasting time, let me go straight to my question. Chairperson, TIA plans to develop 255 IP-based prototypes and launch 60 products, yet only 40 technologies are expected to be successfully diffused into the market. What accounts for the gaps between product development and actual technology diffusion? And what measurable interventions are in place to improve the commercialization success rate beyond the current 16% diffusion related to a prototype? And number two, with the project, a total income of 1 billion, including a parliamentary grant of 458.8 million, and the target to leverage 325 million in additional funding, while also managing 400 million through a partnership. What proportion of this external fund is already secure, and what contingent measures are in place in TIA's failing to meet these targets, given its ongoing challenges with the funding insufficient and reliable on the fiscals? And the last one, TIA has set a target to allocate at least 53% of investment fund to designated group. Which specific threshold of 30% women's, 20% youth, and 10% person living with disability. Yet it has never met its target for a person with disabilities. Why have no concrete time-bound corrective action been implemented to ensure compliance with this target in 2026 and 2027? And how will accountability will be enforced if the transformation benchmarks are not met again? Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Mchatu. Honorable Mdambi.
Thank you, Chair, for the opportunity. On slide 6, Chair, there's reference to the bioeconomy strategy that Cabinet has approved in 2013. Maybe this is the question, but I think the relevant DDG responsible for Program 2, Technology, Information, Innovation, will be able to respond to that, because the question that arises there, with the age of digitization and artificial intelligence, what is the department doing to ensure that this strategy remains relevant? I will also want to hear Tia's comment, because they've made mention of it as a policy environment, because the harsh reality of it is that digitization is here, also artificial intelligence is here. Going to slide number 9, Chair, there's reference to, they are talking about internal business. You also said unqualified audit for 14th year. Can maybe Tia explain exactly what kind of unqualified audit this was? Because you all know, Chair, Tia has got a lot of matters to work on that are picked up by the auditors. And then also, you know, they are subject to an SIU investigation. If it's to be put like this, to me, I think this claim becomes disingenuous, Chair. Moving to slide number 10 on the corporate strategy. And then there is something there on the NACI value add. Can you explain the meaning of curator in the NSI? Because, Chairperson, you'll agree with me, our understanding of curatorship is that it means a custodianship, guardianship, overseer, or a steward. Then my issue is that if Tia is the custodian of the NSI, then what becomes the role of DSTI? And what then happens to your funding mandate? That's the issue that I want to get clarity to that. And then if my question gets responded, I'll have a follow-up question to that effect. Then you look at slide 24, Chair. My apologies. Slide 24, Chair. It talks about the focus areas, approved strategic innovative programs. Then the first one, you made mention of the critical mineral program. Then the question, Chair, that I need clarity on is how does this align to the critical minerals implementation plan under the leadership of DMPR? And then I want to also understand what minerals is TIA focusing on, because I want to understand also how do they coordinate with the actual lead department to that effect. The same thing applies to climate change program, Chair.
I think you are 2 or 3 minutes.
I'm almost done, Chair. Let me finish. Unless you give me another opportunity.
No, finish. You can finish. You can finish.
The same thing on the climate change program. I want to know what are they doing with the DFFE, because they've got the climate change action plan. Same thing with the fluorochemical strategy. What becomes the role of NEXA, the role of Pelchem, and then also how are they building on the work that DSTI is doing on the fluorochemicals? And then you look slide 35, Chair. Maybe I should stop referring to. There is an issue that is raised there about approved funded positions that are filled annually. And then I wanted to understand what is the current status per level that goes to management, chair, senior management, or executive. And then to also understand for how long these vacancies has not been filled, because that is part of our oversight responsibility. Slide 36, Chair. Also, there's an
Can we then at least afford other members? We'll see in the interest of time if we can be able to return to you.
Okay.
Can we move to Honorable Nkosi?
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I'll just shoot straight to the questions, Honorable Chair. There is an allocation of around 60 million each to critical minerals and climate change programs over the 3 years. What I want to get clarity on, Chair, is that how does TIA ensure these programs do not duplicate the R&D efforts already being conducted by the CSIR in the same thematic areas? That is my first question, Honorable Chair. My second question, Chair, is how does TIA plan to address the challenge of declining the gross expenditure on R&D and business expenditure on R&D, given the fiscal constraints and unfunding issues outlined? And Chair, I wanted maybe to get clarity on how maybe TIA will enhance support to startups facing the global threats and competition, particularly through the Venture Builder Program and partnerships for skills and innovation management. Lastly, Chair, the report does highlight the declining inventiveness as reflected by the patents. What I want maybe to get clarity on, Chair, is that how the TIA 2.0 strategy specifically will be able maybe to address the root causes of the decline beyond just the funding project. Chair, those are the questions I have for TIA. Thank you.
Thanks, Honorable Nkosi. Honorable Dr. Tembekwayo.
Thank you, Chairperson. The first question to TIA is based on financial and investment performance. What is the budgeted impairment rate on investments for 2026-27 versus the actual impairments in 2024-2025? On program delivery and impact, provincial spread, what percentage of 2026-2027 disbursements will go outside Gauteng, Western Cape, KZN to ensure equitability access? On stakeholder and overlap, how does TIA avoid duplication with DSI, IDC, DTIC, and provincial innovation agencies in 2026-27? And last question, how will TIA measure client satisfaction and turnaround times in 2026-27 after complaints about slow approvals? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Tembekwayo. Honorable Sapo.
Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, TIA is one of those entities that I'm really not happy about. Honestly, I think governance issues are really a matter of concern. Chair, you can just read by the fact that I think all of the executive, even those that are acting, were a part of this meeting. Okay, earlier on when I was checking them, they were all here. And part of the presentation are being done by the board members in their presence. And now I'm asking myself, do we have capacity issues in the executive? Because if the board members can make presentation in their presence as administrators, I'm really worried. Yes, we understand that some of them are acting, but that does not change the fact that they have responsibility. Really, board chair, can you give us confidence to say we don't have capacity issues in the executive? That's the first part, Chair. The second thing is on the 400 million that the entity is targeting, linking to what was raised by Honorable Mjadu. Do we really have a capacity? Yes, I heard him asking if how far have we secured so far towards that 400. For me, whether we have a capacity on it or not, it will then that will answer the question: how far are we with securing that 400 on partnership that we're speaking about? The second last thing, Chair, is on the 30% target for underdeserved provinces. Just to check, which other districts, or if we can be specific to say in those underserved, provinces, these are the districts that we are targeting, so that at least we don't generalize to say provinces while we don't know the specific. Which are those districts are they targeting? The last thing, Chair, is on the SMMEs that we supported previously. I will continue to raise this thing, Chair, because my belief is that SMM is the only sector that has the capacity to provide us with jobs, and that's the only. That's the only space where we can be confident to say the jobs that we're looking for, we are going to get it there. And I get worried when we don't talk much into that. I just want to check to those SMMEs that were assisted by the entity previously. Do we follow up to check how sustainable are they beyond the assistance that they got from the entity? Other than that, Chair, I am really worried about governance issues of the entity and the performance towards the target that have been set. I'm not convinced with some of them, but I just have those two questions, Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Honorable Tumi Ramongalo.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, for the sake of time, I'll also just jump straight into my questions. Chair, with TIA, I'm curious to know as to, what are the practical changes that distinguish TIA 2.0 from moving from a transactional funding model? And how can we expect to see this reflected on the ground? I'm still very confused, to be honest. And also, what does a programmatic curator of innovation ecosystem mean in operational terms? Who are the ecosystem partners and how will they be coordinated? And Chair, how will success be measured differently under this new model? What are the clear outcome-based indicators? And will TIA introduce things like new KPIs? And for me, I would like to know if they will be focused on economic impact, such as job creation. Those are the things I'm curious about when it comes to TIA. But also, how will Parliament be able to track progress annually against this 10-year strategy? Lastly, Chair, what evidence can TIA provide that it can successfully move from, funding projects to shaping an entire innovation ecosystems? Because, Chair, we can't risk this shift from it just being another way to rebrand, because we are truly aware of past challenges of the entity. So we need some kind of reassurance that, TIA will be able to deliver on its projected outcomes. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Mkudu.
Thank you very much, Chair. Let me jump straight to the questions. I just want to add on what Honorable Sapo is referring to when it comes to the survival of the SMMEs that have been funded by TIA. That how do we track them? How do we track those SMMEs that have been funded? And if my memory serves me well, Chairperson, I remember that I think it was around May 7 when we had a presentation and we were given, and some of those SMMEs were presented to the portfolio committee. Are we in a position? I'm adding to the first question. Are we in a position to say that those challenges that were raised during that meeting have been resolved when it comes to TIA working with the SMMEs? Chair, I think the other questions were at least touched on. But on the question of Honorable Ntambi, I remember, Honorable Chair, when we had the presentation by the AG, just that I was trying to look at the date, the exact date when we had that presentation, where it was indicating that that TIA needs it really needs a regular monitoring in terms of their internal environment controls, their audit committees, and checking all those things. It was a cause for concern what their financial ability or their financial sustainability. So, Chair, my question goes back to say, in terms of the risks and in terms of the functioning and everything, are we in a position to say that we do have a plan that is there that can be followed up, that we know that this is what, in terms of the audit plan? The second part, Honorable Chair, of that question is again to say, what is the liquidity ratio of TIA as it stands, and as in the projections, maybe towards the 3 months, towards the end of the financial year, in terms of their liquidity when it comes to their finances? Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Ntambi, can you come in with your last question?
Thank you, Chair, for the indulgence. Chair, I'm glad that Honorable Mchuni has also covered some of the things. If you look at their slide 36, Chair, the issue of turnaround time, it has been discussed. I was trying to read the previous report, and that's the matter that the portfolio committee has been seized here every year. Can they maybe share with us, for at least over the past 2 years, what have they done to resolve this? And why are we still talking about the same problem year after another year? And then lastly, Chair, you look at their budget as well. And then maybe it will be important for them to share what percentage of their allocation goes to admin costs. Because over the years, including the recent Treasury budget review, the issue of reducing the admin costs have been raised. So we want to check as to whether they are making any progress. Thanks so much, Chair, for the indulgence. Thank you.
Thank you, honorable members. Well, these are my questions to TIA. In terms of your SMMEs support and the township economy, how many township-based and rural enterprises has TIA been able to support in the previous financial year? And what are the targeted programs that exist to support informal innovators at the grassroots level? These are the grassroots enterprises. And how many innovators struggle to access funding? And what we know that many of them struggle to access funding. How is TIA simplifying and expanding access to innovation finance, especially for young people, the first-time entrepreneurs, and those that are at the rural communities and in townships? Are we able to quantify in terms of the employment opportunities or the jobs that are created through tier-supported enterprises. We must be able to quantify between the opportunities and also the actual jobs that are provided based on tier-supported innovations. And then can we then also, the last question would be, what is the percentage of the funded innovations that have successfully moved from prototype to commercial market, and what has been the impact? Thank you. We'll allow for the questions to be responded to in the next 30 minutes. So we are going to move to 15:45. Tia?
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. I will address some of the questions and will then allow the CEO with his team to address the rest. But the one that I want to deal with, and I think it will cut across a number of questions, is the issue of governance and the previous audit outcomes. Chair, the members of the Portfolio Committee would have noted this is a question that has come up a number of times, and we have explained the history of this to the Portfolio Committee. And obviously, some of these things are not things that are solved overnight. And that talks to the issue that TIA has been through a number of reviews, and during that period, they were not able, there was a moratorium on hiring staff. That resulted to a number of acting positions, including not having a permanent CEO for 8 years. The board that you have, the current board was only appointed in November last year, on the 1st of November. So they've been 2 months. Myself, I've only been towards the last year of the previous term. So you literally have a new board. And now you have the CEO. We are starting to capacitate the leadership aspect of TIA. We've got the new CEO. We've got the corporate services executive and the 2 remaining executives. As the CEO has said in the presentation, we have finalized the macro structure and we are putting the structure together. We have acknowledged the issues even in the previous year, which is why I started by saying we are resolving them. And from where I'm sitting, that turnaround is quite evident. And as I said, obviously, it does take a bit of time to turn an organization around. Ours is to continue with the momentum in the positive. And as we have shown, looking at the performance, that has started to turn around. Similarly, on the audit ones, we've had findings and some major findings, and those findings are being addressed. We've got a new audit committee led by a member Lwazi, who was Yekoyan, a very experienced board member who also sits in international and some of the big corporate boards in the JSE top 40. So we're quite confident at the level of the board. In fact, I view the ability of the board to be able to come account to Parliament, even though they are not a TIA every day, as that confidence that we are able to report. We are engaged, and we will have to be engaged at this, especially during this period of TIA where we have a new strategy. So from where I'm sitting, I think the at the level of the board, the governance structures are there. We've got an the Audit and Risk Committee, which is got quite competent people. We have, even with the new CEO, I've sat with him a number of times in terms of making sure that we ought to deal with consequence management. On the issue of the SIU, we have called, none of us were there, including some of the new management team. We have asked management to come report to us. We are convinced at the side of TIA that there might have been control deficiencies which are being addressed and will be addressed. But we are convinced from what we have seen, there is no malfeasance at the side of TIA, but that is led by the department, and it involves quite a number of other entities. So we've left up to the department and will be led by the department on how to deal with that. Going into the some of the questions, I think the first one I won't go into detail, but the CEO will go into detail. TIA is a de-risker of innovation, and almost at the level of de-risking will operate like a VC. So 16% diffusion is actually not bad if you look at the amount of technologies that when you operate at that risky level, because we take up innovations that have not been proven. As such, we will take a higher risk because we de-risk so that by the time some of these move up the TRL levels, other amounts can be, other funding can be attracted. So I don't think that is bad from what we do. The second question I would like to take is the curator role. Honorable Mutambi, that comes directly from the reviews. And the idea there is that in the system, there's a lot of duplication. The system is not coordinated or not coordinated properly. And the role that TIA sees for itself as the innovation agency is to really, on behalf of the department, we don't act outside of the department, with the department, and on behalf of the department, is to really assist with the coordination of the innovation ecosystem, and ensure that it really moves and the linkages or synergies between the players. That's why when we're reporting, we've started engagement with the sitters, for instance, and looked at what they do and how what are the synergies between what we do and what they do. And we've started signing agreements with those sitters to make sure that those synergies are realized. We've done the same with the research councils, including the NSI, the CSIR, both the entities that are here, including NACI, where we've spoken about what this curation is about among ourselves. We will be continuing there with having the same discussions where we look at synergies between these entities, and that's really the role of curation, is to look at synergies among the different players, and we have adopted what is called the quadruple helix model of innovation that looks at the interaction between the players. And to give an example, with your question 4, on the critical minerals program, we were at the mining in Daba. We looked at the critical minerals strategy. We went and presented in the presence of the 5 ministers that were there. We took the areas in that strategy that talk to TIA, and we said, as TIA, this is what we are going to focus on within that strategy. And we're going to come back in the mining Indaba and say what we have done about it. In fact, we are collaborating with CSI. The delivery partner in that is CSIR, again, talking to the synergies that we are talking about. So we're collaborating with the department because we've taken the strategy, we've told the department which areas we are going to focus on. And because CSIR is already working on that, we have given that to CSIR. And I think it's the same with the rest of the question, is that we don't seek to operate. Tier 2.0 exactly deals with the matters that you have raised, Honorable Mutambi, in that we seek to create those synergies, collaboration, and making sure that there is no wastage in the system as a whole. On the issue of vacancies, again, it's the issue that I had raised already, in that there were these reviews, there were these this moratorium as a result, and we had come with this strategy, so we had to put in a new structure. We are done with the top structure now. That should be, and the CEO also, when he was reporting, he did raise the fact that We have already, we are done with the macrostructure. We should be recruiting, and then we will be going down to the microstructure. They're busy with the unions to make sure that happens. So that is it's basically a historical a journey that puts us here. On the issue of turnaround times, yes, it might have been attributed to capacity, but this is an issue that at the level of the board, we've actually, even if you were to ask the executives now in every board meeting, including asking the CEO, the new incoming CEO, that we should have even consequence management when it comes to that. That's one issue that even at the board, with all the history that I've just explained, is something that we said we are not going to tolerate going forward. And it's an issue that we are really putting quite a number of things. It's been explained already. This Thursday, we are having a board session, a workshop with management to look at our processes and how they can be improved. We have a service provider on site that's doing business process re-engineering to make sure that we can streamline our processes and make sure that they work. We are busy with our digital transformation project to make sure that once we have streamlined those processes, they can be automated and probably all digitized. So we as a new board, those are the things that we've been working on. And as I said, from where I'm sitting, the momentum is going in the right direction. Probably the one other issue before I hand over to the CEO is really the difference between, before I get to the difference between Tier 2.0, the measure of client satisfaction. We have adopted at the level of the board the Net Promoter System, which is yet to be implemented. If my understanding is correct, they are busy currently with the procurement process for that, which is basically going to give us the stakeholder satisfaction and employee satisfaction in real time. And that's one of those processes of even making sure that we digitalize that process to make sure that we've got real-time feedback on what is happening with our stakeholder satisfaction. Really, the difference between Tier 2.1 and Tier 2.0, and I think it's a big issue in a sense that even internally, even externally, we need to really make sure that we socialize it properly and get it adopted. Is that Tier 2.1, Tier was purely functioning as a funder or in the de-risker of within the innovation and probably early part of commercialization. The new tier or Tier 2.0 is that, and this is feedback directly from the reviews, is that if you do that and you let SMMEs, for instance, there was a lot of talk about SMMEs, you fund them and you leave them on their own, the chances of survival in this type of economy that we are on is that they're still very slim. So what we are doing at the first is to curate, as I had mentioned, the national system of innovation, and that curation means looking at the synergies between the different actors to make sure that the policy and practice is the same. Being able to do policy advocacy where there is a problem with policy, we are then able to go to the department and say this policy is inhibiting innovation, where the issue is partnerships, to really put those partnerships together. The second part of it is thought leadership, to really be able to feed this using systems thinking to feed this curation with real thought leadership and research on the actual innovation management theories, to really get into the innovation management theory and be able to apply that theory in practice. The third element is innovation curation, meaning that if we have funded you, even though our instrument might only be intervening at a particular level within that journey, but we should walk the way with you. And we've done that. And another question that was raised was, how are we working with the Department of Small Business? We've signed an agreement with SITFA, for instance, where we are co-investing 150 million each. Is one of the funds that are coming from CAPA. So we're creating a joint fund with them. And then that's really what Tier 2.0, instead of competing with them, we are going to all these DFIs, we are saying the same thing, that collaborate with us on innovation, and we aim to replicate what we have done with SITFA to make sure that we can collaborate. And that's really what Tier 2.0 is about, is to really look at this at a systematic level, identify the gaps between policy and practice, and be able...
Chairperson? Chair.
Hello, Mtambi.
This is the board chair, I suppose, and Honorable Sapo has raised a very critical issue. It's like now the chair is responding on behalf of the executive, and the whole time is taken chair. When are the executive going to respond? Thank you, Chair.
That was my last one, honorable member. CEO, I will leave the rest of the question.
And then in the future, board chairperson, be cognizant of the fact that you are a board chairperson looking after the governance of the entity. You have the executive there, led by the CEO, who are responsible for day-to-day operational functions, and they must be allowed to be able to do their work and also respond and present to the committee. That is for the future. Chairperson of the board, CEO. Mr. CEO of the entity, have we lost you? Committee Secretary?
Yes, Chair.
Have we lost the CEO of the entity?
Chair, I'm back.
Checking in. Oh, there is it.
I was unmuting, but the system was not allowing me to unmute.
Okay.
I hope I'm audible now.
You are very audible.
All right. Apologies, Chair and the committee members. I'll try and be brief, Chair. As I introduced myself at the beginning of the meeting, I'm new here at TIA. This is my fourth week at TIA. Let me just reflect very briefly, and then I'll address the questions that the members have raised, Chairperson. What have I found? Just my observations. What have I found at TIA? And maybe it will also explain, the challenges that the committee and the shareholder has been dealing with. I found a team on the positive side, a very committed men and women that are willing to work long hours and deliver on the mandate of TIA. And I think that's a very, very positive that I've taken from the team that I've met here. By the same token, I found a broken team, a team that had no leader, I think, for a very, very long time. And this affected them mentally and psychologically, and people did not know whether they've got the future, whether TIA is going to shut down. So this really affected how TIA operated for many, many years. I also inherited an executive with lots of vacancies. As we are transitioning away from TIA 1.0 to TIA 2.0, there's also that, anxiety around what's going to happen with my position going forward. And I think I've got the message and instructions from the board very clearly that we need to move with stabilizing the organization and implement TIA 2.0 as soon as possible so that we can create stability in the organization. Let me then just turn to the questions that have been raised by the members. By and large, I'm grouping them to governance capacity issues, the turnaround time issues, support for SMMEs, Then the tier 1.0 versus the tier 2.0 matter that the board chair has spoken to. Then doubts whether TIA can deliver. The APP that we have tabled, whether TIA can deliver. And then, of course, in some cases, duplication with what other, or clarity in terms of what TIA is focusing on versus what the other entities are working on. So I'm going to go through some of the questions that the members have raised, and in some instances, I will indicate which executive will respond, and where I can, I will address the question. So the first questions came from Honorable Mjadu. The issue of 40 diffused tax versus 255 prototypes, whether this is achievable or not. I'm going to request Executive Patrick to come back and respond to this. Then the issue of 1 billion rand budget, and then the 325 that we're targeting to raise, whether this is achievable or not, and what have we achieved so far. The CFO, if you can respond to that. The designated groups, what we are targeting, the target is, I think it's 55%. And the question is, is this achievable? And what about people living with disability? We don't have a breakdown that we presented here. So this is one of the questions that I think we'll respond to post this meeting. We'll submit a written response in terms of the breakdown of how many percentages women we're supporting, how many youth, how many people living with disability, etc. But let me just indicate that as here we take, especially supporting people living with disability very seriously. As an organization, we do meet the target. I think we're currently sitting at about 6 or 5%, and the target is 2%. So we take this very, very seriously. Then questions from Honorable Mutambi, and I'm just going to go through, not in any order, cover the ones that I can. The unqualified audit for 14 years, and then CFO will also come in here to confirm. Yes, indeed, is correct. TIA has had an unqualified audit for 14 years. It does not necessarily mean that there were no areas of improvement, there were no findings, but TIA did obtain an unqualified audit. We are aiming to achieve a clean audit, and hopefully we will achieve that in the current financial year. Then there was a question around the critical minerals, whether what we are doing, how does it align with the DPMR, petroleum and mineral resources, and also fluorochemicals, what is TIA focusing on. So the focus of TIA's effort is really around our mandate, which is taking IP developed for critical minerals and even for fluorochemicals and commercialize it. Establish entities that will generate revenue in support of exploiting the technology that has been developed locally. I've spoken about beneficiation of fluorspar. Fluorspar, we've got abundant resources of fluorspar. And we are currently importing some of the products that are coming from beneficiating fluorspar. So we need to incubate entities that will take some of the IP that has been developed in South Africa by entities like the MinTech and universities and create SMMEs and entities out of that. Similarly with critical minerals. So TIA's focus is not so much on research and development. That's the space of the likes of CSIR and universities and others to focus on. TIA is focusing on taking the IP that has been developed locally and exploit it. Similarly with climate change, we're not necessarily duplicating what DFFE is doing and what the others are doing. Our focus is mainly on how can we exploit the IP, the know-how, the data, including the knowledge that South Africa has generated over many years looking into these areas and create entities, commercial entities out of that. The issue of vacant positions, I think the board chair started speaking to that. We are driving this as a new CEO. I'm monitoring this on a weekly basis so that we fill the vacant positions, both in the old structure as well as in the Tier 2.0 structure that we are now busy with the Ernst & Young to develop the micro structure. But it does not mean that we will wait until we have developed all the details around the microstructure before we implement the macro structure. It was important to engage, and that's the delays that we have experienced over the last couple of months or so. It was important to engage with organized labor because they've raised concerns about whether this Tier 2.0 will impact on their members negatively, and we've reassured them that the intention is not so much to retrench people or implement Section 189. Really, the intention is to take Tier to the next level from an operational efficiency point of view, digitalization of Tier, and co-investing with private sector and creating platforms that will really help us to commercialize at a big scale as Tier, and also in collaboration with the other entities that are involved in the NSI ecosystem. Then Honorable Tembegwayo, questions that were raised, the budget impairment rate, CFO, if you can make a note and respond to that. The percentage of disbursement going outside Gauteng. I think CFO, you can also respond to that. Are we avoiding or are we duplicating what the DSTI and IDC is doing? Patrick, if you can just respond to that. And then there's a question around the turnaround times. How are we going to measure this going forward? Let me just respond to this one very briefly. I think the chairperson started talking to it, but let me just add to it what we intend doing at an executive level. We're going to be looking at the approval workflows. Sometimes it takes forever to get things to be approved because it has to work through various business units. So we're streamlining that. We've appointed EY, as we have been saying, to do the process mapping, the investment process mapping. We are going to be meeting with the board, I think in the next 2 days or so, to take them through the investment process and highlight where are the gaps and what needs to be improved going forward. And then secondly, to improve the turnaround time, we want to digitalize our processes. We're doing a lot of some of the approvals and assessments manually. We've appointed, through procurement, we've appointed a service provider to start looking at how we can digitalize some of our processes. We've spoken about integrating the portfolios. We're moving from project-based type of an investment to programmatic. I think there was a question also around that. So climate change as a program, and with an objective, of course, to support what South Africa's objectives are around climate change, which is to achieve net zero by 2050. But to achieve net zero by 2050, there's a number of initiatives and projects and commercial entities that must take place to achieve that. And you cannot do it at a project level. You have to do it at a programmatic level. Various entities involved in solving a particular or achieving a particular goal, but following different pathways and also in line with their mandates, etc. So then the fourth intervention, the board chair started talking to this. We want to improve accountability through tighter performance management. I think gone are the days where people are going to drop the ball and then nothing happens to them. I think that message is loud and clear. And within my first week of assuming my role as a new CEO, I think I've made this very clear to my direct reports. And then, of course, there will be continuous monitoring on some of these transactions just to make sure that they are visible and we can intervene when we see delays in the system. I'm just rushing, Honorable Chair, so I can cover some of the questions and then allow my executives to come in. Honorable Sapo, the governance issues and capacity in the executives in particular, I think the board chair has responded to There is not enough capacity at the executive level. And hence we're driving to implement Tier 2.0 macro structure and fill the vacant positions at an executive level. So we don't have challenges going forward. And of course, I'm new in my role as a CEO. Some of the things I don't fully understand, but certainly in the next 3 months, I'll be on top of some of these issues. The 400 million target, how far we are towards achieving this? CFO, if you can respond to that. And then the 30% underserved districts, which are these districts or provinces? Just to respond quickly, it's UKZN, it's Limpopo, it's Mpumalanga. So it's all the rural, predominantly rural provinces that we are referring to. But we can also provide a written response to that and provide the specifics. And then do we follow SMMEs to check whether they are sustainable? Patrick, if you can respond to that. And then are we confident that we are going to meet the targets that have been proposed by TIA for the financial year 2026-2027? We're definitely confident. Under current very difficult circumstances, TIA has managed to achieve 86% of its target in the year that has just ended now. If we capacitate TIA and fill in the vacant positions and align and partner with some of our sister entities and also private sector, we're very confident that we will be able to achieve the targets that we have set in the FY 2026-2027. Also, the injection of funds coming from the Kappa Biosystems settlement is going to assist a great deal to help us achieve the targets. Then Honorable Nkosi, he's raised a question around the 60 million rand and also the 60 million rand for critical minerals as well as climate change. I think I've responded to that, what we are going to be focusing on. He also asked a question around the support for startups, given the current challenges that not only South Africa is faced with, but also the other countries are faced with, the global threats and the challenges that we're faced with. So what ITIA intends to do, we intend to enhance our support for startups through the venture building approach and incubation, and also help to open up the markets for the startups, especially government-related opportunities. All these technologies and IP that has been developed locally, we want to make sure that going forward, there are opportunities for these companies to sell their products and services to the state. There's a big opportunity in the energy space. The Department of Electricity and Energy, last year, it approved a 2.23 trillion rand investment plan, which is at the back of the IRP 2025. And this IRP 2025 is largely driven by renewable energy, solar technologies, wind technology, as well as hydro and battery energy storage. We don't want to continue importing some of the components and products that are required to support this 2.23 trillion rand investment plan. All the research that has happened in our institutions, universities, and science councils and private sector, we want them to benefit from supplying the renewable energy technologies and components and services to this new market that has been created through the gazetting of the IRP 2025. So TIA will work with the innovators and will link them to the investors, and also in some cases link them to funders that will give them better funding opportunities, and will build the relationship and introduce them to the tech stations that are based at various institutions. We will link the innovators to the likes of CETA, to the likes of IDC, to the likes of DBSA, so they can access funding. So we will, and this talks to the role of TIA being a thought leader, curating the NSC or the National System of Innovation ecosystem. And then also there was a question from Honorable Nkosi around the declining patents, what TIA is going to do to address that situation. Yeah, let me just say, there are no shortages of ideas in South Africa. We do have ideas in South Africa. So the declining patents is not an indication that we have stopped thinking or stopped, generating knowledge as a country. Of course, we need to unlock financial opportunities to support local inventors and then help them to patent some of the technologies that they've generated. Also help them to tap into the VC, the venture capital platforms that TIA is now pioneering together with the other entities. There's also a drive for fund of funds, platforms and concepts that TIA is pioneering. So we will introduce some of the local innovators to those opportunities to support them going forward. And then lastly, Chair, before I request CFO and Patrick to come in, Honorable Ramungalo, Tier 1.0 versus Tier 2.0, I think the Chair has responded to that. Programmatic approach versus projects, we've responded to that. What evidence is there that TIA will be able to deliver in terms of the APP that we've tabled? Yeah, I think I've spoken to this one as well. In the year that has just ended, we achieved 86%. In the other year, 2024, 2025, TIA achieved 79%. So we're very confident that we will be able to achieve this. And then Honorable Mkhunu, liquidity ratio of TIA, CFO, if you can please respond to that. Do we have a plan for an audit plan to monitor the implementation of TIA and all the other issues that TIA is currently busy with? The plan was tabled at Audit and Risk about a week ago. So there is a plan, and it's very comprehensive. It covers all aspects of TIA risks, and the Audit and Risk Committee will monitor that plan going forward and report, of course, on a quarterly basis. And then the last, Honorable Makubela, how many rural or township-based innovators, entrepreneurs, and grassroots level support that TIA is providing? Patrick, if you can please respond to that question. How is TIA simplifying access to finance for rural and township-based entities or entrepreneurs? Patrick, can you please respond to that? Are we able to quantify the jobs that we have created through TIA initiatives? Yeah, Patrick, you can please also respond to that. And the last one is the percentage funded innovations to move from prototype to market. Yeah, I think also Patrick, you can respond to that. Yeah. So CFO, let me hand over to you through your chair, just very briefly, and then thereafter Patrick, and then we'll hand over back to the board chair. CFO.
Thank you very much, CEO, and thank you, members, for the questions. I will try and summarize or at least consolidate some of the questions on the similar themes. I think the first question really spoke about our strategy around, call it, fundraising, and i.e. Where are we in terms of, call it, that target itself. So on the one hand, I think there was reference to a call it, leveraging, call it, target of 325 million, as well as, call it, additional, call it, 400 million. So we try and leverage and raise and leverage funding at both a project and a programmatic level. But we're also then trying to raise income as IET through various, call it, partnerships, which is the 400 million target. I think in terms of progress around that, and of course, I think there was a question around contingency and contingency related. We have worked extensively over this last year in various and securing various partnerships and memorandum of agreements with a number of quality parties to be able to raise income, including submitting proposals which are in advanced stages. Just to use one example, we concluded, and I did note there was a message on the chat around DSTI. We have concluded a memorandum of agreement with SEDFA as an entity, and we've now, as at the end of March, concluded an agreement that we would then that SEDFA would then commit 150 million, as an example, into a new and emerging or new institutional, call it fund of funds. We are also having at advanced stages of discussions with a number of CETAs, as well as then other private sector partners, and we're confident that that 400 million target should be achievable, although very optimistic, but we do believe that it will be achievable, and I think it does talk to some of the sentiments that we see coming through around the approach that TIA has taken as part of the TIA 2.0 strategy. I think the next question really then related to, from a finance perspective, in terms of budgeted impairments or impairments itself. Of course, I think TIA records and accounts for, in terms of the GRAP standards, and GRAP 104 requires that we provide provisioning on an expected credit loss basis. That is, however, from an accounting perspective. So there is a percentage based on the nature of that sits within that portfolio that we do create a provision. However, from an actual loss perspective, in this last financial year, we've not recorded any material losses itself. We do create a provision, and we do follow up in terms of our legal contracts, in terms of any amounts that are not recorded, or follow up in terms of amounts that need to be collected. In terms of the disbursements itself, and the disbursements that we expect to disperse outside of the province, and I think in line with the APP, we have created a target of, call it 30% in terms of disbursements towards underserved areas. TIA as an entity, when we commit and we engage on our various commitments, both at the project and the programmatic, there are a number of commitments that are multi-year commitments, and therefore there's a very focused drive in terms of driving towards where funding can be, or uncommitted funding can be driven, and hence we're expecting that we will, and from what we've reported on, we've exceeded that target in the past, and we're confident that we will also then exceed that target. Just in terms of also the question around that 400 million also then extended itself to then saying, do we have capacity? And I think one item to note is that as part of our TIA 2.0 operating model, we've sought to use and engage a number of quality implementing partners in the system. And maybe just to tag on to another question which Patrick Mr. Krapi will enhance on, is really around we've implemented and we've sought to brought on board a number of implementing partners. We seek to support the implementation of the TIA mandate. In that regard, as an example, we implemented 15 implementing partners in this last financial year, who will then implement the grassroots innovation program, which Patrick will talk on later on, where we then seek to enhance and we seek to deploy that. It is noted that, of course, as part of the capacity, we will then be utilizing those implementing partners as part of our revised operating model. In terms of the liquidity risk and associated questions, TIA as a Schedule 3 entity does not undertake any level of borrowing. We do, however, manage a number of programs for which we record liabilities against. However, if one uses a basis of an asset test ratio as a measure for liquidity, last financial year we projected, or we ended up with an asset test ratio of 1.42, which is well above the standard ratio, ratio of, call it 1 times. We do expect in this financial year to be between that 1 and 1.5 times in terms of our cash and liquidity balances, and we do believe that we will have sufficient liquidity to be able to meet our commitments. In terms of the percentage allocation of our budget towards admin cost, we do work with a internal ratio, which is an efficiency ratio, of 10%. This means then that it costs directly to really call it supportive cost would then mean 10% of our total budget, and that's where we target and we work towards. In the previous year, we were then able to, through effective cost cutting and budgeting, to ensure that we allocate associated costs to be able to meet that target, and we do believe that we will meet that target. Then finally, I think the question around, or the questions around the audit and the governance status, and I think our CEO and Chair did touch on this before. As an unqualified audit in the previous years, we had some findings in relation to corrections that had to be effected on the financial statements and or quality statements that affected to the financial statements. We have put together a detailed internal control action plan that is submitted, and it is overseen through our audit risk and risk committee on a quarterly basis. In addition, we do have an independent internal audit function as well as a risk function as part of the combined assurance model, which I think our audit and risk committee chair did speak to, in order to ensure that we have a specific oversight around issues of corporate governance itself. With that, Chair, let me then hand over through Chair. Let me hand over then to Patrick to then supplement with the additional areas. Thank you.
Patrick, are you on the platform?
Yes, no, thank you, Chair. I was looking for my mic.
Okay.
All right. Thanks, Chair. I'll try and be brief, crisp to the point. I have about 8 questions that have been directed to me. So, Chair, the first question around diffusion of 40 technologies against a pipeline of 55. Diffusion of technologies, Chair, involves taking one project that has been developed and making sure that it finds applications either in different markets or amongst different users. So that on its own is just a significant amount of work when you are trying to get a technology to be applied across different users or even markets. So when you counted the number 40, it really tells you the amount. And when you do diffusion, you also have to be concerned about the readiness for adoption of that technology by the would-be users and would-be the markets. So there's a lot of preparatory work that goes into diffusing a technology. However, let me talk to the 255 portfolio. When you diffuse these 40 technologies, that's not your pipeline from which you are diffusing, because this is what we are planning to invest in this year. And so you are looking at a historical pipeline that you have already invested in that has taken 2 to 3 years sometimes to mature and get to a point where you can deploy it and diffuse it across. So there's no immediate correlation between 255 and 40 at this point. Just to say that if you were to look at the numbers, last year we had a target of actually 250 to invest in, and we had a target of just about 18 to diffuse, but we shot that to 28. Now we've gone on to 40. So I think it really shows that we are aiming higher with this, but we've acknowledged that we have not really taken advantage of our investments to drive higher impact through diffusion. Sometimes you always think technology, you commercialize it only through licensing and spin-outs, which become companies that create jobs, yes. But if you diffuse a technology, you have much higher impact across the system. So I thought I should answer that question that way, Chair. The disabilities challenge and the KPI. We have, Chair, I always acknowledged in the past that, and this is a problem across many of us as in government, we do look at what we do for, let's say, designated groups, persons with disabilities, women. Our work when it comes to these constituent groups is always incidental reporting, i.e. we report at the end of the financial year without in fact saying, what is it that we're going to achieve and how? Now, in TIA, we have put together a program that we call By Design, i.e. an innovation for persons with disability program. And this program is intended to make sure that it is designed properly to look for, scout, and fund persons with disabilities. It's a new program that we've just started. We are trying to raise some funding for it, but we've got our own baseline funding, and we're just putting together the governance systems to make sure that when we roll out, it can be a very sensitive program how you do it, that the persons with disabilities themselves actually own and lead and inform how it's rolled out. So, Chair, we are confident that we will build up on that. So that's our approach to this one. Duplicating the DSI, IDC, this is the stakeholder overlap. In fact, instead of duplicating, Chair, we're talking complementarity. The DSI is our shareholder. They lead the charge in engaging with government departments at national level and driving policy and opening doors for TIA. And so TIA has to walk into those doors. And really, that's the relationship. And I think we begin to agree to say, even when we engage with other partners like industry, can we go there as a consortium and engage partners together? But when it comes to the other partners, we always accept that the department will always engage at the level of policy with their own counterparty departments. But TIA will always help to inform some of the issues that affect, especially the innovation ecosystem. The IDC, these are our institutional partners, Chair. We have co-funding programs, co-funding agreements because we are funders. And then we work with them. So it's more really of a complementary role. The chair of the board referred to our relationship with CETFA. We have an MOU. We're establishing joint funding programs. But more importantly, even when we engage, especially with the development finance institutions, you will see we had a target of 3 for partnerships established. That target is really about not partnerships for funding or leveraging of funding, but it's about how do we align our funding processes such that innovators and entrepreneurs, they enter through one door, through the funding value chain and exit through the other door. So they don't have to knock for 5 doors to be able to get support. And we're really trying to streamline. And this has been really a clarion call of the various reviews, including the HESTIL review, to say us as innovation funding institutions, we are engaged in an unhelpful competition. So we have to complement and try and say, how do we solve this and make sure that there is coordination within the funding institutions to make the life of the entrepreneur a little easier. The SMME follow-up. Or maybe let me talk about the GIP support because it links more with the women program, so the disabilities program. On the grassroots innovation support for entrepreneurs in rural communities and townships, we have programs in TIA and we have a dedicated business unit called Innovation for Inclusive Development. And it manages a range of instruments, including a number of contracted programs from the department itself. We have living labs that we have invested in, just about 13 of those. All of these are centers for innovation where you promote co-creation of solutions between the innovator and the users. We, from TIA ourselves, through our MTEF, we have invested in 18 of these. So the total portfolio of all of these centers that can be accessed by people in rural communities and townships is 31. In the last 2 to 3 years since we established this, we have seen just about 4,000 entrepreneurs coming in and receiving different types of support, including commercializing some solutions that have come out of there. So we have a lot of these infrastructure capabilities that we are really rolling out. Even in our current plan, we're planning to expand some more. What is interesting, you will see that in the initial years, it was deliberate and by design that we target and prioritize what would be, underserved provinces, we call them that way. That's why we put a target of the amount of money that we to be put in there and making sure that we focus directly on making sure that we spread the support and not concentrate it only in the main metros of Gauteng and Cape Town. Do we know how many jobs we are creating? Chair, I must accept the immediate answer is no. It says to us we should go back and maybe try and work on the numbers. The easier answer I could give, but I don't think it would help either, is to say that we rely on the reports, quarterly reports that these investees providing us, just like the SMMEs, in terms of their sustainability, how much sales are they making, how many people do they have employed, and so on and so on. But we are busy with an impact assessment study right now. Our head of planning and monitoring we have a company that is doing an impact assessment study. It should be able to give us the numbers. And perhaps at the risk of taking a shotgun approach and saying, I'll give a written response, perhaps I would plead that we allow that process of this study to be finalized. We are just about to close it. I think it will give us better and more credible numbers done by an independent person. So I'm requesting that the committee allows us time to do that. This would be the same when it comes to percentage of prototypes that go to market. It's a long process of coming up with an idea, a prototype, and it's really a commercialization question of how many projects do you invest to and how many of these go to market ultimately. There is one more, I think, that I may be leaving out, Chair. It's around the grassroots innovation. This grassroots innovation, it's a project program that we started with the department. We have presented in the past to the committee that just over the last 4 years, we've invested in 292 specifically grassroots innovators, and some of them have commercialized their own tool technologies. They've created jobs and SMMEs. We have now recently, by the close of the financial year, invested in an additional 100. So that's going to make it 400 grassroots innovators that we've supported in the system. But what does this mean? We are working with implementing partners to help us manage this portfolio. You can have a small little business unit with the budget constraints that we have, but you will not be effective in how you manage and support that portfolio if you don't adopt different mechanisms. So we're using implementing partners that we've appointed in the regions to oversee, recruit, manage, and support the grassroots innovators who are on the ground. What this does is that at least it frees the time for our employees and colleagues in the team in Pretoria to be able to look at other much more strategic systemic level interventions in support of the programs. Otherwise, if you get into this transactional mode with a team of 5 people trying to manage a portfolio of 400 startups that we must fund, manage, and provide post-investment support, it's a recipe for failure. So we've adopted a strategy deliberately to appoint other people. The last question, Chair, measuring Tier 2.0. I know the Chair of the board spoke a lot about this, what this means, and I'm not going to go anywhere beyond what he said. Suffice to say that, Chair, I'll put it in numbers and perhaps in a simple way. From Strategic Plan 2020-2025, this was Tier 1.0. We had 13 KPIs. And those KPIs, when we reported annually, all of them were transactional and they reflected Tier as a primary funder and nothing else. And so we would have achieved some and not have achieved some. Tier 2.0, current strategic plan, this is the 5-year plan, we have 27 KPIs. This is more than double the number that we had in the last strategic planning cycle. Why this is important? It basically says a lot of the new KPIs that we have introduced are beginning to give expression to the Tier 2.0. And a few examples of these KPIs really include the implementation of the fund of funds that we've spoken about, establishment of the strategic innovation programs, which are the ones that we spoke about, critical minerals. All of those, they give expression to the quadruple helix model of innovation, meaning you involve everybody, including the communities, in constructing the program, implementing and making sure that the benefits are true to everybody else. So if one looks carefully at the different KPIs that we have as tier, they actually give expression to that. And there's the way of making sure that we are objectively measured in terms of what does this tier 2.0 mean and how do we measure it? It's sitting in this APP. And the measurements are sitting there. So we're not going to give you a philosophical answer around this. The answer is in the APP and the targets, Chair, and that's how we should be measured. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
very much. Over to you, Butch.
Over to you, Chair. We're done on our side.
I'm not sure it's my side.
No,
But
it's not your side, CEO. Chair, we have concluded our responses.
Chairperson,
She might be struggling to unmute. She might be struggling to unmute.
so it means let us.
Then nature
close.
doesn't allow a vacuum. There's another chairperson in the meeting while she's coming back. Thank you. Thank you. Any follow-up questions before we deal with the next set of questions on the last presentation? Silence means there's no. Oh, Dr. Tembekwa.
I just wanted to ask to be. I mean, after all, our meeting was supposed to be to end at that other time, and we still left with some questions. Can I be the first one to ask the questions? I have to consult, please. Thank you.
You have to consult. Okay. As we do that, as colleagues are raising hands to deal with the next set of thing, but the issue that I want to raise with you, Chair of the TIA, you know that the white paper is very clear who coordinates the work. So coordination can never be a mandate of TIA. That lies with the department DG and DDG Technology Innovation. Are you also then acceded to this curator role? Because it seems as if yourself as a department, you are surrendering your role to this entity. But these are the issues that you can respond to us in writing. So the hands are up as the chairperson is coming back. I'll note you, Dr. Followed by Honorable Mjatu, followed by Honorable Mazun, and followed by Honorable Nkosi. Then it will be myself, then it will be Honorable Mchun in that order. Dr. Tembekwayo, over to you.
Thank you very much. The following are my questions. And the first one based on the strategy and national priorities with specific reference to Earth observation. What percentage of 2026-27 budget supports EO data for disaster management, agriculture and water security vessels, commercial contracts? On financial and commercial sustainability, revenue generation, what is the 2026-27 target for self-generated income from satellite data sales and launch support vessels 2024-2025 actual? And in connection with the major projects, what is the budget and delivery milestone for Space Weather Center Phase 2 and EOSAT-1 in 2026-2027? Pertaining to the program delivery and impact on data sovereignty, what percentage of government EO data needs were met by SANSA in 2024-25? And what is the 2026-27 target to reduce reliance on foreign satellites? On space weather services, what uptime was achieved for space weather alerts in 2024-2025, and what is the 2026-27 service level commitment to aviation and defense? On human capital and transformation, specifically on transformation, the percentage of Black and female engineers at principal level in 2024-25 versus 2026-27 APP targets. Which percentage is there? And the last one is on public value and risk. underserved provinces. How does the 2026-27 APP ensure space science outreach and data access outside Western Cape and Gauteng? Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Tembegwa.
Thank
In
you.
the sequence, Honorable Njadu.
Oh, thank you very much, Chairperson. Let me go straight to my question. Given that SANSA has been suboptimally funded since its inception and faces a confirmed financial gaps of 2.1 billion over the 2025 to 2030 strategic period. This includes 1.4 billion required for the EO, one satellite alone. What specific action has been DSTI taken to secure this funding, and why was the department failed to ensure that SANSA received sufficient parliamentary appropriations to meet its legislative mandate in global navigating satellite service and satellite telecommunication? And the next one, despite this, the DSTI started intentions in its 2025 and 2026 annual performance plan to move national space policy from the DTIC to DSTI to streamline legislative processes. The department declined the committee. It was on the 14th of January 2026 request for a briefing on progress, claiming it was not ready. And my question is, why has the DSTI failed to modernize the Space Affairs Act of 1993, given that the Act predates modern commercial small satellite activity? And what specific regulator gaps like licensing, spectrum coordination, export control, liability insurance remain unaddressed after more than 3 decades? Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Njadu. The next honorable member.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, I am deeply concerned at the state of SANSA right now, and I think that this committee deserves some straight up answers. I'm just sorry that it's now almost 4:20. I hope that people are awake and listening to this, because I was certainly listening earlier, and what I heard disturbed me. Chair, I think SANSA must now be straight up with us. What is happening with the Denel contract? Are you cancelling it? Are you not? Tell us, because we're going to find out. If you make us pirate, it's going to be embarrassing for you. It's going to be embarrassing for everyone. Quite frankly, we were spoken around in circles at Hightech. I was personally attacked. My character was assassinated. Not that I really care, but, you know, I'm just doing my job. And now all of a sudden, people are in agreement with us that there's something wrong with the Denel contract. Well, yes, that's what we told you, and that's what you denied. So now, straight up, no smart talking, no talking in circles, no telling us about creative accounting, no telling us that no one owes anyone money because you're going to write receipts off. We've all seen that movie before. It's called Eskom, it's called state capture. So now tell us straight up, are you cancelling the contract with Denel or not? It's a yes/no answer. And then, Chair, my second question. You cannot tell me that things are okay with SANSA when, I quote, "Dear Mr. Ndlovu, notice to the board in terms of Section 13A of the South African National Space Agency Act 36 of 2006. The matter regarding allegations against the Chief Executive Officer and the Chairperson of the SANSA board refers. I received the draft report drafted by NACI, SAB and T, the independent assessor appointed by the task team format by the board to investigate allegations against the CEO and Chairperson of the SANSA board. This letter serves to inform you that the Chairperson and the members of the SANSA board of my intention to dissolve the board. Attached is the notice of the intention to dissolve the board for your attention and response. Yours sincerely, Professor Bladen Zamandi, Minister of Science, Technology and Innovation. Dated 26th of the 1st, 2026. Chair, this letter was then reported on in the media quite openly and honestly, possibly the most read article on News 24. So, Chair, you know, we're doing our jobs here. We're holding entities to account. It's robust. But now really, Chair, it's time for the truth to come out. If there's a problem, we must know about it. If there's not, we must know why there is a perceived problem. But Chair, I'm done playing around now, and I'd like some straight up answers. Thank you.
Thanks, Honorable Mazoni. The next honorable member.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I'll go straight to questions. Thank you, Honorable Chair. Am I audible?
Yes, you are. Honorable Nkosi, continue.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I'll go straight on the youth engagement outcomes. There is, or with a target of 67,000 youth directly engaged in space-related sciences. I just want to check with SANSA, how does SANSA track the long-term effectiveness of this engagement? Is there a mechanism to measure how many of these youth eventually enroll in space science or engineering degrees? Secondly, Chair, just want to go straight to my notes quickly. What mechanisms will SANSA employ as to measure and increase public awareness and support for the socio-economic benefits of the National Space Program, especially with the development of the new outcome indicators on the public awareness as reflected on slide 15? And thirdly, Chair, with regard to revenue revision, I just want to check with SANSA what specific factors led to the downward revision of the Earth observations on public sector revenue from 402 million to 102 million in the 2026 MTEF. Lastly, Chair, on the SMEs and transformation strategy, the agency has set a target of 47% contract operational expenditure spent on SMEs. I just want to check, how is SANSA ensuring that this spend fosters high-tech engineering capabilities within the SMEs rather than just supporting the general administrative services? Those are my questions, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Nkosi. The Honorable, is it Honorable Mkunu following?
I can go, Honorable Chair. Thank you so much. My first question, Honorable Chair, is taken from the visit that we had in January at the Gauteng, where we discussed the issues that pertains to denial. Now, I just want to understand this part of that particular relationship with denial, that the role that denial and the role of SANSA in those facilities will be to ask again, Honorable Chairperson, who is what is going on with this relationship? Where are we? The last time I asked this question, I said, who is who in this who? I don't want to ask that. It might be unparliamentary, but I want to understand what is the role of denial? What is the role of SANSA in all these in this relationship? The second one on the same issue. When we were in that oversight visit, we were told that since Denel was part of the public enterprise at that time, in the previous in the previous administration. Public enterprise initiated together with the SANSA a process of giving the building to SANSA. Where are those talks? Where are we? Have we started the discussions with the Department of, this also goes to the Department, with the Department of Defense when it comes to these issues? And remember, Honorable Chair, when we were getting the briefing, it was, we were briefed about it, but I want to get it. Where are we in terms of doing that? Because the issues that pertains to Denel's financial handlings and all of that, they do have an impact on the negative narratives about the Denel, which might end up affecting SANSA and their and their relationship. If there are any negotiations, how far are we with those negotiations? And the last one, Chair, will be also again on the governance issues. I know that last time there were issues. The SANSA was able to respond to AG, and SANSA's the presentation by the AG was indicating that there were issues were being dealt with, and do we have a plan now, Honorable Chair, of dealing with the negative budget when it comes to SANSA? Where are we? Are we at the point where we can say definitely even this year we are going to get better results again of the audit outcomes? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Mkhunu. Honorable Mtambi.
Thank you so much, Chair, for the opportunity. And then, I want to also echo the sentiments of the colleagues that have raised certain issue. Mine is also central around this issue of the Denel contract, especially if you are to look it in line with what Honorable Mchune has raised, because I think colleagues need to come to the fore here with us, because we are all aware that Denel is being investigated by the SIU. Also, it's financially struggling. And has the SANSA ever tried to cancel the contract of Denel? Because we also know that Denel has not been performing. And then what made the board not to terminate the contract with Denel? Is there anything that we are not being told as a committee? Because that's an issue that one wants to also understand. And then the other issue that one wants to get clarity on is with regard to as to what formal agreements exist with the other African space agencies under the AU framework. And then also for one to understand, how does SANSA then as international engagement align with the South African's foreign policy and economic diplomacy goals? Thank you, Chair, for the opportunity.
We try, or she tries to reconnect on, can I also work on these questions that I have in terms of questions that are going to SANSA? In terms of the budget or the resources that have been used by SANSA in the project within Denel, can we be able to quantify, or are you in a position to tell us how much was used, and whether there is value for money in terms of the project that you are undertaking at Denel. And then the last question is, how many South African companies are participating in SANSA-led programs that are linked to the global space economy? And how has SANSA been able to increase local industry participation within the global economic space? Are you able to indicate to us or quantify the number of businesses that are linked to the global space projects? I think those are the two questions for me. I want you to get into specifically the Denel project, because we know that Denel has its own challenges that were linked to state capture, and that has collapsed Denel. But then how do you then find it prudent to continue to invest resources in a space that is embroiled with such I don't want to use the word corrupt, because it's purported, but also where there are issues of governance and where the entity itself, Denel, has collapsed. Can we be able to understand whether there is value for money for SANSA to continue with that project? I see your hand is up, Honorable Nkosi, or is it a legacy hand? Honorable Nkosi, is that a legacy hand? Or am I also in the similar situation I was previously? Let me reconnect on another gadget.
No, Chair, I think you're fine.
Oh, I'm okay. I'm fine. It's okay.
Yes.
I'm now reconnecting in old gadgets because I'm thinking I was in the similar situation. Okay, if that's okay, let me switch off on the other gadget. Can we then allow SANSA to respond to the questions?
Thank you, Chair. I will allow management and the CEO to actually lead on most of these questions, but there are three questions I think I would like to actually handle. Number one is with regards to the issues that raised by AG with regards to the negative. In fact, it's actually a deficit in the financial performance at SANSA. Yes, it is recognized that this issue is a problem, and at the moment, all the board has actually
Hello?
taken space.
Ebo?
Chair?
My apologies. Continue, SANSA. My humble apologies. You may continue, SANSA.
Oh, apologies, Chair. I muted myself while waiting for you.
Okay, continue. My apologies.
Yes. Yes, we still have challenges with the issues of the deficit, and the major contribution factor on that one is project execution. As you actually know, we have serious challenges in that regard. The board is taking steps to correct that, but that issue is still a problem, Chair. with regards to Honorable Mazzoni and the Section 13A notice that was given to the board did put in its position to the minister, but I would rather leave this to the ministry to actually deal with. And then on the issue of the board not terminating the contract with Denel, Honorable Mutambi, I think we just want to make it clear here that the board did recognize that there's a problem when it comes to execution at Denel. And but the issue of terminating the contract is a decision. It's an operational decision. It's not the board that takes that decision unless it is brought by management to the board. So this has actually now happened, and it is now being processed. However, whether the contract has been terminated or not, it is not. We are not able to actually confirm that at the moment, and I think it's also not going to be the right platform to actually discuss such things. As you understand, that those are contractual issues, and we don't want to find ourselves faced with litigation by during contracts that are terminated in this public platform. So if the portfolio committee can allow the board to deal with this issue at the right time, the portfolio committee will be informed of the way forward. I'll hand over to the CEO with regards to the rest of the questions. CEO.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Chair of the committee, as well as honorable members, for these critical questions that you've posed. I would start with the questions relating to Denel and EOZ1 and hand over to the Executive Director responsible for space engineering, Mr. Kalani, to also touch on the issue of Gauteng and the progress that we've made thus far. With your permission, Chair, let me hand over to Mr. Kalani on Denel, EOZ, and EOZ1 and Gauteng.
Okay, thank you, CEO and honorable members. So on the first question that was asked, I think by Dr. Tembekwayo with respect to the budget, if I understood correctly. So I will focus on the budget related to the Denel contract. So initially the contract was signed for 200 million. Then we removed 30 million from that contract in order to implement HCD or ring fence it for HCD, which then left the net contract value for Denel to be 170 million. Of that 170 million, only 9.8 has been spent, which is related to the work that they delivered in the previous financial year. Key to note here is that as part of the execution of the contract, by the time I joined SANSA, the contract had already been signed, and we worked on interventions to try and have the project executed in a manner that is in line with best practice. Subsequent to that, there were, of course, challenges, and we subsequently made a recommendation to the various committees on the way forward for completion of the EOZ1 project. As the board chair has mentioned, that will be communicated to the portfolio committee through the appropriate channels. Then on the matter related to where we are with the Denel relationship. So the issue around who's responsible for what, if I can go back to Honorable Members Muchunu's question. So there are two elements with respect to the Denel relationship. The first one is related to the EOSET-1 project, which I've already touched on. The second part is related to assembly integration and testing. So normally when a satellite is built, it needs to be tested at a facility such as the one we saw at HOTEC. And the relationship there is that SANSA has the mandate to upgrade the facility in terms of the equipment that needs to be functional for the testing of satellites before they are launched. So SANSA's responsibility therein is to upgrade the equipment related to the assembly integration and testing. Then with Denel being the owner of the property currently, and subsequent to the administrative move of Denel to DOD, there is currently a process to engage with Denel, with DOD around the ownership aspect. CEO, you may correct me if I may have misunderstood, but based on the agreement we had with the DSTI, the engagements around the ownership will now be led at ministry to ministry level due to the nature of the level at which they require engagement at ministerial level. So I will leave that to the DSTI. But in the interim, the arrangements for Denel to meet its obligations around the maintenance of the facility, that is a matter that is ongoing between SANSA, Denel, and also under the leadership of the Air Force to ensure that the facility is upkept with regards to matters such as utilities, security, and so forth. Then the last question that I have here is related to a budget of how much was used for the project. I think I already did address that part. So CEO and Chair, I hand over back to you through the Honorable Chair Makubele. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Karani. The questions around EO data and support of government as well as income generation for EO data sets, as well as issues of sovereignty and reliance. I'll hand over that to Professor Ramelo to respond on what interventions we're putting in place to respond to the strategic plan. Prof. Ramelo.
No, thank you, CEO, and then thank you, Chair. Thank you, board Chair, and then thank you, the Chairperson and the honourable members. No, thank you. On the questions related to data, I think one of the mechanisms that we are doing now, in collaboration with the DSTI, and we are also working very closely with the National Treasury, especially on responding to the mandate of, acquiring data, assimilating it and disseminating it to all state organs of state to ensure that this data is also used, for responding to a number of the challenges we make, also relating to issues of water, disaster, and then also looking at the air quality, a number of other thematic areas that we are embarking on that. We have started an initiative on the single license government multi-user agreements, where we are engaging a number of government departments, to work with SANSA to realize this mandate, where we want them to, reduce, duplication of efforts in terms of data acquisition and also save government money. We had actually started these engagements working with the DSTI, and we, on our first workshop, as part of really talking to different government departments, it was very clear that this is an initiative that SANSA needs to champion, and then we need to ensure that the data is available for all the government departments, to satisfy all the needs. And then, how we used to do that, previously we had this initiative and then it says, but now we want to restore this, but also just ensuring that, we reinforce the, the mandate that we have on acquisition of data, and that will also involve data sales. And then we've developed already a proposal on that, which the government departments are really willing to to support us. And we at this stage we won't say that annually we always have the data and money to procure the data, but we were very fortunate in the last few years when I joined that we had an initiative as well of acquiring the synthetic aperture radar that is critical for monitoring our borders. There are 3,000 kilometer coastal line. We got the data supported for as part of the SIH, but the sustainability of that would also require that we get a lot of support from different users and different government users. That is both on the high resolution data that assist us to respond effectively to disasters as well. We need quite a number of support on that, and then we need support as well on this acquisition. And then the DSTI has been assisting us a lot in this initiative, and we're progressing very well. And the second part, just to highlight the importance of these data sets, we are also developing, the decision support tools. For now, we just recently deployed the one on disasters, responding to floods, and another one responding to water qualities in the dams across the country, and then the air quality one. And the future is to do more. But on those ones as well, what is fundamental in ensuring that we continue to develop this intelligence that can assist municipalities and communities to take decisions. We will certainly need those satellite data, because the EO solutions are founded on the satellite data acquisition. At this stage, since we don't have our own satellite Earth observation satellite acquiring more data, we will always be reliant on the partners that we have, and then also be beyond the country, because we don't have our own satellites that we can easily use to support the initiatives of data flow in the country. And then that's why it's very important for us to have our own satellites to realize that autonomy and sovereignty that the honorable members were talking about. CEO, I think I can leave it here on the initiatives of data acquisition. Thank you.
Thank you very much. CFO, on the issue of the AG, the audit outcomes from the AG, if you would want to respond to that.
Thank you, C. On the audit outcomes, we've got a clean audit for the past 4 years, so there wouldn't be any issues there. Perhaps the question could have been phrased differently.
Yeah, I was also struggling to figure out what issues came out of the audit. But as you responded, CFO, we haven't received any issues or anything raised by the AG on our financial statements in the last 4 years. I would then just quickly address the issue of human capital, particularly looking at young women, engineers at a professional level that We have in the last 2 years worked very hard. We have about 21 engineers across the organization, and 5 of those are female engineers, but we are very deliberate and we're putting efforts to recruit more women engineers. The program that I shared earlier on, that partnership with the National Empowerment Fund of 60 million rand. The emphasis and our focus is on recruiting young engineers, women in particular, to be trained on the satellite development, and with an ultimate aim to get them to the market in terms of developing subsystems components, which there will be an uptake from future satellite build program, as well as focusing on the constellation. So we're very deliberate in empowering young engineers that would also provide these products, as well as components and subsystems. The issue of data sovereignty, it is critical, Chair and honorable members, that we do scale up our satellite build program. As you've picked up, that there's a shift. There have been cases in which we needed to support government and get access to high resolution satellite imagery, where there were clear moratorium from certain countries not to provide us with these, which really puts us at a very high risk when we're supposed to provide services for our people. And therefore, reliance or over-reliance on foreign data providers, it's a huge risk for us as South Africa, and therefore we need to fast track the satellite development program. Hence, our strategy and the model that we are currently implementing is that with EOSat-1 as a build program, we need to be looking at attracting investment, creating JVs, so that instead of building one satellite, we begin to look at building constellations. We also have finalized a proposal to look at CubeSats, but which are operational at a 16 or even bigger than that we can build fast and build constellations that will provide Earth observation data that we require for us to be able to build the Earth intelligence that we've committed in our strategic plan. The issue of the income generation for EO, indeed, we didn't have a baseline. We needed to really revise those targets because we are still building the satellites. Secondly, we didn't have capacity and capability within SANSA to build the decision support tools, and we now have stabilized Earth observation, and we have already deployed 3 decision support tools, and we working very hard in ensuring that there is an uptake. There's also off-take agreements by government departments and other users in those decision support tools that we are building. Space Weather Center, we have a 64% target by 2028-2029 financial year, where we believe that 64% of revenue generated will come from space weather products and services. We are working very hard. We are building a new the space weather infrastructure that will ensure that we, of course, provide more services, as rightly stated, to the aviation, defense, and other key users, so that we can build a sustainable space weather center. That includes the part on EOSET1. We've clarified that that it's 170 million investment, and 9.8 has been spent so far. The issue of the transfer of HOTEC and from defense now to the DSTI and ultimately to SANSA. It's issue that is being handled by the DSTI. That also includes the issue of finalizing the new space bill, as well as the Space Affairs Council, which has now been established, which is critical for the regulatory aspects of our space program. So on the youth engagement, this number, it's mainly focused on pupils from basic education. Of course, we also look at the high schools and tertiary institutions. But the more we reach out, the more we believe that this program, particularly with the space education strategy that we're implementing, that will begin to track the impact of our program. But we've done so with the program that we have on the bursaries, thanks to the DSTI working with NRF, where we are able to trace those bursars as they graduate, as well as where they end up in the space program. The point on navigation and SATCOMs, it's so critical for this country, and I cannot overemphasize the importance of us as a country in building our navigation and positioning systems, as well as SATCOMs, our communications. These two are so critical for a number of areas, from security to our safety, but also overall to the economy of this country. SMS support, indeed, the 45%, it's mainly earmarked for high tech. The New Frontiers program that we are implementing with the NRF, as well as University of Pretoria, it's focused on high tech, particularly on the downstream, to develop, design applications, products and services. We have thus far supported more than 15 startups. We are talking to IDC, we are talking to PIC to look at how we can scale up this program. And indeed, it's exciting, and we think this will have a huge impact in creating high-tech jobs and contribute to the space economy overall. The issue of South African companies, if you look at the upstream segment, which mainly the companies that we have, of course, with us as government having opened up the IP, we've seen this growth, particularly in the Western Cape. When you look at Stellenbosch, Somerset West, and now Durbanville, that those companies are competitive globally, providing subsystems and components. And we hoping that with the efforts and the investment that we're making with the NEF and the engagement that we've started with IDC as well as with PIC, we'll begin to see us looking at the geographical spread and other provinces where we need to begin to build companies or startups. But we are very much focused on the district development model, where we also want to use that to build more capacity. I did share, Chair, with honorable members on the Natural Resource Management Program. This program, it's earmarked for communities, in rural communities, bringing in universities, TVETs, looking at areas in which we can begin to look at building technicians, artisans, focused on electronics, so that we can stimulate a rural economy, but then create opportunities so that we implement an inclusive space program that looks at the other provinces, but create opportunities for those communities. And you'll be hearing more about this program, which the DSTI is very supportive, especially the minister wanting to champion that, because it will have a huge impact on socio-economic value of space as well as the benefits. Thank you, Chair. I'll hand over back to Mr. Ndlovu. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, CEO. Chair, back to you.
Thank you, SANSA. Honorable members, as we conclude this budget review session, allow me to express my appreciation for your engagement with the entities that report to science, technology, and innovation. The work of these entities, honorable members, before us must not only be that of technical excellence, but it must also be socially responsive. It must also have meaningful economic impact, and it must also be aligned with the country's priorities that put people first, that build communities, and that ensure that the lives of people in communities are made better. We can never overemphasize the fact that public investments, in terms of resources, the budget that will be appropriated for this vote, must translate into tangible outcomes. And that means that there must be job opportunities, it must support SMMEs, it has to ensure that there is industrialization, and there is also inclusive economic growth. And that innovation must move beyond laboratories. It must go to the grassroots, to where communities are. It must also bridge the gap of inequalities, and it must also unlock opportunities for the most rural and township communities. And that governance and accountability and consequence management remain non-negotiable for this portfolio committee, as persons given the responsibility to safeguard the public resources that are appropriated for this portfolio. As a committee, our oversight responsibility does not end here, honorable members. We will continue to monitor the implementation of your annual performance plans. We will track expenditure against measurable outcomes, and we will ensure that there is alignment with national priorities, including the economic recovery plan, the industrialization policy, and the digital transformation agenda. We expect measurable progress when we meet again. We expect impact, not just intentions. We want impact, and that should be positive impact on the ground. We can never underscore the critical point that says South Africa cannot afford a fragmented innovation system. Hence, combining efforts, integration, and leveraging on each other's strength to maximize national impact is paramount. As we conclude, honorable members, we have to remind ourselves that the resources that are allocated to these institutions will not only be measured by the qualified audit opinions. It will not be, the impact will not only be measured by the qualified audit opinions that you boastfully flagged before us, but whether the funds that we have appropriated were able to dismantle the triple challenges that South Africa is confronted with, whether our economy does grow, and whether citizens' lives are made better through innovations and through impactful and meaningful and sustainable job opportunities that are created in line with your APPs. Henceforth, we will hold you accountable. We will ensure that at all times, when you come before this committee, you do not just give us responses at face value. Hence, we do appreciate where you see that the responses were not adequate. Written responses will have to be finished before this portfolio committee. With that, I thank you, entities, department. The DM has tendered her apology to leave the meeting. It has been a long meeting, but it was a fruitful and a constructive session which we held. Allow us then to move straight to announcements. Committee Secretary.
Sorry, Chair. I have no announcements for now, Chair, except to say that we're meeting physically next week. I've secured a better committee venue for our meeting for next week. And then also maybe just to note that the program will update for because we received an invitation from the Joint Standing Committee on Defence to have a meeting jointly with us and the Portfolio Committee on Trade and Industry, proposedly for the 22nd of May, to discuss the industry, STI and STI and the economic contributions and outcome. That's the broad theme, Chair. It will be the detail will follow in what is it? The notice. Thanks, Chair. Those are the only two things I want to raise.
Okay, thank you, Committee Secretary. We request that you update those two invitations into the committee program. With that, honorable members, ladies and gentlemen, allow us to thank you on behalf of the committee for these engagements, and the meeting is adjourned. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Goodbye.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you,
Thank
Chair.
you.
Thank you. Bye.